We are about to begin the day's proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request all of you to kindly take your seats. To the Regional Convention on Advancing Sustainable India, Driving Change with Forward Faster 2030. It's indeed my pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to the delegates who come from a cross-section of business sectors. If we are really committed to leave behind a better planet Earth to our future generations, sustainable development, inclusion, comprehensive progress are the key words around which we need to dispense every thought and action. Having said that, it is not only government bodies that are responsible, but also corporate houses who have the potential to make extraordinary strides to faster forward 2030. United Nations Global Compact is a call to companies to align their operations and strategies to the 10 universal values of the United Nations. An important milestone of UN GCNI is the UN GCI South, which is the first official legal local network to be established globally. It is a platform for businesses, academia, and civil society to share and formulate best practices towards Forward Faster 2030. Today's convention is an offshoot of the recognition of the corporate sector as a game changer. Recognizing the link between a prosperous economy and a healthy environment, businesses are increasingly collaborating across industries and borders to expedite progress. Sustainability is no longer an option. It's a foundation for growth, prominently featured on most CEOs' agendas. The Faster Forward 2030 theme centers on 5 pivotal areas, as we are already aware: climate action, water resilience, finance and investment, gender equality, and living wages. So having said that, once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. And we will begin the inaugural session. I'd like to invite Mr. Prashant Tiwari, Vice President, Southern Region, UN GCNI, and Chief Sustainability Officer, Amara Raja Energy and Mobility Limited, onto the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause as I invite the dignitaries for the inaugural session. Mr. Hari K. Marar, Managing Director and CEO, Bangalore International Airport. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I kindly take your seats, please. Dr. Ashwin Mahalingam, Head of School of Sustainability, IIT Madras. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator in India, who was supposed to be here, has been unable to make it due to various exigencies, and she will be addressing us over video. I'd like to invite Ms. Cynthia McCaffrey, UNICEF representative in India. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite the dignitaries for the inaugural session. Mr. Puneet Ranjan, Deputy Supervisor Chairman of SAPSE. Mr. Puneet is also not here, and he will be addressing us over video. And Mr. Shivaramakrishnan Ganapati, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Gokuldas Exports Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ms. Sindhu Gangadharan, SVP and MD, SAP Labs India, Head, SAP User Enablement. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Mr. Arun Kumar Singh, President, UN GCNI, and Chairman and CEO, ONGC Group. Mr. Arun Kumar Singh. Okay, he will also be addressing us over video. Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India. So once again, a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries who've taken time to be here with us this morning. At the outset, may I request Mr. Prashant Tiwari, Vice President, Southern Region, UN GCNI, and Chief Sustainability Officer, Amara Raja Energy and Mobility Limited, to kindly make the welcome address.
Thank you. A very good morning. A great pleasure, immense honor that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you, distinguished guests, esteemed president who is not with us, but I think he is joining us through a video call, respected panelists, and enthusiastic participants for this event. In this assembly of diverse minds, we find a convergence of ideas and perspectives that promise to enrich our discussions and broaden our horizons today. Our distinguished guests bring with them a wealth of experience, leadership, and vision that will undoubtedly inspire and guide us through the course of our proceedings. The theme, Faster Forward, action speaks to the need of agility, innovation, and a sense of urgency in our pursuit of sustainable development. We must move beyond rhetoric and commit ourselves to tangible, measurable actions that create a real impact. I think we saw what happened in COP28, and the time for deliberation has passed, if I can say that. And it's time for decisive steps that propel us forward on the path to a more sustainable and equitable world. I like the way the panels today have been organized. We are talking about advancing, moving forward, accelerating. The United Nations Global Compact is not just a compact on the paper, it's a pact that binds us in a shared commitment to building a world where prosperity is balanced with responsibility and where every action contributes to the well-being of our planet and its inhabitants. Our panelists today, each an expert in their respective fields, and they embody the spirit of collaboration and knowledge sharing that lies at the heart of this gathering. Your perspectives are valuable. Your contributions will undoubtedly shape the conversation that unfold over the next few hours. And to the participants, your presence here signifies your commitment to the exchange of ideas, learning, and engagement. Your diverse background and expertise contribute to the richness of our discussion, and we look forward to the dynamic interaction that will define this day, this conference. As we embark on this collective journey, let us approach the proceedings with an open mind, a spirit of collaboration. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. May I now... Just a moment, I'm sorry. May I request Mr. Hari K. Marar, Managing Director and CEO, Bangalore International Airport Limited, to kindly present the inaugural address. Hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, fellow delegates of the UN Global Compact Network India, dignitaries on the dais, all the esteemed guests who are present here. It's a pleasure to be amongst all of you this morning. And I'm pleased to be speaking to you as we are united by this common purpose that has been captured so beautifully by the theme of this particular convention. This theme also resonated very deeply with Bangalore International Airport, and it aligns perfectly with our core values, with us as an organization. And I thought it's an incredible opportunity to have to be part of this. Half my team is actually present here because we are excited by how closely this theme aligns with everything that we do. As an airport, we are traditionally seen as an infrastructure asset. And our job seems to, from an external perspective, seems like to provide the infrastructure and the capacity that's required for civil aviation to grow in India. But we see our role as going beyond that of an infrastructure service provider, because we look at ourselves as an organization that helps empowering the engine of the economy. And the reason why I say this is because the core function as we see it is to be able to connect people to distant, faraway places, connect goods to distant and faraway places. And in this manner, we, I believe, are an important and integral element of keeping the economy going forward. As an organization, when we embarked this journey, and on this journey to create a gateway to India, I'm taken back to the moment that I first came into this airport. I've been with Bangalore Airport for 17 years. The airport's only 15 years old. And when I came in here for the first time, I actually walked into an open field, 4,000 acres, as it was still being acquired. And I still remember the distinct impression that was left in all of our minds who were part of the project at that stage, that we're taking this land away from farmers, from people who made their livelihoods out of that land, from people whose lives we have literally uprooted so that we can do business in that place. And I think collectively our organization felt a deep sense of connect with that land, saying that we must leave behind this land in a better condition than we originally found it. How can we, in our journey, ensure that we not only create value in the aviation field, but across socio-economic development of the entire region that we first created an impact on in the first place by acquiring it. So over a period of time, we've consciously kept it in mind that in everything that we do, naturally, when an airport is constructed and developed, we achieve progress. But as all of you would have recognized in your respective fields, no progress is true progress unless it is sustainable in the first place. And that is the sort of commitment that we had decided for ourselves at a very early stage, that it's not good enough if we progress, but we must weave sustainability into everything that we do so that over a period of time, we create value for the entire society. So, and this is the sort of also commitment that led us to define our vision statement with regards to this, which is to touch lives by nurturing a sustainable future through initiatives that drive an economic, social, and environmental transformation. And it's also this commitment that led us to be signatories to the UN Global Compact as well. Apart from this, of course, we find deep alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and also the 10 principles of UNGC. We also believe that the UNGC is an incredible and very powerful platform that enables collaboration. I'm so delighted to see the number of people who've come here together, sharing of ideas, sharing of best practices, learning from each other. And in this process, the fact that all of us can inspire each other to create even greater value is even more exciting. And I think the power of such platforms is in helping us to work collaboratively with each other and create a force multiplier to make a real difference to this world. And I think we should achieve something like this by the end of the deliberations of this particular convention. Of course, as an airport, aligning with the forward-looking vision of the Global Compact, we have done several things that we believe are in the direction of environmental stewardship. Today, the airport has achieved a level 4+ in airport carbon accreditation as certified by the Airports Council International, which is a huge achievement because there are very few airports that fall into this category. And we also aim to be amongst the first airports in the world that become certified under level 5 as well. Across the campus today, 4,000-acre campus, across all our aeronautical as well as non-aeronautical facilities, all the power that we consume is 100% through renewable sources. We consume only 100% renewable energy, most of it through solar, a little bit through wind, leading to zero scope 2 emissions. And we have committed ourselves to net zero emissions by 2030 when it comes to scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And we're taking significant efforts as we speak to also reduce scope 3 emissions. Through one of the other things that we were conscious about as we started our development on this land was the fact that water was a major source of concern in this area. And this area was already known for being a rain shadow area and water scarce. And over the last 15 years, we've put together a water harvesting program. And as a result of this, the airport has achieved water positivity. And today, our water positivity index is 2.36, which means we replenish 2.36 times the water that we consume in the entire campus. And through these initiatives, what I'm delighted about is the fact that we have not only ensured that we have assured ourselves of the resources that are required for us to grow over a period of time, but we've also ensured that we are providing sufficient resources for the surrounding communities. We're also delighted that we're able to participate in circular economy initiatives. We use plastics, waste plastic to build our roads. We also have banned single-use plastic across the campus. We not only have adopted sustainable mobility initiatives, but are also encouraging sustainable mobility across the campus. We're now, in our current program, planning to have only 100% EV fleet for across the airport campus. We've started with around 600 cars this year, but plan to move over the next 3 or 4 years to 100% EV fleet inside the airport campus. Sustainable procurement is also very high on the agenda of our priorities. It's something that we think there is a greater scope for improvement, but our aim is through sustainable procurement, not only aim to ensure that we meet the organization's needs for goods and services, but also do that in a manner that we leave minimum impact on the environment. Of course, our commitment to being a responsible corporate citizen is not only limited to what we do in the space of environment, but it also extends to what we do around our communities and just the way we sort of run our organization as an engine of economic growth. Over the last 15 years, as we've grown and developed, the economic impact of the airport is something that we're incredibly proud of. We did a study that was supported by the National Council of Applied Economic Research, NCAR. And when we look at the economic impact that the airport generates through direct, indirect, and induced efforts in the ecosystem, that's been estimated to be close to $9.9 billion a year, which is about 5% of the state's GDP. From an employment standpoint, today, while we directly employ about 35,000 people across the campus, if you look at direct, indirect, and induced impact on employment across the state, it's close to about 0.3 million people that we have created employment opportunities for, and this is expected to significantly grow over the next few years as the airport grows and expands. Also, in our I mentioned to you that this airport has been built on land that was acquired from many people. These people have been relocated to communities around the airport. So our approach towards corporate social responsibility is not typically the typical social responsibility initiatives that one would see, but we actually focus on long-term creation of social value with these communities around us. So we work very closely with them through a slew of initiatives that we've aligned also directly with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Our principal initiatives are Namma Sikshana, which is about holistic education. We run several schools around the airport. Namma Arogya, which is promotion of health. Namma Uru, which is about integrated development with these communities. Namma Nela and Namma Jala, which is about water and sanitation. Namma Parampare, which is about conservation of culture and heritage. Apart from this, the other thing that will strike you is also that the airport is an incredibly powerful platform, a platform that touches about 40 million passengers' lives every year. It's a platform that brings together 150 companies with about 35,000 employees, and all these people are a large ecosystem of people that we touch on a daily basis as we continue to work. We see that this platform has incredible reach. So we see our role.
May I now request Dr. Ashwin Mahalingam, Head of School of Sustainability, IIT Madras, to give us an overview of the convention today and also talk about the theme of the convention. Mr. Dr. Mahalingam, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this convention. So, as I was introduced, IIT Madras started a School of Sustainability about a couple of months ago, so we're brand new, and I head the school. I'll tell you a little bit about what we do and where all of that fits in in a second, but we're also extremely thrilled and grateful to be a part of this. So thank you, UNGC, for having us on board as knowledge partners. The topic or the theme of the conference is Advancing Sustainable India, Driving Change with Forward Faster 2030. And the one word I want to highlight in that entire system, in that entire sentence, is the word faster. Because I think we're at a point where we really need to start accelerating the way we think and do things around sustainability. And the reason I say that is, you go to all of these conferences, and one of the pet things that people talk about is, global temperature rises, right? And people are talking about what would happen if temperatures rise by 1 degree or 1.5 degrees centigrade. And a lot of us, myself included, are a bit worried that we've actually missed that boat already. That it might be very difficult, if not impossible, for us to reconfigure our activities to reduce global temperature increase to less than 1.5 degrees, right? So I think in some sense, we might have missed the first bus, right? But the second bus that's sort of coming next is the 2.5 degree centigrade temperature rise bus. And if we don't work fast enough, then we're in danger of missing that bus as well. And some time ago, I had a climate scientist in my office who was running a bunch of models and said some of the most pessimistic scenarios, but possible scenarios in his model, predict something like a 5 to 6 degree rise in temperature, which would be catastrophic. So the simple point I'm trying to make is we do need to talk, discuss, but we also need to act fast. And perhaps more than acting fast, we have to act faster. And that's why I think the theme of this year's conference, which I'd like everyone to sort of imbibe a little bit, forward faster, is extremely critical. So today's agenda is split into 4 themes and sections. We have, right after this, there is the first plenary session on accelerating change, forward faster 2030 for climate action. Where, of course, we will explore the imperative of empowering sustainability and uniting for climate action. This is very critical, and I'll sort of say a few more words about this in just a second. And like I've said, the urgency of addressing climate change cannot be overstated. I think the impacts are there for all to see. We've seen changing weather patterns, and that sort of then cascades into things like floods and droughts and impacts on agriculture, which then again has secondary effects on livelihoods, impacts on other sectors like manufacturing and services. It's all interconnected, right? And so I think, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but safe to say that we have to pay really close attention and try to come up with actionable solution on these challenges. The second session after the first one is something, again, I find is very critical, and I'll point out why. It's the session on advancing water resilience for Forward Faster 2030. And the reason I think this session is critical, 10 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago, when we spoke about sustainability, water was front and center of that debate. Several conferences that we went to would talk about urban water supply, rural water supply, potable water, several things relating to water, right? Somewhere the debate on sustainability has shifted more towards energy than water. So today, when you go to most conferences, we're looking at energy transitions, we're looking at sort of renewables, we're looking at carbon capture, there's a lot of discussion on hydrogen. So energy seems more front and center. And I think in some sense, it's important to understand that we haven't quite solved our challenges with regard to water. And there is this very important energy-water nexus, as we call it. And both of them are extremely closely related. So the second session is going to be a critical session where we speak about water. We will launch the Water and Wash white paper and compendium. And I'm sure that's a session that we will have to sort of think about not in isolation, but in terms of how it integrates with the other discourses around sustainability. So those, I think, will be the 2 sessions prior to the lunch break. And then post-lunch, we start with a plenary session on fostering prosperity, sustainable finance and investment for Forward Faster 2030. And I think this is, as we all agree and understand, we've got to think technically of how we might advanced technologies or practices that might help us conserve water, move towards more sustainable energy sources, and so on. But for all of this to happen, finance is going to play a critical role. And it's not just, I think there are several issues that we've got to look at in terms of finance. First is, what is the quantum of finance that we require and where will it come from? Second is, how do we structure the finance in ways that provide the right kinds of incentives that allow us to move forward on our sustainability goals. And a lot of, in some sense, it's not a simple question of where does the money come from. It's more a question of how are you going to procure, how are you going to structure, how are you going to incentivize so that the funding that you have is used to create the highest sort of value and impact on the ground. And that will be session 3. And the last plenary session will be on economic empowerment, paving the way for living wages for Forward Faster 2030, which starts bringing in this issue of livelihoods into what sometimes becomes a very technical or technological or science-oriented discussion. In fact, a lot of times when I go to companies and we talk about ESG, most people tend to focus quite a bit on the E. And the S and the G tend to be in many cases, and again, this is maybe from my world because I come from IIT, I tend to talk more to companies in the technology and engineering space. The S and the G are a little bit of the poor cousins of the E, but the S and the G are critically important, right? Particularly the S. And so this section is going to focus on, or this session will focus on empowering living wages as a means of building a path to sustainable livelihoods, economic empowerment, and these sort of debates. So in some sense, I think what we have today is a very holistic mix of discussions, some of which will be technical in nature, some of which will bring financial perspectives into play, and some of which will talk about social issues, empowerment, livelihood, and so on, so that we get this holistic picture of sustainability. And hopefully at the end of the day, not only are we a little bit wiser in terms of what's happening and what can be done, but we also have creative ideas on how we can form partnerships to make this happen, which I think is going to be an important part of what this and other such sessions like this are going to be about. So at the School of Sustainability at IIT Madras, which has just sort of very recently started, we've realized, as have many others, that the key to this game is interdisciplinarity, right? And interdisciplinarity at least 2 levels. One, if you want to do something sustainable, you need people with different kinds of insights to come together. So the joke I tell people is I'm a civil engineer. And as a civil engineer, when we look at, say, buildings and sustainability, we tend to focus on things like the building material. So we all know that cement emits a large amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And so how can I start greening cement? But my colleagues in the next building, in mechanical engineering, when they look at buildings, they look at heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, right? And how do I optimize the heating and cooling of a building so I consume as little energy as possible? Now, if you came to IIT Madras and said, give me some suggestions for a wonderfully sustainable building, you'll either come to my building and get my suggestions on materials, or you'll go to the next building and get my colleagues' suggestions on heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems. You're very unlikely to get sort of a combined solution. And this is within one organization, right? Because we tend to work quite a bit across the world in silos. And really what we need to happen is we need, in the case of buildings, architects, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, everyone to come together and start looking at trade-offs between the systems that they design to really, truly develop sustainable buildings. And that's just one example on buildings. You look at water supply systems, you look at a variety of other things. Interdisciplinarity is important. And so I think that's something that all of these panels today, and also the mix, I've met quite a few of you this morning, and I've met architects, engineers, people from the business community, people from the social sector. I see a lot of interdisciplinarity, which I think is critical. But it's not just interdisciplinarity in terms of your technical discipline. I think we also have to look, and we're very keen at the School of Sustainability to look at interdisciplinarity also from a professional perspective. So as an academic, we do teaching and research, which means we can help build capacity by teaching a lot of people both inside and outside our institutions. And we can also do some research in terms of what could we do differently in terms of implementation on the ground. But by ourselves, we can't solve this problem, right? So we need help from, for instance, people from the social sector who can actually help us implement some of our ideas on the ground. We need help from corporates who can actually start figuring out how to scale a lot of these solutions. How do you finance these solutions? How do you actually create livelihoods out of these solutions and create value for society? And finally, you need governments to enact enabling policies that allow all of us to do these things, right? So we need this mix of academics, people from the social sector, corporates, and governments to come together to do this. And for us, this is a key part of the School of Sustainability. And one of the reasons I'm here is also to connect with more people from this ecosystem, because we don't see ourselves as the center of the universe. We see ourselves as one cog in a larger sort of system or machinery. So I think interdisciplinarity is something that we have to sort of think about proactively today. And the other thing, and the final thing I'll sort of say before I close, is that, again, as part of our School of Sustainability at IIT Madras, we've got all the technical expertise in the world, but we've realized that technology alone won't solve all our problems unless we fundamentally change the way people behave and unless we fundamentally change the way that businesses go about their activities. So behavioral change and business model change are going to be critical to this transition. So it's not just about the technology, it's about how you change, and these are much more difficult to change, right? Because they are embedded in people's perceptions, ideologies, habits, practices, norms, rules, all of these kinds of things. So I think we've got to sort of broaden our minds a little bit today and start looking at these 4 sessions: climate, resources, water, financing, livelihoods, and not look at them as separate sessions, but try to put them all together. So we've got a wonderful lineup of speakers and panelists, and we really hope that it will be a very enriching session for all of us. So again, I welcome all of you to today's conference, to today's symposium. And again, thank you all very much for coming, and thanks to UNGC for putting this together and for having us as their knowledge partner. Thank you very much.
That was Dr. Mahalingam giving us an overview of today's agenda, and he has also emphasized the importance of a multidisciplinary and integrated approach to sustainability from academia, the policymakers, as well as the industry. Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator in India, will be joining us virtually to address the audience. Mr. Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator in India.
Namaskar. On behalf of the United Nations in India and as representative of the UN Secretary General, it's a privilege to address the UN Global Compact Network India's regional convention. With such a diverse membership base of Indian business leaders, sustainability practitioners, and entrepreneurs. Mujhe afsos hai ki main aaj aapke saath nahi hoon. I truly wish I could be there with you in person today. Dear friends, the world seems to be facing crises wherever we look. The Sustainable Development Goals, our best hope for a more peaceful and prosperous future, are dramatically off track. Just 15% of the global SDGs are on track, and fully a third are either standing still or even regressing. And on present trends, we are staring down a climate abyss. This year will likely again be the hottest on record. We are going from global warming to global boiling. Yet the future is not written. We can still reverse course. We know what to do. The SDGs remain our best roadmap and North Star. As world leaders gather at COP28 now in Dubai to push climate solutions, including loss and damage support for the most vulnerable communities, it is time to press fast forward on our ambitions, for which businesses, your action is truly vital. And here I would like to acknowledge and thank the UN GCNI and your network that has been moving with purpose to shape a sustainable India and wider region. This year, the UN Global Compact Leaders Summit, held alongside the SDG Summit, launched the Fast Forward initiative to help businesses focus on the areas where they can have the greatest impact on SDG achievement. These 5 core areas resonate with the priorities of India's recently concluded highly successful G20 presidency, investing in multiplier effects across the SDGs. This means leveraging women's skills and equal participation, women-led development, which can add $770 billion to the Indian economy alone. It means paying a living wage to boost productivity, reduce inequalities, and building more resilient supply chains. It means taking ambitious action to build water resilience, so critical in India where scarcity of groundwater is already challenging businesses. It means aligning financial strategies and investments with the SDGs. And it means comprehensive and credible plans to drive down emissions, pollution, and biodiversity loss while accelerating the renewable energy transition, digital transformation, and green jobs. In the words of the UN Secretary General, if your company truly means business, then create and deliver transition plans for climate justice. The UN and GCNI are here to partner with you in becoming the engine for these transitions, and I commend the many businesses here that have already moved with purpose and with speed. Together, let's press fast forward on a sustainable India, for as India leads, the world will follow. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the answer to making the SDGs a global reality. SDGs दुनिया में मुमकिन होंगी क्योंकि इंडिया में मुमकिन होंगी. बहुत धन्यवाद.
Well, that was Mr. Shambi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator in India. Moving forward, may I request Ms. Cynthia McCaffrey, UNICEF representative in India, and Ms. McCaffrey will be making her special address in this convention. Over to Ms. McCaffrey.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, I'm going to try to do slides and speak, so patience. The distinguished colleagues on the dais, all of the experts, excellencies, smart people who are doing things, and a special thank you to Ratnesh and your team for convening this incredible energy of academic thinking, business know-how and action, civil society connecting with communities. UNICEF and I know our other colleagues across the UN are really honored to be here to take part and to help support. And namaskar. That will be as much as I try to compete with the resident coordinators' Hindi. I wanted to ask and try to answer a few questions. One is, who exactly is UNICEF? What does UNICEF do and how do we do it? And I want to do that because reading about the energy and the convening and the convergence before I came, but then speaking with many of you as we were preparing for the opening, I can see and feel the incredible knowledge, experience, innovation ideas. And so I wanted to share that so that you know and we know how to challenge each other to do even more faster. And I hope, even though you may say, I know UNICEF, but afterwards that you have this in mind, that UNICEF is first innovating for impact for children, scaling to reach every child, and strengthening systems so we can sustain what we innovate and what we strengthen. Those three things. So who is UNICEF? One, we're global. Like the Global Compact, we are over 70, we're in 190 countries. UNICEF is over 76 years old. And that enables us to innovate and to be challenged, to get ideas outside of India for our team here, but also for India to give ideas to that bloodstream across the world. UNICEF India is very proud to have been learning from and with India for 74 years. And UNICEF India is working in almost every state and territory in India through our 14 field offices across India. Now, what does it mean to say that we were learning with and from India for 74 years? In the 1940s, at the very end of the 1940s, UNICEF and the government of India identified that we needed to get penicillin and antibiotics to children and their families in order to make sure that they could live and survive diseases. So we had a choice. We could figure out how to import and move supplies, which UNICEF was becoming quite good at. That's one of the things we did early on, moving supplies for nutrition, moving drugs and vaccines. In India, we worked with the government to build the first penicillin plant. The rest is history. That enabled India to reach children and families with much needed antibiotics. But today, India produces and provides antibiotics and vaccines to many children around the world. Fast forward to the 1970s, clean water enables a child and a family to survive. So the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and the government of India innovated and invented the Mark II hand pump. Has anyone ever seen the Mark II hand pump? Today, it still goes into some of the most difficult areas and creates that borehole that provides clean water in an emergency or in an urgent situation. That was creating an innovation and using a system that the government of India then continued to produce and provide the Mark II hand pump. Because I use innovation very cautiously in a room like this with businesses that are constantly innovating. UNICEF, in June 2023, launched the Merry Life app. You can go to your app store and download it. It's inspired and based on the Prime Minister's Mission Life. And it's an application that enables young people, or anyone who downloads it, to look and learn new ideas and share ideas for pro-planet actions. Since June 2023, 100,000 people have downloaded the app and used it. There's over 25 million pro-planet ideas. So that's an innovation that we've developed, and through the government of India, we've gotten it across young people, across every school, so that people have access to learn about climate, but also bring their ideas. So that's who we are. But what does UNICEF do? I'm going to try to hit play, or next slide. We'll see if uh-oh, that's the last slide. That's the second to last slide. Okay, I went too fast. What does UNICEF do? For every child, everywhere, quality health, nutrition, education, protection. And that's something that we've been doing for 74 years in India, working to make sure that we take these innovations, that we work through systems to genuinely make sure that a child has the ability and access to quality health and nutrition in order to survive. What does that mean to you? For UNICEF, it's our mandate. Member states across the UN have given us that task to make sure that every child, we can't pick and choose. Based on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we're required to make sure we go everywhere, no matter what the circumstances. But for you, what would that mean? So a few quick facts. You may know that the world has almost 2 billion children. India has the largest child and youth population in the world, 460 million children. Today, 122 million Indian children went to school between the grades 1 through 5. If I were a business person, and as I speak to my team, that is a large target. The ability to be able to reach those young people, 460 million Indian children, 122 million children between grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 who are in school at this moment, learning, ready to become excellent at writing, mathematics, so they can contribute. That is a business proposition, that is a business target that I want to hit. I want to make sure that I reach them. And that's what UNICEF is trying to do, to make sure that those children are healthy, nutritious, ready to learn, so that they can be able to produce, work for UNICEF, work for you someday, procure, buy products, and be contributing citizens. So that's what UNICEF does. I put the slide up because a picture is worth 1,000 words. And I've talked about the innovations that we've done, talked about how we try to build systems. When I first came, I visited Telangana, and I went to a school, and I met Vaishnavi. And her school was just a few blocks down from an Angawadi center. So toddlers were in the school, and their parents were there learning about nutrition, learning about the importance of play, and having safe spaces and stimulation. And the school, in 2020, COVID hit it, but it was already in trouble. It was not a place that had up-to-date water and sanitation systems. It had 1 of 5 stars in the grading system. And Vaishnavi wasn't sure after COVID whether she would be going back to school. It wasn't a place that her parents felt was clean or safe, and would she be able to go back and learn? The local government worked with Unilever and said, let's see if we can bring this school up to a higher physical standard and make sure that we bring teachers who will come and stay there and make sure that parents feel safe to send their children there. So when I visited at the end of 2022, just 2 years later, that school was now 3 stars out of 5. The enrollment rate had doubled, and the retention rate had tripled. Parents wanted to send their children there, children wanted to go to school, and Vaishnavi was back in school. She was now grade 5, president of the school, and preparing to follow her dream to become a nurse. So that's what it looks like when the private and the public sector come together, when we work with local governments, when we work with families. Mr. Morar talked about airports working with communities. It's that ecosystem that we have in this room. It's that ecosystem that we build to make sure we surround the whole child so that they can make sure that they have the ability to pursue their dreams. I want to pick up on Dr. Ashwin's point that sometimes we'll often sit in a room and we'll ask, well, can we do this later? I loved the child saying, we agree with climate, but we have other things we have to do. This sense of moving forward faster, this sense of urgency. 122 million children are in school between 1st and 5th grade here. They're going to be moving quickly to secondary school. They're going to be moving quickly for a job. In this year, 2023, 25 million babies will be born in India. We do not have time to wait and get to children later. There's a sense of urgency that we need to move faster because children are growing and they're expecting us to be ready to help them reach their potential, and they're ready to contribute. So that's what UNICEF does. And you see in these pictures examples of health systems, making sure a child is immunized, nutrition, making sure a child is fed but understands what a healthy, balanced diet is, and making sure we reach every child, even those children with special needs who may be born in remote areas, reaching every single one. How does UNICEF do it? 3 main points: the Sustainable Development Goals. We don't need to come up with a new deadline or new indicators. We have the Sustainable Development Goals. They may be off track, but in many ways we are on the right trend. It's just that issue of coming together with all of our resources, accelerating our commitments, and making sure that we look at those indicators to get them on that acceleration. For example, if you look at the enrollment and retention rate in primary and secondary school, it's not going down, it's going up. It's just going up slowly across the world. How do we look at that quality education, Sustainable Development Goal 4, and make sure that we come together and accelerate getting kids in school and keeping them in school? The second thing we do is we partner. It's that point that I made about going to scale and making sure that we strengthen systems. The penicillin plant in 1949 could have been a terrible story if UNICEF had decided, let's find ways to bring penicillin into India. Instead, we worked to see if India could build it and accelerate it itself. Many people don't even know that UNICEF was there with the idea, and in fact, I think that's a victory. The victory is the fact that the idea was scaled through the systems. We partner with people across all kinds of, we wanted to, of course, to show some of our better Indian partners here that you may recognize, but we partner with people to bring their voice and make sure that we indicate with the government of India, with civil society, with academics, how do we make sure that we build things like Swachh Bharat. Swachh Bharat is an Indian initiative that addresses a critical issue of basic sanitation, clean, basic hygiene. It's an Indian initiative. UNICEF sat at the table both globally and in India to talk about what types of elements should be a part of it to make sure it reaches children and families and households in a sustainable way. And because of that, Swachh Bharat has made incredible progress in achieving open defecation-free societies, communities, and improving hygiene and therefore health. And as a result, a child is healthy without diarrhea and disease, better nutrition, and therefore learning better in school. And that system that we build on. Evidence. So here I show you this picture because this is voices that if you saw David Beckham, and Raul and I spent several days with him here in India recently. If you speak to David Beckham, he knows what Swachh Bharat is. He spoke about Jal Jivan mission and the importance of UNICEF being at those tables to raise the question of children. And every time David Beckham walked into a room in India and people asked him about, was he excited about the cricket match, which he was, he came to the semifinals, but he said he was most excited to learn and hear what India was doing for its children. And so he wanted to know and understand what India is doing for its children and raise his voice and take what he saw in India to the rest of the programs across UNICEF Global. We were very pleased that he was able to spend time and learn more about cricket with his good friend Sachin here. The other piece, the third element that's extremely important to UNICEF, and I say this for our academics, is evidence. The most important thing that we can do is make sure that the actions we're taking are targeted and using our resources in the most effective ways. Years ago, UNICEF and the government of India identified the need in order to have child and maternal mortality, neonatal mortality and maternal mortality increase. Children needed to be born in health centers and hospitals, because if something goes wrong, you need to be closer to that care. So India worked hard. 90% of children are born in a health center or in institutions. However, looking at the evidence, neonatal deaths were still not going down. And we identified that even when a child was born in a health center, there wasn't that special care available if a child was underweight or got into distress. In 2008, there were 20 special neonatal care units, SNCUs, 20 across India. UNICEF, based on some of its best practice and evidence that came from health experts, identified that if we put a special neonatal care unit in every district hospital, that special care would be closer to a mother and a baby when she got into trouble. Today, there are over 800 SNCUs around India, and it's enabling the neonatal deaths to reduce. We need to do more, we need to do it faster, but it's the right direction. In UP, I met Priya, a newborn baby who was born in a health center in a rural area. And a few days after her birth, it was clear that the child was wasting. The child was not gaining weight as she should. So an Angawadi worker identified the child and was able to get the child to an SNCU because it was close enough to the health center where she'd been born. And when I met Priya, her mother was now able to have her out of the critical care unit, was breastfeeding, practicing kangaroo care, had a schedule for the immunizations, was registered with a birth certificate. It was the 5th child, but the first birth certificate, and registered with her ID so she would have access to services. So this is what it looks and feels like when you think about, is the child at the center of the policy, at the budget decision? Is she in the system that we're building to make sure that we can reach and have innovative, sustainable, and at scale solutions? I think that might be my last slide, right? This is what partnership looks like as well. Working with government, we have the Minister of Youth and Sports, looking and working with people in the bottom corner from Louis Vuitton who came to understand what UNICEF does. So these partnerships that bring together government, celebrities, private sector. I would end with this, as you might say, why would you ask these kinds of questions? And I hope that you leave understanding both what UNICEF does and how we do it, and that we want to do it better, and we want to be questioned and asked, how do we do it better? SAP said, we're ready to talk to you about AI. I have no idea where to start with AI, but what can we do? What's next? In 1998, I worked in Washington, D.C., and the reason I asked questions. And we had a tremendous demand to bring women and girls into the US government policies. Money wasn't being spent, programs weren't bringing women in, but there was a lot of great talk around Washington. Of anyone who follows US politics, you know Washington's very good at talking. We came up with a gender strategy, but it didn't go anywhere. There was no money coming, the programs were still churning along. And my boss, Hattie Babbitt, you can look her up, in 1998, we would started to bring proposals and programs to her, and we would show her the budget. We had a fantastic gender action plan, and she would say, where are the women? Where are the girls? And we would say, oh, we don't have the budget, we'll get to it later. And she would set the proposal aside. And people would say, is it approved? And she'd say, where are the women? Where are the girls? Did you put them in the budget? Did you put them in the program? Did you put them in the guidelines? And finally, we figured out the only way to get this approved by Hattie was to start putting a budget line, to start including girls and women in the program planning, in the program implementation policies. So I say that because when you ask questions, when you're sitting at your decision-making table, when you're tasking your students, when you're looking at the budget, ask, where are the children? How much budget line have you put in for girls, for boys, for school, for health? And it's when you ask those questions and wait for the answer that you'll start to see action and to move things fast forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. McCaffrey, for addressing the audience. We now have Mr. Puneet Ranjan, Deputy Supervisory Chairman of SAP, joining us via a video address. Although he was very keen to join, due to unavoidable circumstances, is not able to be here with us today. So, Mr. Puneet Ranjan now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Puneet Ranjan. I'm the incoming chairman of SAP, the world's largest provider of enterprise application software, a company proudly aligned with and committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a great honor to join you today to discuss one of the biggest business challenges and biggest opportunities of our generation, sustainable development. And I offer my sincere appreciation to UN GCNI and everyone participating in this annual convention, to all who are committed to the fulfillment of the SDGs. We have a long road ahead, and it's no secret that we are behind on our collective ambitions. And so today, I would like to briefly address the intertwined nature of technology and sustainability. I want to draw your attention to the role that technology can play in enabling and empowering businesses to be sustainable, successful, and back on track to meeting their ambitious SDGs. If I take climate as just one action area, we will need to look at it from three perspectives: responsibility, impact, and opportunity. For responsibility, Asia alone is responsible for more than 51% of global emissions today and growing. 51%. What's more, Asia's decarbonization rate remains significantly below the world's average and isn't expected to improve until after 2030. The region must take greater responsibility in addressing these challenges. Concerning impact, the impact of climate change will disproportionately affect Asia and India in particular. If current trajectories hold concerning rising temperatures, India could see a reduction in GDP of well above the global average of 18%. Due to the frequent droughts and floods, agricultural yields in India could fall by nearly 25% by 2050, all while her population grows and with it food demand. Now for opportunity. India and Asia represent the world's largest opportunity for change given the demographic and innovation dividends here. Nearly 53% of the new revenue opportunities for sustainable business models come from Asia, and nearly 60% of the 133 million jobs required to service these new revenue opportunities will be situated in Asia as well. India is one of the top 15 countries globally to boast companies and investors who actively participate in climate adaptation initiatives. As you can see, the opportunities are there for the taking. Businesses shouldn't see sustainability action as a way to minimize risk alone. It's an opportunity to realize new, sustainable revenue streams, optimize costs, find new efficiencies, and build new business models based on low emissions, circular, and regenerative concepts. Bottom line, we must make sustainability profitable and profitability sustainable. Let's take a closer look for a moment at India, whose growth trajectory is nothing short of remarkable. Such growth has brought increased emissions, and yet reducing India's emissions intensity 35% before 2030, as stated by the government, will require considerable effort. Prime Minister Modi has himself been a true ambassador for leading this charge, guiding a series of plans, programs, and initiatives that meet the challenge because he, like many of you, also see the virtue and indeed the necessity in doing so. A recent World Economic Forum report estimates that a Green New India could generate upward of $15 trillion in economic opportunity by 2070, with the potential to create more than 50 million new jobs. Within this decade alone, there is an estimated $1 trillion opportunity, $1 trillion opportunity. And digital initiatives like Aadhaar, financial inclusion, unified payment interface, DigiLocker, open network digital commerce, digital India, and tech entrepreneurship are providing a path for how to achieve growth while tackling the emissions challenge. This is where the interwoven strategy combining digital and sustainability comes into play. Today, many digital transformation initiatives don't readily consider climate-related solutions, but they can and they must. Companies typically tend to move through 3 stages as they undertake the digital climate journeys. First, they seek data transparency. Then they optimize for and employ their data to make more sustainable business decisions. And finally, they scale climate best practices across industry business networks and value chains. At SAP, we believe technology offers a critical, if not essential, tool for enabling and accelerating the sustainability goals of companies of all sizes across all industries. Climate action cannot be adjacent to other business processes. In today's world, digital tools are critical to identifying, collecting, analyzing, and using data in such a way that places sustainability at the core. Together, we can reinvent the way we measure and manage carbon emissions, waste, and inequality throughout our value chains. Sustainability has become critical for every organization, no matter the size, market, or maturity. And now there simply are no exceptions. We can only have sustainable businesses in the future. How we tackle this challenge will be what all of us here will be remembered for: the success of the SDGs and the sustainable future of our planet. Thank you once again, and best wishes for future successes.
So that was Mr. Puneet Ranjan, Deputy Supervisory Chairman of SAP. May I now request Mr. Shivaramakrishnan Ganapati, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Gokuldas Exports Limited, to kindly address our audience.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank United Nations Global Compact Network India for having me here. I represent a company called Gokuldas Exports. We manufacture garments and export to over 55 countries. It's a business which is deeply embedded in the textiles value chain, which is dear to all of us because we all are consumers of the product. And this is also a very fragmented value chain, starting all the way from either cotton farm growers or fiber manufacturers to spinners, weavers, knitters, fabric processing, garment manufacturing, and the retail branch. So there's so many touch points in the manufacturing process and finally in retailing the garment. And of course, with today's fast fashion, it also generates a lot of wastage. People buy garments, and many of them don't use it often, and then throw it in the landfills, which clogs the landfills. And if you look at the garments themselves, a lot of them have polyester component in it, and that do not biodegrade. So there's tons of wastage in the whole process, and hence it's a ripe candidate for looking at the business sustainably. I think we've reached a stage where we need to embed sustainable business practices. I think that goes without saying. Everybody has been saying it. But when it comes from a practitioner's viewpoint, I run the company. We have 35,000 employees in India. Vast majority of them are women. And then we are expanding now into Africa, where we will be adding another 13,000 people. So we have lots of people in the manufacturing process, lots of brands that we work for, lots of SKUs, lots of environmental challenges, business challenges, fluctuations in global economy, etc. That as a CEO, borrowing the cricket analogy, one feels that it's not just the bowler who is bowling, but even the wicketkeeper is bowling at you. And how do you deal with all this business? And on top of it, here comes a sustainability challenge, like somebody from slips, or maybe even the umpire is bowling at you. So now you got to handle this, and the easiest response is appoint somebody as a chief sustainability officer. He will look at it. It's headache kind of thing. But that's not the case, right? You have to own this up, and that's how you will become a responsible business business practitioner. And it's important that one understands the whole business holistically. So we, for instance, looked at our energy consumption. We said, okay, how do we bring as much of renewable power that we can bring in? So we are setting up solar units, etc., so that almost 80-85% of our power requirements come from renewable sources. We looked at water. We have industrial scale laundries for washing. Garments get their finish through washing. So we looked at that and said, how do we recycle most of the water? So 92% of the water gets recycled. So we've done that, and we use also rainwater harvesting to generate water, so that the top of water also comes from those sources. We looked at solid waste. We tried to recycle as much as possible all the solid waste. There are a lot of challenges in there because, being a fragmented industry, it has to start with the designers themselves. If we are dealing with blends, and if there is a polyester cotton blend, how do I take the waste fabric after cutting out the panels for the garments? How do I now bring it back into its constituent components? If it's all cotton, all polyester, we can recycle them. But otherwise, it's harder. So the thinking has to start from the design stage itself all the way through the value chain, so that one produces a sustainable garment. So there's a lot of work required to be done with the brands that we work with, all the global brands, with all the suppliers that work with, who are the fabric suppliers, all the spinners, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of that going on in that space. And that's how you probably can look at even circularity in the business. We're also looking at chemical waste, because there's a lot of hazardous chemicals and dyes, and all the colors that we feel so attracted about, also brings in its own set of pollution issues. And how do you safely dispose some of these chemicals? So every aspect of the business has been looked into, and we are looking into it to see how do we minimize our environmental footprint. The other part is, since we employ a lot of people, there's a lot of, labor-related issues, and we have to go beyond just fair wages and, the right labor practices. We go and since the vast majority of them are women, we also work with them in training them in, basically financial literacy, training them in managing their personal affairs, health, hygiene, even a lot of courses we conduct on how do you speak up so that these are people from lower strata of society, and oftentimes they are denied their rightful status in the society or what is due to them. And we train them in how do you speak up for your rights, what are your rights, etc., etc. So there are a lot of those kind of initiatives which we've handled, which I think percolates down to the society at large, and that also has got its own ripple benefits. So this is just from a one business's standpoint, that if we start looking at this whole notion of sustainability from all aspects, there are tons of work to do. And with Asia becoming a larger and larger manufacturing base, you will find that a lot of sustainability-related issues move to this part of the world. And all of us in corporate world will have to take the ownership for running our business, with the right sustainability principles. So we're doing a bit of that, and I hope that many companies follow suit as well. Thank you. I just thought I'll share this with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganapathy. May I now request Ms. Sindhu Gangadharan, SVP and MD, SAP Labs India, Head, SAP User Enablement. Ms. Gangadharan will be presenting the keynote address for today's event.
Thank you so much, and good morning also from my side. It's indeed an absolute honor to be here amongst all of you dignitaries and all of you here who are practitioners in this space of sustainability and running your organizations and actually spreading the whole topic of sustainability and how can we kind of, Professor, you said, get it faster out there, right? So yeah, I mean, you just you heard different views. There were a lot of inspiring stories around what each one of us is doing and what we can do better. And I think the take that I'd like to make is very similar to what you heard from our Vice Chairperson, Dr. Puneet Ranjan, which is how can technology really help us to accelerate this change that we are all talking about, right? And right here, we are here in India. If you ask me, what is the one thing that India stands out in terms of everything that we are proud of, is definitely the digital prowess, right? And if you just think about the speed at which digitization has engulfed the nation, I truly believe that with the combined power of how this space is evolving in the nation and bringing in technology, there is a lot we can do in terms of accelerating how we can reach our SDGs. Because fundamentally, if you ask me, the only way you can change the status quo in a way that makes sense for businesses to run still profitably but also sustainably is by giving them the transparency, it's by giving them the visibility, it's by giving them opportunity to take those decisions at the point where those decisions need to be taken. Because I don't believe that you look at these metrics and you say, okay, that's something that we do as an afterthought, right? So it's at the core belief of what SAP stands for, and if you just mix it with what the country stands for in terms of digitization and going into the length and breadth of the country and empowering different parts of our society by giving them every access that is needed. I mean, today with the likes of unified payment interface or any of that, you have all of us have the opportunity to open up bank accounts in just then, few minutes, right? So the possibilities are there, and I just want to take a few minutes to also reflect upon what do I mean by technology giving you that visibility to act. Because today, if you look at some of the numbers, 62% of the organizations already say that they have a plan when it comes to running in a sustainable manner. So that's there. But if you look into the details of that, it's only less than half of them who really truly believe that running in a sustainable manner actually reflects in a business imperative for them. And most of them are just doing it because there is a regulatory need that requires them to do it, or there's a compliance ask that they have to fulfill, right? So first of all, I think it's very important to understand there is a business imperative, there is an economic value add in order, that allows us to take this at the core of everything that we do. And if I just take SAP's example of how are we enabling businesses out there to run in a sustainable manner, today we are doing it in two ways, right? One is to be an enabler of this, but also be an exemplar of the change that we talk about. What do I mean by being an enabler? Today, if I just look at sheer numbers, 99 out of the top 100 companies in the world are running on SAP. 97 of the greenest companies in the world are running on SAP. If I just look at India, 50% of India's corporate taxes touches an SAP system. 70% of India's GDP goes through an SAP system. 87% of the world's transactions touches an SAP system. Here in the India context, 8 out of the 10 cars that you see on the roads are manufactured by SAP's customers. I mean, all these are great numbers, but the reason I say this is because we have the possibility, I mean, of course, that's a huge responsibility and trust that these customers place on us, but we have, through technology, the possibility to enable each of these customers to run in a sustainable, intelligent, and in a networked manner. And what that means is, it's not just for us as an enterprise giving us the understanding, hey, what does it mean when it comes to my Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions in terms of how do I work? But it's really about going deep into that value chain where you can understand, hey, all the suppliers that I work with, right, how are they running? How do I pick the right supplier at the right time to make sure that I'm making a decision in a very sustainable manner? Because you can have great targets, but the only way that you can empower everybody to work according to those targets is giving them the visibility, giving them the power to take those actions. And this is exactly what we're doing as being an enabler, is really about enabling what we call as a green line. So just similar to like how businesses look at the top line and the bottom line, what we are doing is we're going into the core of business processes, any process. I mean, we talked about hiring women, right? Total workforce management. Now, if you want to make sure that your target is hiring women from the marginalized parts of the society, how do I bring that transparency? Today, how are we doing? Where are those areas? If I look at my total workforce, right from my workforce in my organization, but also contingent workforce that comes in, and give the power to the end user or a chief head of HR, the decision, hey, the process tells me if I go with this decision, I can have a better target when it comes to employing women from one part of the society, just to give you an example. Or if I just look at a procurement process, how do I go through a strategic procurement process and make sure that I work with the right suppliers who meet my emission targets that I've set out to achieve? And giving that power and empowerment to a chief procurement officer right in the context of her or her business process to take those decisions. So that is what we are enabling with the green line, where we are embedding sustainability metrics right into the core of the business process so that this green line is live as we go through a sourcing or a procurement or a design to operate. I mean, we heard it from Mr. Gopal about how he works with various parts of the supply chain to make sure that he's still running in a sustainable manner. So really going across that value chain to give that visibility. The second piece is we as an exemplar. We don't just build products and give you that visibility, but everything that we stand for and build into our products, we also live it in the way we run. Now today, if I just look at SAP Labs India, we have a beautiful campus in Whitefield. We're very happy to share with you that today we are running in 98% of our operations on our campus run using green energy sources, right? And our new campus is coming up close to Devanahalli near the airport. And right from the beginning, we'll be net zero in our operations. We'll be water positive in our operations. And the reason we are able to run on green energy sources as we speak in our current campus is because we've also leveraged things like solar panels on our rooftops and all of that. So a big percentage of that energy consumption comes right from that. Besides that, if you go into some of the other aspects, it's also where we were one of the first companies here in India to actually produce water from the atmosphere. And we use that for our regular usage of water on our campus. Or if I just look at waste, right? Food waste. We're looking at what we do today is we cook on our campus for our 15,000 employees across locations. Here in Bangalore, we're talking about 12,000 employees. And any of the food waste is converted into manure, which we use for our own campus. But we also give it to our employees to take home and take care of their organic gardens, right? So a lot of that thought process, I just want to say that it's not just about building products to enable our enterprises who work with us to run in a sustainable manner, but it's really about how are we as an exemplar. Or we work in terms of education, right? Digital literacy is a big topic for us. Programs like Code Unnati or work we do with Yuva, you know that. Or if we look at Nanhi Kali, where we are going into the remotest parts of the country to really empower the youth of the country with digital literacy so that they can start businesses of their own, run on their own, create jobs for the others. So being an enabler as well as an exemplar is core to the philosophy in which we run. I can go on and on, but I know I'm the one keeping you away from your tea break, so I won't go into more details, but you'll hear that from the panel as well as we speak. But as I close, what I do want to call out is, at the core of everything we do, I think in this conversation, one thing if we were to take away, it is that each one of us need to put our efforts in making those right decisions. And every decision that we take, or every new strategy that we launch, or every product that we build, we have to make sure that sustainability is at the center of that decision making. And a big part of that decision making and having sustainability at the center can only be accomplished, and we can only accelerate that with the power of technology. So really make technology your friend, embrace it, bring it into the decision making across your organizations. And the second thing which I also want to leave you with is collaboration, right? In today's era, technologies are also changing very fast. If you look at 2023, the biggest thing that hit us was generative AI, as all of you know, which again gives us lots of opportunity for innovation. But the only way that we can rightly bring these innovations to the forefront is if we work in collaboration with each other, with the academia, with the corporates, with the governments, with industry bodies, to really accelerate that change. Because if we put our heads together with the startups, right, that's when the change happens at a pace that we are all expecting it to happen, and to address those very clear demands that you heard from those young, smart children on the screen when we started. With that, I can only wish you a great day ahead, lots of learning, lots of sharing, and brilliant partnerships moving forward. Thank you so much.
Ms. Gangadharan, thank you so much. Now we have Mr. Arun Kumar Singh, who is the President, UN GCNI, and Chairman and CEO, ONGC Group, giving us a video presentation. So, Mr. Arun Kumar Singh.
A very good morning to each one of you. It's with great pleasure and sense of profound responsibility that I welcome you all today as we convene the Regional Convention South under the theme Advancing Sustainable India, Driving Change with Forward Faster 2030. Before delving into the theme, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests, Governing Council members, partners, and all of you who have gathered here today. Your presence adds immeasurable value to this crucial dialogue on sustainability. The theme we have chosen is not just a rallying cry, it is a compass that guides us towards a future where sustainability is not just a choice but a way of life. Advancing Sustainable India, Driving Change with Forward Faster 2030 encapsulates the essence of our shared commitment to accelerate the pace of sustainable development. The southern region holds a pivotal role in larger narrative of India's sustainable future. As a region rich in diversity, culture, and economic activities, the south has the potential to become the beacon of sustainable practices. Our deliberations and actions here will undoubtedly have a ripple effect, influencing the national agenda for sustainable development. As the chairman and CEO of ONGC, I take pride in stating that sustainability is at the core of our business and philosophy. We are committed to not only meeting the energy needs of the nation, but doing so in a manner that is environmentally responsible and socially inclusive. Our association with the United Nations Global Compact Network India is a testament to our commitment to aligning business strategies with global sustainability goals. The juncture is critical for global climate action, offering an opportunity for nations to re-evaluate and strengthen their commitments. The ideal outcome should be a united global response that not only identifies gaps, but also sets forth a roadmap for swift action. The global renewable and energy pledge remained the much talked about in the recent COP28, and the hope is that the commitment made will be adhered across the globe. ONGC has committed to become net zero scope 1 and scope 2 compliant by 2038. Methane emission in upstream to become zero by 2030 and zero flaring, that is non-technical flaring, by 2030. The goals set in Forward Faster 2030 are our guideposts, as I said earlier. They are ambitious, but they are achievable through concerted efforts. Let us keep these goals at the forefront of our discussions and decisions, understanding that each step we take brings us closer to a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous India. In closing, let me express my optimism for the positive outcomes that will emanate from our collective efforts. The Regional Convention South is not just an event, it is a catalyst for change. Together, let's drive change, advance sustainability, and propel India forward faster towards a brighter and more sustainable future. Thank you and wish for a fruitful and impactful convention.
So before we wrap up this session, the esteemed dignitaries on the dais will now launch the Water and Wash White Paper and Compendium. The launch of the Water and Wash White Paper Compendium. We just wait for a couple of seconds for the other speakers to come back on stage. Okay. I also request the partners of the initiative who are present here, representatives from Accenture, SM Segal, JOCL, NTPC, Maitreyi, and the UN GCNI Governing Council members to kindly come on stage for the launch. I also request representatives, the heads of OTPC and BIAL, Sustainability Head. The OTPC MD and BIAL Sustainability Head, I request you also to kindly come on stage. The UN GCNI, in partnership with industry leaders and national and multinational agencies, is actively steering this multi-stakeholder national level initiative on water and wash to promote water stewardship and the water mandate. The Water and Wash is a multi-stakeholder platform supported by the Ministry of Jal Shakti and UNGC's CEO. The water mandate established to promote SDG 6 clean water and sanitation in India. In collaboration with 4 corporate partners, Accenture, Vedanta, Mindtree, and Dr. Reddy's, and 2 knowledge partners, NCML and SM Sehgal Foundation, UNGCNI is committed to promoting water and wash on a national platform and is contributing towards the national and global agenda of water stewardship. So this white paper and compendium was drafted by the UNGCNI and the knowledge partners. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful morning listening to all of you. I mean, what a range of expert opinions. And one thing which I carry from this inaugural session today is that earlier it used to be, yes, we are doing business and we are doing good for the environment or for the society. But I see leaders here who have incorporated the whole philosophy, and that is the whole purpose of this session, Forward Faster. And I'm so glad that all of you spared your time, valuable time, to come here and speak to us and share your experiences, challenges, and successes. And that is the convening role which we want to play across. I thank all the audience from Bangalore, very enthusiastic audience who have come in such large numbers, beyond our expectation. Thank you so much for coming in time so that we could start our session. I thank the hotel and the service providers who have really done hard work throughout the night to make it possible. And I also thank my team, excellent team who's flown down from Delhi. For the last 3 days, they have been working to make this possible. What I would expect from all of you, that you please, in the sessions that are coming, please ask more questions, be interactive, so that we can derive the maximum benefit for the galaxy of experts that we have assembled for this purpose. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I request you to also present tokens of our gratitude to the speakers who've been part of this morning's inaugural session. Mr. Ratnesh is presenting each of the dignitaries on stage with an ocean bottle, which is a B Corp certified bottle brand. With the sale of each of these bottles, 11.4 kg of plastic is collected globally. We are thankful to our Memento partners gifting ideas for partnering with us. And they also have a stall outside, so you may want to visit to learn more about how this bottle has come about. Well, that is a wrap on the morning's inaugural session. Thank you once again to each one of the distinguished members on the dais for having shared their thoughts with us this morning. Thank you. The plenary session will begin in the next couple of minutes, and in the meantime, coffee and tea is being served outside in the lobby. All of you may go pick up your cup and come back, since we're not really taking a break, but we'll begin with the first plenary session. Rwani, Chief Sustainability Officer, TVS Motors. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I call your attention, please? The panelists, Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, Senior Director and Global Head, Administration, ESG, EHS, CSR and DI at Brilio Technologies Private Limited, and Managing Trustee, Brilio Foundation. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Abhishek Ranjan. Mr. Nirbhay Lumde, Director, ESG, GCI Asia Pacific Global Delivery Centers of Excellence. May I request Mr. Lumde to kindly come on stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Mr. Nirbhay Lumde. Mr. Pawan Mulukutla, Executive Program Director, Integrated Transport, Clean Air and Hydrogen, WRI. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please put your hands together as we welcome the speakers for this plenary session. Mr. Sunil Sahasrabuddhe, Head ESG, Corporate, Biocon Limited. My apologies. Ms. Sunila Sahasrabuddhe, Head ESG, Corporate, Biocon Limited. Thank you for being with us, ma'am. Mr. Venkat Garimella, Vice President, Sustainability, Schneider Electric, India Zone. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to the gentlemen on stage for making time to come here and share their thoughts with us. The title is Empowering Sustainability, Uniting for Climate Action.
Thank you, UNGC team. Thank you for inviting us for this specific panel and giving me an opportunity to lead this panel as a moderator. I have distinguished panelists here coming with vast experience of the field, which is right from consultancy to organizations who are stalwart in terms of bringing change, research, and also some of the activities which are happening. It's visible, and we will talk about it in detail, how this is getting practically implemented on ground. But before that, there is a humor which we need to take into account, and that's something which is very important. Can anyone see this picture? Can you recognize from where this picture is? Looks good, scenic view. You would want to spend some time here. How many of you would like to spend some time here? Please raise your hand. When we talk about sustainability, this is something which we call it a destination where you would want to take retirement and settle down, right? So this is exactly what a conversation happened today in between one of my friend, and we were talking about it. And the moment I saw this picture, I said, wow, this place looks so beautiful. Where is this? So my friend said, do you know Trivandrum? I said, yes, I know Trivandrum. My friend said, this is a small village 13 kilometers away from Trivandrum. It is called Nedumangad. Have you heard of it? I said, no. Okay, fine. But there is next to it, there is a village called Chikkupeti. I said, I also don't know what is Chikkupeti, where it is, I don't know. They said, oh, okay, never mind. I also never heard of it, but when I visited recently, I took this picture. I said, what's special in this? Well, if you walk down the road in Chikkupeti, you will find a Gopala Pillai Parotha shop. And in that paratha shop, this is the scenery which is there in that paratha shop. And I took the picture of it. So the humor is that if we want that specific reality in our life, we have to work in that dimension to make every single place where we live equivalent to that. And that can happen only when we accelerate the pace and the scale of anything and everything we do in terms of climate adaptation, mitigation, and the measure in your personal capacity as well as a collective capacity. We call it collaboration, use of technology, innovation in the dimension of bringing the change around us. So ladies and gentlemen, we will start our conversation with a question answer round, and I have questions with my panelists. We will first start with Mr. Venkat, Mr. Garimala, and the question for you is, we all know that the current climate change is impacting the world. We are already observing that temperature rise has reached to 1.1 degrees Celsius. People are talking about 1.5, shortly we will cross. And in some point of time, there is no surprise if we cross 1.5 degree also. But it's never too late if we start working in that direction. how your business is ramping up their effort to meet and exceed the climate commitment by 2030 to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees scenario.
All right. So first of all, good morning, everyone. I'm very, very pleased to be here and on such a pertinent topic that we have come together to discuss, collaborate, and learn. And Thakurji, thanks for this question. Yes, we are living at an inflection point in the world. 1.5 degree conversations, we know about it. Emissions, we know about it. And recently concluded COP28, we heard more and more insights about it. The urgency is very well established. Just to put some numbers in perspective, we have the carbon budget of only 250 gigatons. That's about it, right? And perhaps the way we are emitting our emissions, we will exhaust this carbon budget in maybe 6-7 years, max. So there is a huge amount of urgency that is required for all of us. And I come from a company called Schneider Electric. We are a tech company making products and solutions for enabling efficiency and sustainability. So what do we do? Clearly, our long-term goal is cut out. We want to be a net zero company by 2050. When I say net zero, the entire value chain, upstream supply chain, operations, and downstream supply chain, everything put together, we want to be net zero in our emissions by 2050, and we are already starting to see how we can advance this. The time has come for everyone to revisit their ambitions of net zero, etc., to advance it, because the urgency is very well clearly felt. 2050 is far. Now, what we have done is, basis this 2050 goal, which, as I said, we'll be advancing it, we have 2040, 2030, and 2025 goals. I will talk about 2025 goals. The entire corporation of ours, we are in 100+ countries, 135,000 employees worldwide, more than 200 manufacturing sites worldwide. What we have done is, we have, at an enterprise level, created our ESG strategy, which is from 2021 base for 2025 results that we want to achieve. There are all the areas of ESG, and there are very, very clearly articulated 11 KPIs, baseline, target for 2025, every quarter where we are. So this is what has been put in place, and interestingly, significant population of our company salary and bonus is connected to the achievements of these 11 ESG KPIs. Just to talk one or two KPIs around the environmental aspect, we have a very, very interesting KPI of making our sites zero CO2 site. Now, what is zero CO2 site? A site, it could be a manufacturing site, it could be a office site, whatever site it is. Zero CO2 means we have to have no fossil fuel usage in that site. Electricity should be 100% renewable, no CO2 offsets, no offsets at all. And there has to be the entire digital architecture in place to manage the energy system. This is what internally we call as zero CO2 site. So we have a plan to make 150 sites, zero CO2 sites by 2025. That's one. And we are also now moving ahead in our, let's say, supply chain to work with our suppliers. We have identified globally 1,000 suppliers, and we want to reduce the emissions of our suppliers by 50% to begin with by 2025. We own the overall evolution of emissions for our suppliers. It is our responsibility. We handhold them, and we work with them, and we see that we collectively achieve. So this is a bit on the emission side. If I take a minute further to talk about the other elements of, let's say, social and equity, there has been a big priority on inclusion and diversity in our organization. And at an operating level, all of us have this particular goal, 50, 40, 30. What does that mean? 50% intake should be women, 40% women should be in the frontline management, and 30% in the leadership. So this is what we have kind of made it very, very clear. Not an easy journey, a lot of transformation, a lot of paradigm shift, mind shift. all of them really play out. And the other thing is, and we are in particularly very happy about this, is the gender pay parity. Gender pay parity is indeed a big topic. When I say gender pay parity, the pay a woman gets versus a man gets for doing the same job. So there is a big disparity in gender pay today worldwide. As per some statistics, the rate at which gender pay parity is being addressed today, it'll take more than 250 years to really eliminate the gender pay parity. So a lot to be done. So we are very happy that in India, our gender pay parity is less than 1%. There is no difference between pay for a man or a woman in a particular role. So this is a achievement that we recently achieved in India for about 38,000 employees. So yeah, these are some of those areas, and then there is also the other area of energy equity. You know, energy is so important for our lives, but as we speak, we still have 750 million worldwide people who don't have access to energy, right? And by the way, we have more people lacking the access of energy than the number of people living in poverty in the world. So we do quite a bit about how do we provide energy access to this set of people. I'll not go into all details, but just to make it very, very clear, 11 KPIs covering the ESG mandate, and we are on it. Every employee of the company is committed to it, and we measure it as we measure any other financial metrics, and the same when we disclose it to the external world. So that's our commitment, Thakurji. I hope I answered, and really looking forward to go deeper into these things in the following conversations.
Truly inclusive. I think I have a strong belief that when you have a goal, if you can't measure, you can't improve. And looking at how holistically you dovetail that in your strategy and make it as a part of the business plan, I'm sure it's going to accelerate thing. And type of a work which you do is not only for yourself, but also your partner company is going to add some value. Thank you. We will continue with the climate change aspect and look at some of the glaring facts, as we know that glaciers are melting and part of certain icebergs which is about to kiss the mainland. And we know what can be the impact once the floods will come because of that sea level rise which is happening in the coastal cities. And the erratic rainfall, because just 3 days back I was in one of the plenary session, and Mr. Mohapatra, who is the head of the Indian Meteorological Department, he indicated that 1 degree rise in India is going to increase 7% humidity in the air, which can result into very, very different rainfall pattern. And he also indicated that northeastern belt of India, which used to be we call it a Cherrapunji is the place, you will see the surprising fact is the amount of rainfall is reducing there. And the places like Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, suddenly there is a flash flood. So Sunilaji, what exactly is a priority area for you when it comes to the climate change for the organization like you, who is leading the path, and in last couple of years we have seen during the pandemic time, Biocon took a lead in terms of giving medicines, and we believe that good health can't wait. How your organization is taking leapfrog in the direction of climate change aspect?
A very warm good morning to all of you. I am very privileged to be representing Biocon today here in this great gathering of August members. All of us are like-minded. We are all, ESG embedded into our mindset. I think Biocon is almost a 4 decades old organization. And as I may say, our managing director and the chairperson, she herself actually is very passionate about ESG. And when I say so, she always is, our torchbearer, and she guides us very well when it comes to taking any initiatives for ESG, and especially when it comes to climate change. I think we all have realized it. And during COVID period, I guess even the layman who has no education per se, started talking about it. So I think that's the beauty of this. When I was a student, I used to learn this as a subject. But now we are all living in the world where, all of us are actually experiencing it. So I think that's where, Biocon also realized that being a pharmaceutical company, it's not very easy to, transition and, be 100% energy efficient company. But yes, our climate change strategy is, of course, in place, and our major focus areas is transition to more renewable energy. And when I say that, I'm very happy to share that in Bangalore, we already have more than 70% of renewable energy on which our plants are operating right now. And here I would just like to request if, other states as well, like how Karnataka is helping industry sector for the renewable energy. I think even Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, if they come forward with the positive policies for renewable, I think we'll be able to accelerate and replicate our success story in the other states where we operate. And next is green chemistry. Of course, when it comes to pharmaceutical company, I think selection of the right molecule, doing a research, and actually selecting the optimum, raw material. I think that's again very important, where we have a very robust research and development team all across our group companies, and they are doing an excellent job, when it comes to research on selection of right molecule with optimum raw material utilization. I think this is one area where Biocon is actually doing an excellent work. Next is on the water management. I'm very happy to share already our Bangalore plants are zero liquid discharge. And we have adopted a technology where the treated wastewater, the final outcome is actually being utilized in our boilers. So I think this is the kind of, within the, I think the previous speaker spoke about it, collaboration within the organization and interdisciplinary, goal setting is equally important. So I think it's high time all of us should stop working in silos and, come and work collaboratively so that we can achieve such success stories. Next is, of course, digitalization. Biocon is actually leading its way. We are looking at a lot of digitalization when it comes to our R&D, when it comes to our supply chain. And, of course, we are also looking forward to, green fuel. So I'm happy to share in Bangalore, we have installed a briquette-based biomass, boiler plant, which is actually helping us in getting the steam. And I think this is where, all of us have to take step forward, where agriculture waste, which previously nobody used to look at, now is doing wonders and is acting as a fuel for, your boilers. So I think this is, in short, I just wanted to share Biocon's journey on climate change, and we have a lot to do. I think we are looking forward to replicating the same in all our other operations, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Its contribution of healthcare industry in a current context, we remember that the last zoonotic disease which we experienced was 1920, and the recent one in 2020. So in this period of 100 years, we all tested that specific, impact in all aspects, in family, friends, and at workplace. And we never know when the next zoonotic disease will hit us, because rate at which the glaciers are melting, the bacteria and viruses are getting exposed, the way we are dealing with things, the chemical is getting exposed in the inland, and also the microplastic which is getting into the ocean. I'm sure healthcare industry is going to play a pivotal role. And I still remember in one of the conferences when I heard Dr. Shaw, the founder of Biocon, talking about green chemistry. And that was enlightening experience, that a manufacturing of the drug can be also produced with the alternative route of synthesis, which can be greener, cleaner, and downstream impact could be lesser, so that antimicrobial drug resistance can be avoided in long run. So thank you very much. Thank you for taking a lead in this aspect. Moving to the next, and I have a very specific question, which is again towards the climate change, and we are talking about certain impacts which are not only impacting individual organization, but also the entire economy in terms of the GDP, the way it is getting impacted. Is there any impact of climate change you have observed around your organization, or your organization is adding some value into it in the climate change and the resilience around limiting that impact up to 1.5 degree scenario?
Thank you, Thakurji. I think it's wonderful to see the audience here, and the morning session was really enriching for sure. I think I really applaud IIT Madras to come with an School of Science, Sustainable Sciences. I think that's really great. Adding on to Thakurji, I represent a company called CGI. CGI is one of the largest IT management consultant firm, with a presence of about 100 countries with 1 lakh professionals. For us, CSR and ESG are part of the core value, and we take it extremely seriously. It's not just about having a sustainability division within an organization, but looking at how do we really enrich our own operations in terms of being green, but larger extent, how do we really solve the larger problems? And also, it's very important to note that we need to create the shared value for the society that we are part of it for sure. So I'll take the journey over maybe 3 different parameters. When I look at the larger part of climate, I'll also look at E, S, and G as well. Maybe governance not so much, but more around the environment, and then follow it up with social. We are signatory to the UN Global Compact, being net zero by 2030. We are very, very proud to share that we are 65% lesser in terms of the emissions today in comparison to 2019 target at the benchmark. And we are also extremely careful in terms of our own operations. When you look at, we are about 80% renewable energy. All our offices are powered with renewable energy at 80%. In fact, when I talk about renewable energy, we are also extremely careful about how do we really look at the engagement, not only in terms of the energy part of it, the buildings, but we also look into how do we really look at individuals making a contribution for sure. We do have Agile DX as a solution that we offer in terms of global solution for the corporations to look at the solutions and manage their emissions. While we do something that for the clients, we do have a program called ESG 101, which is an essential and an intermediary course, which is a mandatory course for all the professionals at CGI. And today, proud to share that about 60% of our employees go through it as a mandatory learning course. What does really add value here? It adds 2 values. One, for sure, as an individual who is much more responsible, for sure. Second, we're also looking at it as a business opportunity for us too. How do we add value in terms of business as a solution? So when you look at green IT, green energy, we also take care of in terms of how do we look at our waste and water. Today, given an IT company, the waste is not so much, but however we take care of the e-waste extremely careful. We look at our operations, how do we really optimize the resources beyond the typical life cycle, and see how do we really refurbish some of those and make use of it. While we have the e-waste, we also look at water. Today, what we do is the amount of water that we consume for the operations, we also ensure that at least 10 times the water is given back through our community initiatives. When I speak some of these engagements, we do have certain solutions that we look into it. Today's CJ has a solution to look at ships and whales anti-collision technology that's established and which helps really conservation of whales today. We also have solutions in terms of looking at seagrass technology. How do we really monitor the seagrass in terms of having sea coast kept maintained and it's taken care. So we do build technology solutions around that. And today when I talk about internal, we are 40% ISO 14001, all our premises are being certified in terms of that. We also is looking at how do we really look at solutions beyond our premises. Today, while we look at some of the engagements internal, I'll move to the social. We work extremely careful and also on a large scale with respect to, today you hear about tech for good. We call it something called tech for climate. We work very closely with the climate change. We promote organic farming on a big scale. We work with tribal women. And also, given that the tribal communities still live on wood for cooking, we do work on the ICS, the improved cook stoves. So when I look at the 2030 journey, we are on those lines. We are working towards technology solutions that really solve not only the local problems, but problems at the global scale. And of course, while we work with corporations and clients, we're also keeping an eye on how do we really look at our own employees and solving larger problems. So that's an overall story of what CGI does with respect to technology. And we are very, very confident that by 2030, if not 2028, by 2030, we should be net neutral for sure.
Wonderful, very nice. I heard somewhere when I was talking to one of the professors at Cranfield University almost a year ago, the head of sustainability department had said that if you want to bring the change at a scale and a pace, which is going to transition the world towards the green world, then we need to work on 3 things: people, process, and technology. And I think you touched upon 2 things very well, which is technology and also sensitizing people. Very well done. I think we all know that sustainability is no more a boardroom agenda. This white elephant is there outside in the field and dancing at its own tune. And if you want that elephant to dance at your own tune, then you need to align everybody around that elephant to make sure that they talk about sustainability, they live around that sustainability, breathe and execute things. So kudos to your effort and the team who's working towards sensitizing people to make them sustainability ambassador of change in the organization around the society. Thank you. Now we'll move to Mr. Pawan, and my question is straight again towards climate change, the way things are happening around the globe, and the impact which is getting witnessed at India level. How you, your team, and an organization is looking at this climate change and leveraging this in terms of thinking differently to limit the impact within 1.5 degree scenario.
Yeah, thank you, Thakur. Good morning, everyone. WRI is a research organization. We work at the intersection of making cities livable and low carbon economy pathway. We partner with multiple stakeholders, including national ministries and subnational governments. Just to give you some context, we are talking about any guess in terms of how much percentage of sustainable development goals we have met so far as One Earth? Sorry? Not zero. We wouldn't be here then talking about it. So close to 12% is what we have met so far of these SDGs. And really to get on track for 2030, I'm going to throw some statistics. We need to reduce the annual rate of deforestation by 4 times faster. We need to increase the coverage of rapid transit, which is public transportation, by 6 times faster. We need to phase out fossil fuels in electricity generation by 7 times faster. Lower consumption of meat in high consuming regions by 8 times faster, decarbonize cement production by 10 times faster, and raise the investment ratio of low carbon to fossil fuel energy by 10 times faster. So clearly the task ahead is a lot more for us. So I'm going to just give a global perspective and talk about what India is doing, because closely we are working on the policy level front with different ministries. India has set its nationally determined contributions, which are known as NDCs, to reduce 45% emission intensity of GDP by 2030 and 50% non-fossil fuel-based capacity by 2030, along with net zero goal of 2070. I think this has been declared. Good news, we have already met our NDCs 11 years ahead of what we committed to. Now, in terms of policies itself, sector-wise, what is happening? India is the 5th largest solar market, the 4th largest wind market, and in terms of policies, I'll come to just give you some highlights of what's happening. Earlier this year, we launched the National Green Hydrogen Mission, which talks about hydrogen production going green and achieving 5 metric million ton per annum by 2030, which will be used in steel, in refineries, in fertilizer industries, in transportation, in shipping. So clearly we have set an ambitious target of doing that. On the transportation side, looking at electrification, we are party to achieving 30% electrification by 2030, and we have announced one of the most ambitious programs through FAME 1 and FAME 2, which has talked about investment to the tune of more than $2 billion. Just to throw some stats again, we have more than 1 million two-wheelers which are electric operating in India, 1 million three-wheelers which are operating in India, more than 100,000 cars, and we have close to more than 5,500 electric buses that are operating. The Government of India also has launched a platform called eFast, which is an industry-led collaborative platform anchored by Niti Aayog, which talks about decarbonizing the freight sector, because that contributes big time to the emission itself. So, and of course, we all know our renewable energy targets. We have set an ambitious target of 500 gigawatt by 2030, and we are really targeting towards that. And in terms of reviving the manufacturing, which is going towards, again, green development, we are talking about, the production-linked incentive schemes across multiple sectors that have been launched earlier, whether it was in battery manufacturing, whether it is in green hydrogen production. India has been actually leading this effort at the forefront. To wrap up, this whole year has been very interesting. Through its G20 presidency, I think we have really pushed for a new paradigm, which is the Green Development Pact or Green Development Pathway, which talks about that we really need to address climate also with economic development, given what India's stand is in terms of how we really need to ensure we are able to create green jobs as well. So I think a lot of effort is going on, but for a country like us, there needs to be much more that has to be done, right? I can also touch upon the agricultural sector, the reforestation. There's been so much that has been happening. It's not just at the national government, but I think we also heard from industry leaders on how they are really driving this change, but also from cities and subnational government at the state level that is also driving this change. So a big foundation for this is 2-3 things, right? One is collaborations, one is partnerships at different levels, and how do we really move towards climate finance. I think, and we have also raised our voices. I was also at COP28 last week, that there needs to be a lot more towards climate finance that has to be done by countries that have polluted for the last 150 years through their industrialization. So there is a lot more that India has become the voice for global South when we are talking about how this transition has to happen, right? Because it has to be just transition, it has to be an equitable transition, it has to be an inclusive transition. So I think India is playing that role, leadership by 2-3 things, right? It's demonstrating what can be done, it is investing locally the funding, and it is also becoming a voice for Global South to really say how this transition really needs to happen at the global level. And one last thing, I think we've also set examples like our electric bus mission, where we are talking about 50,000 electric buses in the next 4 or 5 years, is a great example where many countries are learning how to do it. And for the first time, we have changed the whole business model by aggregating the demand across multiple cities coming together and floating a common tender by standardizing specifications and getting this. And then we have also launched converting it into a new business model of lease. We are also providing, the government is providing the viability gap funding and payment security. So we are talking at targets, we are running schemes, and we are demonstrating how things need to get it done. So I think we are very extremely well positioned, but a lot more to be achieved in the next decade. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think, as I said in the beginning, people, process, and technology, WRI's role is very, very clearly evident that the way you do research and bring the facts at the surface, it's actually helping us devising the right process around fixing things. So kudos to you and the support which you are extending to not only organizations who look at you, but also the entire advisory team at national as well as state level to devise the right policy around it. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to Mr. Abhishek, and Brilio is a company which is very radical, innovative. I heard you in past also. How would you want to indicate your effort and the activities which you do is relevant in the space of accelerating your pace towards climate change mitigation and reaching up to the goal of 1.5 degree scenario?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. Probably I'm representing the most youngest company out here. We are just 9 years old, but probably completing 10 years next year. I think it has been the same journey that our whole sustainability has gone, right, in the last 10 years. And you talked about the people, process, technology. I remember when I was with some large tech companies before this, the quality was a big topic of conversation everywhere. With the customer, things like ISO, CMMI, all of them. I think today, what quality was a decade back is what ESG is today. So ESG is the new quality, I would say, a differentiator, which we all have to embrace, and we have embraced it long back. Let me start with the first thing is the people. ESG on sustainability or climate change is a more culture for us. When we started this company together, we looked at, when should we start ESG, sustainability, CSR, whatever we call, and we started very, very first year of our operation. And that's how I transitioned into this role. And I'm so happy to tell you that ESG is not something I drive here sitting on the dais and probably giving a lot of talks, but the people on the ground who delivers it, right? I have the legal head, the procurement head, the facilities, CSR, diversity, All of them drives it. And I'm so happy to tell you that each one of them are present in this room. That's the collective leadership we talk about, not only from the top, but also across the practice. And I just want to acknowledge everybody from Brilio, from different departments who will come here. Can you raise us so that we know that we are one team? Just rise out on your seat. Can you all stand up for a minute? Yeah, so all of them from different departments, and these are the guys who make the ESG run at Brilio. Thank you for coming. Now, we talked about the people that, who drives things. Let me tell you, most of our leadership, including the chairman, to the CEO and everybody, has a KPI around ESG. It's not something that, we push this agenda, but this is a part of our culture, as I said right from the beginning. This helps us to drive the whole scenario, right? I can go on numbers, but numbers really doesn't matter because we only hear numbers, right? We have 3 million NGOs, and if you divide the number of population, I think we can easily solve everything, right? But the numbers really doesn't add up to what we really want to do. I think the intent and the will, how you build it as a culture. While we also committed to be a carbon net zero by 2038, we are already 90% of our operations is neutral. But I think what is really differentiating is the 4 things what we really believe in. Like sustainability is something it's a part of everything you do at your company, right? It's not just about the way we define sustainability, sometimes only related to environment. The second important pillar for us is that impact. I was reading an article last week at WSG. There has been a decline of ESG investment in the world, a tune of $14 to $16 billion. Why is that happening? While everybody is saying that ESG is the key because impact is not been seen by those investors. So I think we will see that the ESG is also a driving force to get or make or break your deals or businesses in the future. It has come to at that level of conversation. So I think it's very important for us to measure every single impact and communicate to all the stakeholders. The third piece, what we really believe is that ESG is a very entrepreneurial in nature. It's a very dynamic. It's evolving every month, every probably week, right? So it's important that all our stakeholders, right from our clients to our investors, everybody believes that we are really do entrepreneurial route in terms of achieving our ESG goals. And that's how we build this culture in the company. And the last piece, I would say the technology. I think pretty much aligned to what you said, the people process technology. Not only we do ESG for us, but we also do a lot of ESG for our customers. We are in the part of the Everest Peak Metrics in terms of the top ESG consultants in the world from the technology solutions perspective. And I'm so proud that not only this customer, many of our customers, participate in our program. We have at least 5 of our key customers today are partners in ESG program. Not that we are earning revenue through the ESG route, but we are just partnering on various things. One of our key investor, which is a Bain Capital, is basically a guide for us. There's a torch just showing us the path in terms of how do we achieve ESG. So I think that is how we have built this whole ecosystem, and that's how we look at in the future to kind of continue the ESG momentum and probably do much better than what we are doing today.
Thank you. I think entrepreneurial mindset and collaboration is the key, and specifically SDG 17 talks about that with partnership we can accelerate the journey with right partner, right startups have to come and also evolve and give us a new perspective. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as a moderator, my job is to also play a role of devil's advocate. Though there is a lot of action which you have heard, many of them talked about it in the beginning also, but we have to also look at facts. And there are some glaring facts which I would like to reiterate so that if you want to take a note of it, it would be your starting point to make your contribution in this journey of climate change, adaptation, and resilience. The fact starts with impact of heat, and I'm giving you the facts related to only India, so that we know where we reside. We need to make or take an action so that we have our 1 cent in the direction or be the cog in the wheel. Because of the heat, the number of people in India who died from heat-related illness standalone in 2023 is established to be, or estimated to be, 1,500. And this number will go up. Heat waves, India experienced its hottest March ever in 2023. The temperature exceeded 45 degrees for more than 15 days. Drought, similarly, at the same time, in 2023, nearly 40% of India land faced moderate to severe drought condition at 18 different states. Floods. In 2022 and 2023, monsoon and erratic floods affected over 20 million people and caused an estimation 10 billion rupees in economic loss, which is registered, it is on documents. India aims to achieve 50% of the electricity generation from renewable sources by 2030, which can potentially mitigate some of these climate impact by transitioning from, we call it black, gray to green fuel, or getting a green energy. But it is also important to know, because of the climate impact, there is also a basic impact on the agriculture from where we get our food. There is a yield loss. Studies suggest that climate change could cause 4.5 to 9% drop in the yield in short run, which is from now till 2030, and 25% impact till 2040. Soil degradation is at a peak, which means the increased drought and floods impacted the erosion of the soil, the nutrients are depleting, and at the same time, it is going to impact the crop productivity by 20% by 2030. Climate change impacted 25 million people because of all these events, and there is a loss either in their temporary jobs or they were completely displaced because of the impact of the storms and also the flash floods which are happening around us. Direct losses, extreme weather events like floods, droughts already caused annual loss of GDP, which is 0.25%, and you can estimate if we are aspiring to be a 5 trillion or 10 trillion country, then how much impact this 0.25% will cause at our top line of the GDP. By looking at all these aspects, when we have already seen the mixed bag impact of COP28, what is next where we have to get into, and what would be our action keeping in that mind? I'll go in a rapid fire mode, and I will again start with Mr. Bankert. And my question to you is, what innovation, solution, and technologies are available inside your organization to accelerate the demand side of the transition in energy system?
Sure. Indeed, very frightening statistics by you and Pawan. Technology is going to be a big enabler for all of us to do something good about the way we are living, working, etc. So just since it is rapid fire, not taking much of time, just a question to all of you. What do you think is the cheapest, cleanest, and abundantly available source of energy? Okay, I got my answer. Actually, what I was looking for is this. If you look at the energy system, by the way, if you talk about emissions, energy systems are super critical for this conversation. Just to give you some stats, we all love numbers, as you see here. Close to about 70%, 36 billion tons of CO2 equivalent emissions are occurring on account of energy that we consume in our homes, buildings, offices, manufacturing sites, and on the road. So energy ecosystems are going to be super critical for us to decarbonize. Right? Now, if you go a little deeper, next step, energy systems, there are two sides to the energy system. One is the supply side, one is the demand side. All the answers that I got about solar, wind, hydrogen, I don't know, there are so many other technologies evolving, they are all on the supply side. I don't want to talk about that, right? On demand side, there is a huge opportunity. In fact, the answer to my question, the cheapest, abundant, and cleanest form of energy is energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is going to be a big, big enabler for all of us to decarbonize, for all of us to have a much more sustainable and resilient infrastructure. And all of us have to play a role in this. Buildings and industries, they are responsible for about 70% of emissions. So the action has to be here. And today, as we speak, energy efficiency can be a big, big game changer. We didn't discuss so far, but if you see in G20 as well as in COP28, we all promised, all the entire nations and everyone came together to double our efforts on energy efficiency. And I think that is what I want to bring it on to everyone in this room. Look at this way. I'm going to the technology part in a minute. Look at this way. Energy, first of all, is invisible. Energy efficiency is the absence of invisible. That becomes complicated. And hence, the digital technology, which we saw in the earlier session also, Sindhu was talking about it. Digital technology is going to really, really transform this entire energy sector. If I talk about, and by the way, my sustainability and decarbonization approach is always to make it personal. Lot of gyan, lot of discussions, lot of debates, lot of intellectualization, but let's make it personal. If you see the home, if you see your home and the energy that you consume in your home, by the way, how many of you have seen the latest electricity bill of yours? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah, very happy to see so many hands. Now the question is, this electricity bill of yours doesn't show anything beyond number of units that you have consumed. That's about it. However, what if you have an electricity bill which tells you which day you consumed what, which time of the day, which appliances consumed what, and by the way, in the neighboring areas, people using these appliances, the average consumption is so and so, so yours is above that, yours is below that. How much great insights you will get to manage and monitor your energy. And this will change your behavior, which will give you the options to really pick and choose the more energy efficient appliances. You know, we love this labeling program of our government, and it is very, very successful. But how many of you are really benefiting from this? When you say a 5-star label, whatever, appliance, how much of energy it is kind of reducing over a period of time? We have no assessment, we have no judgment about it. So this is what infusing digital technology in the entire energy system will really, really make a big change. This is the example of I gave for your homes, but this is exactly what going to play out in your buildings, in your manufacturing sites, etc., etc. Having energy efficiency appliance is not good enough. If you kind of loop it together with digital technology, with sensors, with data, big data analytics, you throw in your AI, machine learning, and you go all the way to make a digital twin, that's where you unleash the real potential of energy efficiency. And as per statistics, if we double energy efficiency efforts from now to 2030, we will save 11 billion tons of CO2 emissions, and perhaps we'll also save close to about 190 exajoules of energy demand. By the way, to give you a context, 190 exajoules of energy demand is almost 4.5 times the energy consumption of this country in a year. So that is the potential of energy efficiency. So ladies and gentlemen, please embrace energy efficiency, and it should start from you, it should start from your homes, and then you see the multiplier effect.
Wonderful. This is something very important, and I'll tell you, today morning itself, I have reduced the freezer temperature to -5 from -15. And also, before start the session, I asked them to increase the room temperature by 2 degrees. So we need more such steward. I hope you must have felt cold, right? So these are some of the effort. If you feel cold, please raise your voice and say, increase the temperature. Yeah? Wonderful, very nice. So let's move to Sunila ji, and a question for you is, scope 1 and 2 is getting a wide attention. Everybody is talking about, and everyone is trying to grab this and also make sure it gets neutralized. Scope 3 is very important, and world is moving towards scope 4, avoidable. Scope 3, for some organization, 90% of the scope 3 is sitting in the supply chain.
Yeah.
And these supply chain, it's like an upstream or a downstream, are small and medium scale industries. They don't know about anything what they need to do in climate change. Especially like pharma, 90% of your footprint sits there. Yes. What effort you are making in that direction to ensure you support the value chain at upstream and downstream to create the same impact what you have created in-house for scope 1 and 2?
Yeah, so I think scope 3 always give jitters to all the corporates because see scope 1 and 2 we can still talk about because somewhere we still have a certain control. But when it comes to scope 3, I think your stakeholders who are not directly involved in the process, take the focus light. And when I say the small and medium, enterprises that are directly or indirectly involved in any business, I think the best thing is to get them engaged from the beginning itself. So right from selection of the right supplier, I think it plays a very important role. And at Biocon, we are going a step forward where we will be encouraging all our suppliers, and we have started engagement with them because very soon we are going ahead with our SBTI targets. And for the same, we definitely, wanted a clear calculation of our scope 3 where we have almost 15 categories. And as you all know, Biocon has, presence all across the globe. Right from the raw material coming into our finished products going out, from India, we have a very large, chunk of the emissions that plays a very important role. We are actually conducting sessions for awareness of all these supply chain members. And as you know, like India, we are still, trying to learn from each other. But when it comes to other countries, I think it is very important to influence when it comes to the scope 3 emissions and the calculations. We are conducting sessions and we are trying to influence them. I think that is a very important word. How the corporates are actually acting as influencers in the business is again very important. So when you say, I will take your product only if you are, trying to help me meeting my emission targets, I think that is the biggest influence which is created to the supply chain. And when we do so, we actually try to conduct sessions. We communicate our policies very clearly. And at Biocon, we have a supplier code of conduct, which actually is very robust. And I think after the session, I'll encourage each one of you to go through the policy because it actually talks about almost everything that comes under the umbrella of ESG, which includes commitment to human rights, the environment, health and safety, business ethics, and of course, the development of diverse and sustainable supply chain. And when I talk of labor and human rights, I think we are also encouraging all our suppliers not to have any child labor. I think that is again equally important. And of course, when it comes to the compliances part, we are also encouraging all our suppliers to be followers of their law of land. I think that's again very, very important. We do have the regulations in place, but we notice that the small and medium enterprises do find it very difficult. And I think we should, as the main owner or the influencer in the business, I think it's our responsibility to help them understand and get them involved in the journey of sustainability. I think that is very, very important. And we have started influencing them, and I hope by the next 4 to 5 years, we'll be able to influence maximum supply chain people in our business. Thank you.
Wonderful, very nice. We have 3 more questions, but there is already indication and they waved that it's done, otherwise they will not call me next time. So 3 of you decide who would like to take up a question. So last question and then we will move forward and wrap up this session. Nirbhay, Pawan.
I can go quickly, a minute I can take.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Nirbhay. What role can educational institution and research organization play in promoting awareness and knowledge about climate action and sustainability? Now let's talk about value chain.
So I think it's very important to note that climate action is all about behavioral change. I think somewhere we really missed that. We build processes, but we don't look at how do we really influence the change. Today we work with school children. We have a program called Eco Charms, which is a e-module that we take to schools and run it. Second, we felt the change should begin within oneself, and we have this ESG 101, which is mandatory for our employees to begin with. I think it's all about behavioral change. You've got technology, you've got process outside there for sure. I think somewhere you have to begin the behavioral change right now with the individuals, and the change certainly will happen. I'll keep it here.
Which means that you're seeding that thought process at early childhood stage. And I think I remember Green Yoddha program from your side, Mr. Venkatesh also talks about the same thing. And everyone is echoing that it's very important that we have to nurture this thought process at early stage and make them the change ambassadors for the future. So great, thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the great speakers here. So with this, we will conclude this session here. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Once again, a big round of applause to all the dignitaries on stage for sharing their thoughts with all of us. May I now request the moderator, Mr. Thakur Peherwani, Chief Sustainability Officer, TVS Motors, to kindly present tokens of our gratitude to all the members here. Thank you once again. For the photograph? Oh, yeah. Sir, just a moment, please. May I request Ms. Cynthia McCaffrey to kindly present a token of our appreciation to the moderator, to Mr. Thakur Peherwani. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we thank the moderator. We'll begin the next session in just a couple of minutes. That is the plenary session 2 for this morning. So, Water and Wash Best Practices Challenge 2022 was held, and the first 3 winners are presenting their papers today. To begin with, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Chowdhury, CSR Manager, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite the speakers onto the stage. That's Mr. Siddharth Chowdhury, CSR Manager, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. Manoj Agrawal, General Manager, Ambuja Cement. He will be presenting his talk online, video presentation. And Mr. Shankar Pariketi, Deputy Manager, NTPC Ratnagiri. Mr. Shankar Pariketi, Deputy Manager, NTPC Ratnagiri. Mr. Rajul Mehrotra, Director, Growth and Strategy, Growth Markets Accenture. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ramakrishna Mukavali, Managing Director, Maitri Aquatech. Mr. Rishi Chawla, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Carlsberg Group and Member, Governing Council, UN GCNI. Mr. Salahuddin Saifi, Director, Water Management, SM Sehgal Foundation. Ms. Kezia Gerosano, Chief Executive Officer, Dolakia Foundation. Please take your seats. Thank you. So the first presentation is on Science Serving Society, implementing eco-friendly HDC technology at the historic Bindusagar Lake, which belongs to the 7th century AD, near Lingaraj Temple. The paper will be presented by Mr. Siddharth Chowdhury, CSR Manager, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. And this paper was the second runner-up in the Water and Wash Best Practices Challenge of 2022. So, Mr. Siddharth Chowdhury.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Dignitaries of the dais, all the senior officials from different organizations, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Siddharth Chowdhury. I am Manager CSR from Indian Oil Corporation Limited. So, Indian Oil, as you know, is the largest oil and gas organization in this country. So, we also do a lot of CSR work pan-India. So, I have this honor to present one of the CSR projects that we implemented in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, that is the cleaning of Bindusagar Lake. The project is titled Science for Society, which is a deployment of hydrodynamic cavitation technology. So just to give you a brief about the Bindusagar Lake, it has a mythological background. It has been told that this lake was created by Lord Shiva for his wife Ma Parvati, and he created this lake by collecting water resources from across the universe. So in fact, the word Bindusagar itself means creating an ocean from the water droplets. It is situated north to the very famous Lingaraj temple in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. So as you know, it has a mythological background. So thousands of devotees from across the country or across the world come up here, visit this lake, visit the temple, and they follow various kind of rituals over there. The lake is spanning over the area of 22 acres, around 2 lakh kiloliters of waters. And due to these rituals, the lake has really become very polluted. The water quality has really degraded. Smelly, unclear water, polluted water was there. So to enhance the water quality and to ensure the hygienic condition around this lake, Indian Oil deployed this project, the CSR project, and they deployed the HDC technology in collaboration with Institute of Chemical Technologies and the government of Odisha, OBCC, which is Odisha Bridge Construction Corporation. So these three agencies come together. The technology was deployed by Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. I am not an expert of hydrodynamic cavitation, but I just want to give a little brief. So it is an eco-friendly advanced oxidation process, and it means is to formation of cavity when you pass a liquid through an obstructed pathway. So when, in this case, when water is passed through an orifice, a very small area, its velocity increases, its temperature increases, its pressure increases, and the cavities are formed. And when this water comes back to its ambient condition, intense localized energy is released and these cavities gets imploded. So HDC is basically a three-step process, which is nucleation, then particle becoming bigger, and then at the end they implode and a lot of energy is released. So during this HDC, various kind of OH radicals, they gets generated from the dissociation of water vapor, and these OH radicals then they degrade the organic component that are present in the water. They react with that, and thereby they reduce the BOD, the biological oxygen demand, the chemical oxygen demand, and the turbidity of the water. So in this project, the basic fundamental was to clean the lake water by passing the lake water through a cavitating reactor, which has this technology. And we deployed 4 HDC unit across this lake, which has a reactor, a pump and a motor, pump capacity of 100 cubic meter per hour. So the basic idea is to suck the lake water, then it goes through the HDC, and then it expels out. So the lake water is getting reused, and subsequently improving the water quality. The project, we started this in January 2021. The project was taken care, the operation and maintenance of the motor was also taken care of. And for 3 years, we took this project for a project cost of 70 lakhs. And the OBCC, which is the government of Odisha enterprise, the electricity consumption of these pumps were taken care by them. So directly going to the impact, as you can see, the impact was really visible. Within 5 to 6 months, we can see a decrease in the BOD, the levels reduced from 22 to 1. In COD also, the initial level were 32, they came down to 12 to 16. Then the turbidity level were 18 in Jan 21, they came down to 1 last year. So we can see that by deploying just 4 pumps of 100 cubic meter per hour, running for around 8 to 10 hours per day, we could change the appearance, the smell, the overall water quality within a span of maybe 4 to 6 weeks. Alignment with the SDGs, this project basically aligns fully with the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation, and also partially with the SDG 3, 13, and 14. Now talking about the sustainability and the scale up of this project, the project is very sustainable. No chemical is being used in this technology. Simple installation of the reactor, and you are using the lake water. You're not using anything, any chemical over on the lake water. What makes this solution really enduring over the time? It is hassle-free operation, just a simple installation, and the pumps will do the work on their own. You don't have to manually intervene so much. Talking about the scaling up, the beauty of this technology is that it can be scaled up. It can be scaled up to any levels. Even municipal corporation can take up this technology. Operation is not an issue. SDC reactor can be deployed anywhere of any quantity of the water lake. So, in conclusion, this is a very short PPT because of the shortage of the time. In conclusion, if we can see this technology, not just the test result, but physical parameters, increasing the beauty of the lake. In conclusion, if I say this is a very eco-friendly, very affordable, and very easy to implement technology with a very huge scale of, very huge scope of scaling and replication. Thank you.
We now have a video presentation by Mr. Manoj Agarwal, who is the General Manager of Ambuja Cements, and they won the first runner-up.
Greetings to all. I am Priyal Jain, presenting on the behalf of Mr. Manoj Agarwal, who is the General Manager of Rajasthan Region Ambuja Cement Foundation. So Ambuja Cement Foundation started its journey in 1993 with an aim to resolve critical community problems and foster prosperity. Till then, we have completed 30 years of operations at community level. In these 30 years, we have taken several projects and initiatives to promote social and economic development. We have reached to more than 3 million people of 4,200 villages of 56 districts in 14 states, with the efforts of more than 2,000 development professionals. We are working in 6 major focus areas. Those are water resource management. In livelihood, we have 2 different domains, livelihood by agriculture and livelihood by skill development. Women empowerment, community health and education. 3. Narottam Saxeria Sir, our chairman, guiding us with the belief that community development is core to business sustainability, followed with the other board members. Ms. Pearl Tiwari Madam is our Director and CEO, followed with her Executive Committee. Moving forward with our focus points, that is water resource management. In India, we have started our journey from Gujarat in 1993, then in Maharashtra in 2021, in Himachal Pradesh in 2022, and in Rajasthan as well. In 2004, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh in 2020, Uttar Pradesh in 2021, and Telangana in 2022, targeting the different regions of India. This is our water output at India level. We have developed or renovated around 20,000 plus water structures, benefiting 8 lakh people and 10 lakh livestock. And we have harvested around 70 million cubic meters of rainwater. So we have 3 different domains in our water resource management. First is drinking water security. In that, we have pond renovation. So we have renovated around 700 plus ponds, 13,000 plus RRWHs, 400 plus water distribution scheme, 700 plus repaired hand pumps, 600 plus wells and dug wells, 60 plus RO systems. Second is water for livelihood. In this, we have check dams, 500 plus. We have made 200 plus khadeens, 1000 plus farm ponds, interlinking canals, percolation wells, and soil and water conservation, etc. In water use and efficiency, we have micro irrigation inclusive of drip and sprinkler. Moving forward, this is our vision for water management, targeting safe drinking water sufficiency for each household in our project villages. Safe, adequate, accessible, regular, aligned with the mission of Ministry of Jal Shakti. Our approach towards the water resource management is bringing people together, surface water harvesting, groundwater recharge, soil and moisture conservation, water use efficiency and literacy. So now, our water footprints in Rajasthan since 2003. So in Rajasthan, we have certain chronic issues like arid and semi-arid region, erratic rainfall distribution, acute drinking water scarcity, no perennial rivers, etc. According to the Department of Soil and Water Engineering, in 2020, we had minus 27.02 of water gap, which will be double till 2025, that is minus 49.10. So targeting all these issues of Rajasthan to lower the impact on community of Rajasthan, ACA focuses on water resource management. So this is our water outreach of Rajasthan. We are working with 70,000 plus households for 200 plus villages in 12 districts. We are working in 16 projects with 12 partners. Water interventions, starting with community mobilization, drinking water, water harvesting and recharging, water use and efficiency. So in drinking water, we have 3 different RRWHS systems, individual RRWHS, community RRWHS and farm TACA, followed with the number and storage capacity. Construction and revival of village ponds, revival of hand pump, solar-based drinking water distribution system, followed with numbers and storage capacity. In water harvesting and recharging, we have irrigation pond, farm pond, tube well recharge for groundwater recharge, dikes, followed with impacts and storage capacity. Farm bunding, khareen and waste wire, check dams. We are working on all these, followed with impacts and storage capacity. In water use and efficiency, we are working in drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation and pipeline irrigation system, followed with impacts and the farmers benefited. These are the comprehensive output of our Rajasthan region in water resource management. So approximately we have worked upon 11,000 plus structures, benefited 2 lakh plus people, 1 lakh plus livestock, and we have harvested around 21 million cubic meters of rainwater. Bringing people together. In this, we are doing different activities, door-to-door campaignings, group meetings, awareness camps, community meetings, meeting with PRI members, preparation of water map, and the pamphlets distribution. We have inculcated gender integration to empower female in water management for sustainable livelihood. We have formed one Sujal Mahila Mahasangh, in which all the Sujal Jankars are women volunteers involved in developing village level science for community engagement and participatory water management. We have around 500 plus Sujal Jankars. Now, women's engagement for water quality monitoring. We have some case studies of women who adopted our women water interventions. So she is Santosh. Earlier, she has 1 hectare of land on which she grew crops with traditional farming techniques and had a net profit of rupees 45,000 annually. After being associated with ACF interventions, she has started using irrigation techniques of solar panel and sprinkler irrigation, which leads to increase in number of crops and doubling the net profit annually. This is the another case study of Maya Devi, belongs to Kadampura village of Ajmer. So earlier she used to walk around 1.5 kilometer daily to fetch water, and she is a widow and a sole breadwinner of her family with 4 children. So after being associated with ACF interventions, roof rainwater harvesting system being developed at her house and now drinking water available at her doorstep. So these are some revival bodies of Marwa region, which includes Pond and Nadis. In Pali, Marwa, Mundwa and Ajmer. Revival bodies of Shikhavati region, which includes Chadawa, Sikar and Churu. Revival village water bodies of Dumda region, which includes Alwar. So this is the map of our core village in Pali district, in which we try to display all our water structures through geotagging, like ponds, khareens, farm pond, dike, check dam, etc. In this, we have studied our water working locations of Rabdiavas, Marwa Mundwa, Chadawa with the objective of 1 roof rainwater harvesting system per household. Apart from all the red points, blue and green points are showing the number of RRWHs developed at the locations. In this map of Kutadia village, we have studied water resources or ground level reservoir on which village families of Kutadia village are dependent upon. Periodically, we used to conduct chemical water testing analysis on drinking water sources in which pH level, turbidity, hardness, sulfate, nitrate, nitrite, etc. contents in the water are being tested. And As shown in the table, RRWHs and ponds both are the major source of drinking water for village community performed well than water of tube well, Bisleri and Aquafina. So these are the maps of Chudava considering water quality monitoring testing. These are the maps of Rabdiagas village in Pali district considering TDS level, magnesium, hardness, calcium, etc. in the water. These are the maps of Marwar Munwa block in Nagaur district, which is targeting fluoride, TDS, chloride, pH water level testing, etc. Impact so far. So tertiary reduction drinking water facility at their doorstep instead of walking miles. Drinking water security increased from 2 to 4 months to 8 to 12 months. For every rupee invested under the intervention, the community contributed 1.5 rupees for the same. Groundwater recharge constantly improving and leading to increased area under irrigation. Improved health, safeguarding 80% of children and women from waterborne diseases. These are SROI, social return on investment. 5 times social return on every rupee invested in water resource management. 17.48 million cubic meters additionally water storage. 2 to 12 meters increase in the groundwater level. 3 to 4 months increased water in the year. Additionally, 1 to 2 crops in a year increase in crop intensity using micro irrigation and farm pond. Improved access to drinking water, transformation barren land to irrigation land with support soil treatment, 96.69% farmers increase crop yield due to availability of water, 98.04% beneficiaries improve their health due to drinking water quality, reduction in fluoride and kidney stones were due to improvements in drinking water quality. The study of Tarun Bharatji, it is shown that increasing investment in small water conservation work brings about 3 to 4 times economic returns. So this is the impact assessment done by the Deloitte, which shown the comparison between the baseline situation and the transformation after the ACF interventions, which includes groundwater table and monthly expense on fetching water has been decreased. Apart from that, irrigated land per household, milk production, gross income, annual income, asset ownership score, annual health expenditure and crop yield has been increased. Another drinking water case study conducted at Kesapura village in Pali district, where women used to travel 2 to 3 kilometers daily to fetch drinking water. After ACF has constructed and repaired water bodies at various places, now water is being available at doorstep and 216 families have been benefited. This is another case study we have done on roof rainwater harvesting system. Considering a family of 6 members, if we construct a roof rainwater harvesting of 12,000 liters in the first year in July, that water will last up to the next year till June. These are some funding partners: Narottam Saxena Foundation, Ambuja Cement Limited, Better Cotton Initiative, Hinduja Foundation, Ashok Leyland, Hinduja Leyland Finance, BL Tapadia, ETCF, Estel Technologies, SKF India Limited, Slumberger, Prince Piping Systems. These are resource sharing. Community holds maximum share of 64%. After that, corporate sharing is 33% and our family foundation holds 3%. These are some social media presence. These are some awards and recognitions of Rajasthan region. In 2019, second prize National Water Mission Award focused attention to vulnerable areas including overexploited areas. Water Digest Awards in 2012 and 13 for commendable water harvesting, National Award for Excellence in Water Management 2012 by CII, 8th National Award for Excellence in Water Management 2012 by CII, Block Level Award for Commendable Work Done in Water Resource Management in Jitaran by MLA, Appreciation Award for Commendable Work Done in All-Round Development Projects by Municipality of Chapar, Churu. These are the awards and recognitions at India level. And thank you so much.
Well, the AV that we just listened to was Mr. Manoj Agarwal, General Manager, Ambuja Cement, his presentation, restoring traditional water harvesting systems in Rajasthan. And they were the first runner-ups in the competition. So moving on, now we have a paper presentation on achieving sweet water positive power generation via rainwater harvesting. This is the winning presentation of the Water and Wash Best Practices Challenge. And I'd like to invite Mr. Shankar Periketi, Deputy Manager, NTPC Ratnagiri, to kindly make the presentation.
Thank you, Madam. A very good afternoon to all esteemed delegates, guests from various parts of the country. Let me introduce our company, Ratnagiri Gas and Power Private Limited, a subsidiary of NTPC Limited. We have achieved a sweet water positive power plant through rainwater harvesting. Our company, Ratnagiri Gas and Power Private Limited, is India's largest combined cycle gas-based power plant. We achieved our positive water positive plant through three main ways: runoff water collection and roof water collection. Along the runoff collection methods, we are using water conservation methods like recycle and reuse to achieve water positive RGPPL. In that, firstly we have identified potential of the rainwater collection, which is achieved mainly gravity based natural waterways instead of concrete canals. We are not disturbing the biodiversity in our area, and we utilize unused assets from our plant infrastructure. Our cumulative rainfall data in our region, especially our Ratnagiri Gas and Power Plant situated in Konkan region of Maharashtra, which is receiving rainfall from average rainwater fall from 2500 to 5100 mm yearly. This is the main our rainwater harvesting schematic. We have arrangement 1, which is collecting 90% of the rainwater by gravity only. We are not pumping any rainwater into the water reservoir. It is our topography in such a way that all the catchment area rainwater is diverted to our storage reservoir tank, which is having the 1,20,000 meter cube. From storage reservoir, we are collecting into the water storage tank. There is an arrangement 2, which is rainwater from plant area, which is collecting in the raw water storage tank, by which ultimately we collecting water storage tanks of each of 40,000 meter cube capacity. These are the 2 arrangements we are using. This is our collection tank capacities. These are some glimpses of our tank. 4 tanks are there, which is 1.6 lakhs meter cube having capacity, and one reservoir is there, 1.2 lakh meter cube capacity. These tanks are naphtha tanks initially. So we converted them into the water storage tanks. These reservoir also we are not using initially. So we converted to collect the rainwater. So it will accommodate 1.2 lakh meter cube of rainwater. So this is the gravity channel by which we are collecting 90% of our water requirement. This is the glimpse of our rainwater harvesting in the plant area. We are not disturbing the biodiversity. There are stormwater drains. We are just pumping from the plant area. There is no disturbance to the biodiversity here. This is the arrangement 3, where we are collecting rainwater from roof drains from our township area and colony, plant area. These the rainwater collected from roof water drain directly routed to our water treatment plant in the colony area. This is our reservoir. We have collected 3.25 lakhs meter cube in financial year 21-22. In addition to water collection methods, we are using water conservation methods to save the water. Here it is a glimpse of the WTP backwash water. We are using it for horticulture in the colony area. We are using backwash water for horticulture through drip irrigation method, which is saving near about 30% of our water consumption. These are some glimpses of the water collection tanks and horticulture network and drip irrigation network. In line with the Sustainable Development Goals, rainwater harvesting become a sustainable water source where rainfall is more. Self-reliant method with more environment friendly manner. Excess water, we are as our plant is water positive plant, we at the end of the year we have excess water which is distributed to our surrounding villages for the drinking water purposes. Developing a self-sustainable water management system for our company. Regarding SDG 6, we have developed a self-sustainable washroom facility which helps the commutators in the Dopawai jetty, which is near to our plant. Earlier we used to get the water 50 kilometers from the our site. So we have to pump the water to our plant. So after rainwater harvesting, we stop drawing the water from the river. So we save the pumping cost also, which ultimately leads to the reduction of the CO2 emission. We are mostly collecting 90% by gravity based only. So there is a reduction in the carbon footprint. We conduct the groundwater recharging through rainwater harvesting in nearby villages. So they will become self-sustained after we just created awareness to them. We helped little infrastructure with a little infrastructure, so they become self-sustainable. Now they are comfortable in doing the rainwater harvesting, and they are recharging their groundwater systems. This is our tangible and intangible benefits. We are saving annual saving of 2 crores annually. This is our, we have got special attention in our NTPC water conservation compendium for this rainwater harvesting. In conclusion, the only sweetwater positive plant in NTPC, including group of companies, 100% sweetwater requirement through rainwater only, replacing long distance pumping requirements, reduces the CO2 footprints, gravity based rainwater collection reduces again CO2 footprint, supporting nearby villages for their water needs during the summer season. Only runoff water is collected using topography without affecting biodiversity. Water harvesting, a model plant methodology, can be replicated in other industries also. This entire scheme is implemented by RGPPL team only. We are very much proud to mention that. This is our rainwater harvesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So far we've listened to 3 paper presentations, and now we have a panel of experts who will be having a discussion. So I would like to hand it over to the panel of experts. That includes Ms. Kezia Jarasano, Chief Executive Officer, Dholakia Foundation, Rajal Mehrotra, Director, Growth and Strategy, Growth Markets, Accenture, Mr. Ramakrishna Mukwali, Managing Director, Maitri Aquatech, Mr. Rishi Chawla, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Carlsberg Group, and Member, Governing Council, UN GCNI, and Mr. Salauddin Saifi, Director, Water Management, SM Sehgal Foundation. So over to you now.
So good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations on the presenters for your best practices. It is not a doubt that water is the building block of life. Water crosscuts all SDGs and is very essential to sustainable development. However, our water resources around the world is at risk. In fact, the second UN Water Conference since 1977 was held just this year. So it took us 50 years to have another UN Water Conference. And according to UN reports, climate disasters around the world is 90% water related, whether it is too much or not enough of water. I know that you have heard so much amazing and impactful speeches today, but in terms of SDG 6, I want you to remember 2 important statistics. Over 90% of climate disasters are water related. The second one is a recent report published by WWF says that water contributes to 60% of global GDP, whether indirect or directly, and it is $58 trillion globally. You might be wondering where I'm from. I actually grew up from the Philippines. I was born there. And how I went into this space, how I moved from the Philippines to New York to India is quite an interesting story and is something I want to share with you all. So like I said, I grew up in the Philippines, and actually the Philippines is located in the typhoon belt. Each year, my country is devastated by typhoons, by floods, in which thousands of people around the country die each year. When I moved to the US around 5-6 years ago to continue my bachelor's degree, I realized of my capability as a 19-year-old girl to change the status quo. At the age of 19, I started working with the United Nations. I started my first NGO. And at the age of 21, I helped organize the youth version of COP26, working with the Scottish government, the British Council, and the UK government. Engaging youth in the climate space has always been in the middle of my advocacy. Then you might be wondering, how did I get into water? My recent portfolio was the UN Water Conference, in which I worked with across 10 UN agencies, the Tajikistan government and the Dutch government, to see how youth can be engaged in its processes. After that, I wondered, where did my efforts all go? It seems like all of us are just attending these conferences, talking about things, but we actually don't see work on the ground. Up until I met the Dolakyas. The Dolakyas actually, they own Hare Krishna Exports, which is the third largest diamond company globally in terms of exporting. We're basically located in Surat in Gujarat. So after the UN Water Conference, they asked me, do you want to come with us and work with us in India? This gave me the perfect opportunity to work with local communities. Just this year, in May, after their offer, it only took me 5 days to pack up all my bags, leave my family in New York City, and move to Surat, Gujarat. It was only my second time in India, and at that time I was only 23 years old and I just finished college. Not knowing what the future was going to hold, I knew that this is where I was supposed to be. Now it's been 6-7 months of being the CEO of the Dolakya Foundation, and it has always been a pleasure to be here to share my story. Now you know about my story. Now I will tell you what the Dolakya Foundation is. The Dolakya Foundation was started in 1996 by Padma Shri Savji Dolakya. And I say Padma Shri because our founder received the Padma Shri Award back in 2022 for his work in water conservation and environmental restoration. Till date, Padma Shri Savji Dolakya has always inspired me every day to go beyond our commitments, to go beyond our speeches and actually do work on the ground. Till date, he has developed 141 lakes that conserves 13 billion liters of water, benefiting 250,000 farmers. He has rejuvenated 53 kilometers of the Gagadiya River. Now, this might be a story that you don't know about, and that's what I am here to share it all with you. So being the CEO of the Dolakya Foundation, one of my jobs is to share the story, not only to inspire others to make plans and, make commitments, but what I want you all to learn from Padma Shri Savjibai Dolakya's story is I want you all to take action, because water conservation, climate change, sustainable development is not only about profits, it's not only about the economics of our country, but it's also about our future. One of the reasons why I'm here is because I grew up in a country where climate change is our present. It's not how many years away, but it's actually our current situation. So the Dolakya Foundation, founded in 1996, founded by Padma Shri Savji Dolakya and his 3 other brothers, has to date implemented 60+ initiatives that contributes to all sustainable development goals. And if you want to learn more, we will share with you our SDG portfolio. However, our biggest initiative is on ecosystem restoration. In fact, we just became a partner of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, in which we have a commitment to accelerate their work. And we have committed that till 2030, we will be planting 10 million trees. And we recently launched Mission 100X, which means that we want to conserve around 100 billion liters of water by 2030. And in just 1 month of launching Mission 100X, we received 60 machines from 2 partners to rejuvenate 3 other rivers within Gujarat in partnership with the government. Another success story that I also want to share with you is our recent organizing of Jalutsav, in which Mr. Ratnesh attended. So when I joined the foundation, they've done this amazing work, but one of the things that I thought was lacking was community engagement. So in India, water is not only essential for survival, but it also has religious significance. In fact, in January, I went to Haridwar. That's where I knew about the importance of water in the religion. And in fact, I also bathed in the Ganga River for the first time. So we thought about organizing Jalotsav. We organized it within 1 month in collaboration with the government of Gujarat. And it was the first ever Jalotsav in Gujarat. Although there was so much uncertainty, but working with Padma Shri Savji Dulakia, I can say that he is a man of many visions and a man of action. In that our event gathered lakhs and lakhs of local communities in Gujarat alone. We also were featured in the recent Ban Ki-mat episode last November 26. So our journey has just started, and one of the things in which we did in Jalotsav was to gather people, and one of the reasons why I'm here is to partner with people. We are here to see you as partners. We are here to see you as collaborators. Although we might have done 141 lakes on our own, although we might have planted 2.8 million trees by our own, we want to scale with you and we want to partner with you. And so there's two challenges I want to...
I'll request you to kind of, in the
yes.
interest of time, please be short, and then we'll have a discussion because after...
Yes, yeah. So don't worry, this will be my last take. So my last two takes is one, I hope you engage communities because at the end of the day, our projects and our plans are for them. And the second one is I hope you engage youth because at the end of the day, sustainable development can only be possible if we put youth at the forefront of this fight. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we are already over time, so we will now do it quickly. So I am Rajul Mehrotra. I represent Accenture. So we are a consulting and a technology company. So we are a $65 billion organization with close to around 7.5 lakh employees, and around 4 lakhs employees are in India. So water is actually core part of our strategy. And if you see, we have taken up multiple initiatives around water. So for example, on the freshwater side, we were consuming close to around 900 mld of water in a year, and we have taken initiative to reduce the water consumption, and now we have been able to achieve to reduce it to around 300 mld, so which is actually a significant reduction in the freshwater consumption. At the same time, wastewater reuse is also one of our key priorities, so we have made sure that every facility that we have treat 100% of it wastewater and use it for the various purposes within the facility, gardening, landscaping, and the other application. Also, as a consulting organization, we do a lot of sustainability strategy as well as the water strategy engagement for our customer. So for example, when we do a water strategy for any customer, so we do a complete value chain analysis. We understand what is the water footprint in the customer value chain, and we map it to the every element of the value chain, and then we identify the hotspot and help customers build a 1 year, 3 year, and a 5 year roadmap to reduce the water consumption so that they get the right impact at the right time. At the same time, they know what is the roadmap forward and how they go about meeting their overall water sustainability objective. So with this, I will hand it over to the second speaker.
I hope that's okay now. Yeah. So I represent, I'll be, in the interest of time, I'll be very short and brief because I know we are standing between you and the lunch. So I represent a company called Carlsberg. Carlsberg is a beer company, and we are a Denmark-based organization. And we are the only beer company probably in the world to be owned by a non-profit foundation. So what does that mean is our profits go back to the society for the development of science, technology, and culture. So, and we have a history and heritage of around 176 years. And I think you would all agree that it's not possible to survive for such a long time if sustainability is not at the heart of the decision making or at the heart of the processes that the strategies and the processes that we adopt. The ESG goals, or the environment and social governance program that we have, it's called Together Towards Zero and Beyond, under which we have got 6 pillars. That's zero carbon footprint, zero water waste, zero packaging waste, zero farming footprint, zero accidents culture, and of course, zero irresponsible drinking. But our heart lies in water. The commitment also is more focused on water. The reason being, of course, you all know, water is the most important ingredient of beer manufacturing. Now, so what are we doing? Simply, we want to reduce the water consumption, and also we want to replenish 100% of water that we consume. So I'll just let you know that in the last 5 years, we've been able to reduce the water consumption by almost 50%. So earlier, it used to take 5 liters of water to make 1 liter of beer. Now, by the use of technology and the world-class processes, we've reduced it to 2.6 to 2.7 liters per liter of beer. And our targets, our ambitious global targets are to reduce this consumption to 2 liter per liter of beer. Also, other target is like 100% replenishment of the water that we've consumed. For that, in fact, yesterday only we've launched a partnership with WaterAid, and we've started a 3-year-long project in Mysore to recharge water in the Nanjangud block in Mysore district, where our brewery is located. So almost 34,000, I'm happy to say that 34,000 people will be impacted or benefited by this particular project, and there are 5 gram panchayats will be impacted. Hopefully next year onwards, next year we'll be having these kind of projects in more states like West Bengal, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, wherever we have our breweries. In fact, I would have begun with congratulating all the winners, and also thanking all my co-panelists, because I've learned a lot on the water strategy during this panel itself.
Very good afternoon. Actually, when we talk about water, we are not talking about another subject or another matter, but we are talking about life on earth. There is no life without water. And before I speak about water from air, let me give you some statistics. In 1947, when we got independence, India was having per capita water availability of close to 5,000 meter cube per year. Today, in 2023, after 75 years, we have less than 1,500 meter cube per capita availability. So almost the per capita availability has come down by 75% in 75 years of our independence. That is, every year, 1% we are reducing, there's a reduction in per capita availability of the water. Number one. Number two, at 18% of the world population, we have only 4% of the water. Now, to meet the gap, the topic is so important, forward, faster. It looks ambitious when we talk about from a positive side, but on the supply side, we are trying to meet this through rainwater harvesting. We are trying to meet this through our various other initiatives like circular economy of water, reducing the non-revenue water and all that. But on the demand side, there's an exponential increase of the water. There's so much of demand that, see, we are talking about green hydrogen, we are talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about digital technology, all are water guzzlers. And fresh water is required. And unfortunately, as I said, the supply side is much, much lesser than what on the demand side we are increasing. And then I was just reading the white paper we released in the morning, and there is very clearly it's written 70% of the water that is available today is contaminated. And the technology that we are using to purify that water, whether it's RO, which is non-sustainable and almost waste 60 to 70% of the water that we purify. On the other hand, desalination, again, we leave a lot of brine, so we are violating 14 and 15 of the SDG, that is life below water, life on land also. Let me give you one more statistic. There is 13 billion meter cube of water available in the air. 13 billion meter cube of water available in the air, which get replenished 41 times in a year. At any given point of time, there is more water in the air than all the rivers in the world put together. Now, we at Maitri Aquatech, what we do, we tap into that water. So we have developed a technology called condensation technology, which is almost there. The first patent was 1910, but we started looking at that at a scale, and today every day we produce close to 2 million liters of water across our different installations, almost 16,000 installations across the globe, and we save 4 million liters of water. Now, every glass of water that we are having from air, we are also saving 2 glasses of water because there is no wastage. I keep telling all the corporates, you don't need a separate CSR. I'm not talking about Maitri Aquatech as a company, I'm telling as a category water from air. The moment you start using that, there is a natural CSR because you are saving so much of water elsewhere. So the power consumption required for this is also it is energy agnostic, so you can use any renewable source. And then we are also reducing the carbon emission and all that, and we are also completely renewable and sustainable. So this is what Maitri Aqua does. We trying to tap into a category which is perennial, sustainable, and the most important when the water, it is important. This last line I'm ending also because I understand the shortage of time. See, we at a point of consumption, we need water to be distributed because it should be available at a point of consumption. It should be dependable and it should be predictable. Every day a mother cannot think of what's going to her family if there is no water next day. And it should be sustainable and it should be safe. Unfortunately, when we go out of the house anywhere in the world today, mostly in India, in many countries in the world, there is no safe drinking water. There is no safe drinking water. What we are trying to do, we are drinking RO water, that too in a plastic bottle, because there is no distributed water system available. So there is a solution available. I request all the people to come together and let us do our bit to make a world a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Salahuddin Saifi, working with SM Saigal Foundation, a Gurgaon-based organization. We have been working since 1998 on rural development issues, focusing on water management, agriculture development, local partnership and sustainability. And we construct water harvesting structures from check dam, tanks, rejuvenation, pond construction, recharge wells. We are working in 12 states, around 60 districts, little over 2,000 villages, touching around 4.5 million people. And when you see water is kind of engine that drives all development, not only in urban areas, but in rural areas also. If you have sufficient water available in the village, you will have good crop, good fodder, go for livestock, and the entire economy revolves around water, good quality water availability. And water security in India is very critical when India is chasing 5 trillion economy. It's very essential that we keep our water management in order. Otherwise, we'll face huge problems in achieving all those targets. There are n number of government programs and schemes who are focusing on providing water to all the citizens. Recently, this Jal Jeevan Mission is trying to provide functional household tap connection at every household level. Definitely, it's a huge infrastructural work going on, but still we are very far behind and government is trying to cope up with that. So for water security, it's very important because it also required for economic sustainability. Economic sustainability cannot be achieved if we don't have water security. Environmental security cannot be sustained if you don't have water security, and similarly, social security also cannot be obtained. India has been blessed with plenty of rainfall. You get sufficient amount of rainfall, at least in most of the Indian subcontinent, leaving behind the western part of the country. And all water requirements can be met if we properly manage the water resources. But there has been huge investment on the infrastructure project. But community engagement, community involvement has been left behind in many cases. And that's why we face problem of sustainability of operation and maintenance issues in most of the schemes and projects. So it's very important that we engage local communities in the water management interventions right from the beginning, from the planning stage, so that they are engaged, they take ownership of these interventions, and later they operate and maintain them nicely, so that there is long-term sustainability of whatever interventions government is doing, or international organizations are doing, or corporate people are doing. So I would like to emphasize this part that we need to come together, we need to create partnership, because neither government, not corporates, not civil society organization, they can alone achieve the target of meeting water security. We all need to come together with our own strength, like government has huge funds availability. Corporates also have some funds, and technological advancements are also coming in, which need to be blended with local traditional wisdoms, so that you can ensure water for industry, water for agriculture, water for domestic requirement. Each one of us require water in different, for different purposes, and that needs to be ensured. And I think decentralized water management systems can be adopted to make sure that each and every citizen and each and every sector, they get sufficient water to meet their water requirement. I'm pleased to share that we implement many CSR projects, and Sehgal Foundation has already won National Water Award in 2011 and 2020, and last year one of our partner also got National Water Award, the Coca-Cola Foundation, under BAT CSR initiative for implementing impactful project for construction of check dams and desilting and rejuvenation of ponds, tanks in Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. So whatever we do should have a good impact on the ground. It should change life of people. It should provide opportunity for people to earn more so that they have sufficient water, good quality water available with them. And I congratulate GCNI to organize this event, and all the presenters who made beautiful presentations of what they have done. And we need not to reinvent the wheel every time. Many people are doing impactful work, very good work, depending on the local requirements. So we just need to learn from that and adapt them based on our requirement. And if we come together, I think we can solve this critical issue, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers, esteemed speakers on the stage, for sharing their thoughts and for their presentation. Now, may I request Mr. Ashwin Mahalingam, Head of School of Sustainability, IIT Madras, to kindly come on stage and present a little gift to each of our speakers. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we thank each one of them on the dais. I request the members of the audience to kindly reassemble at 2:30. We begin the plenary session 3 at 2:30 sharp. We break for lunch now. Thank you. Fostering prosperity, sustainable finance and investment for Forward Faster 2030. The theme for this discussion is Financial Resilience for a Sustainable Future, Unlocking Sustainable Finance and Investment. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin the next plenary session. And I'd like to invite on stage the moderator for the session, Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite the panelists now, Ms. Carol Furtado, Chief Business Officer, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. A warm welcome. May I have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lavneesh Chanana, Senior Vice President and Regional Head of Government Affairs, APAC and Japan, SAP. A warm welcome, sir. Ms. Khyati Shah, EVP, Corporate Marketing and Social Governance, Kinara Capital. And finally, Ms. Richa Natarajan, Partner, UC Empower. A big round of applause to all the members of the panel, as well as the moderator, Mr. Ratnesh. I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Ratnesh now. Thank you.
Thank you. A very warm welcome back after lunch. So there are two tests for this panel, and I hope we are able to pass in both. How many people stay back after lunch? And second, how many of them who have stayed back stay awake throughout the session after the sumptuous lunch? Anyway, so as lunch was necessary for all of us to sustain ourselves, similarly, finance is the nerve or the main fuel which will help us achieve the SDGs. So you must have been, I mean, all of you are practitioners and academicians and corporate leaders, so you must have seen that since 2015, the Addis Ababa Declaration, private sector finance was, and blended finance, these were the two terms which gained a lot of currency, and the importance of private sector in financing SDGs, not only as CSR, but in their own internal operational, how do you weave in SDGs? So that was the center and focus of all the discussions since 2015. And then, as we all know, the multi-crisis hit us, the COVID virus, as well as the Russia-Ukraine war, and currently the latest one is Israel-Palestine war. So effectively, the resources that could have supported us are being crowded out for other purposes. And that, I think, is a major setback for this whole journey. And that is why UN Global Compact Network, India has organized this event, that Forward Faster, one of the 5, so 2 you have already seen, the climate and the water sessions. This one is finance, and the next one is living wage. And the fifth and final, most important one is the gender. So gender thing we will cover in our Gender Equality Summit, which is in March, in the week of 8th March. So all these 5 have ramifications for all the 17 SDGs. How we will unpack through this session. I have a very power-packed session where all the people who have dedicated their professional acumen towards achieving the inclusivity, the focus on climate, focus on MSMEs. So it's a very rich and diverse panel. So I would start from you, Carol. If you could tell us how did the journey begin and where are you at this stage and what does 2030 look like? And that will be the format for all the speakers. They could express, and if we have time, then we would go for some questions from the audience who are awake and who did listen to us. Carol.
Thank you. I'm Carol Furtado, and I represent Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Just to tell you a little bit about Ujjivan, we started as a microfinance institution way back in 2005, and in 2017 we became a small finance bank. Our core has remained the same. So when I say that our business model has not changed, we are in the space of financial inclusion. And as you all very well know, financial inclusion, it talks about equality, and the gender is very important here because our business model runs on it. 99% of our customers are still women. And we have been giving them financial services as an NBFC, and now as a bank, a full range of financial services are made available to them. We have various lending methodologies with this segment of customers, and we have given them finance to develop their households. So one of the key aspects of financial inclusion is also sustainability, and we have taken our products through a journey, our customers through a journey. Customers start small as a part of the joint liability group, and they take loans for various stated purposes. As and when they require higher and higher sized finances, they move out of the group into individual lending in the unsecured space. And as their businesses develop and as their household grows, we also give them secured loans in various categories: MSME, micro, and micro loans against properties, micro mortgages, affordable housing, and graduate them. So our main intention is that to bring our this customer segment out of poverty, give them a full range of financial services which we can do as a small finance bank. So we are not just limited to lending, but we are also able to give them a place to save. We are able to give them insurance facilities, remittance facilities, and various other aspects of the financial services domain. And give them a wide range of products and services according to the needs and requirements, and help them grow. So the key thing is that we bank heavily on our customers' development. We've designed our products and services around our customers' needs and requirements. And we have also seen that customers, these women who take loans, they repay promptly. Even during COVID times, we were able to sustain our customers. Our customers bounced back as soon as the economy turned. And they've been with us for a very long number of years. And I think we have been able to contribute in that space towards sustainability. One other thing that we have also done is also a lot of emphasis on community development. And the other part to that is also going digital. So Even these aspects were taken into consideration as we put out our business plans, and we are educating customers on financial literacy programs, digital literacy programs. We have partnered with a strategic partner called the Parinam Foundation, which helps us in spreading across the trainings to our customer segment, and we are helping them get out of poverty. So this is a wholesome kind of aspect that we look into, and hopefully we will start measuring it in the ways that, so we've started at ground zero on measuring aspects. The BRSR is still undergoing the changes there, and we are trying to put in where we stand. We've done a gap assessment, we've done the materiality assessment, and now we will start reporting where we stand in terms of SDG. So the work has already begun, and this would be part of our annual reports also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for that wonderful exposition. I have one follow-up question. How has the journey from the transformation from MFI to small bank, how has it benefited you to work more effectively towards your objectives of serving the poor? You did hint at it, but if you could elaborate a little.
So as a NBFC, we were restricted only to lending to our customers. But as a bank, we are able to also do the liabilities part, which is give them a place to save, get them to open fixed deposit, term deposits, savings accounts, and various other things. So the liability aspects are also covered, and we have something called the goal-based savings, where customers do appreciate. I mean, we should know that the customers may not be able to put a full wholesome amount into the bank account, but then they are able to save in bits and pieces, and that's something that we encourage. We are also able to give them insurance facilities, which is very crucial for customers in this segment, especially when they have various kinds of eventualities. We are also working heavily on the remittance space, because that's again something that the families, relatives of customers may not be staying together. So maybe the son or the daughter would be out of the current place that the customer is in. We are also facilitating the remittance piece. So we are able to give a full range of financial services as a bank. So that's.
Thank you. That was necessary, because most often small finance bank creates a kind of confusion that what all does it do. So it's a full service offering. I mean, and there are a lot of them doing a lot of good work on the ground. I have the fortune of meeting some of them. So thank you for that. So from debt, we move to equity. Richa.
Thanks for that. It's nice to see the room filling up slowly. So we're beginning to get to our first goal. So very quickly on myself, I represent UC Empower. UC Empower is an equity fund born out of the Unitas Capital Group. And Unitas Capital started with the goal and the mission to really help entrepreneurs that were building for the poor get access to capital markets. So we've worked with the likes of Ujjivan and Kinara and many, many other companies in this space in helping catalyze and bring in that capital. We realized very early on that there were lots of investors that wanted to actually make a difference with the capital that they had, didn't have the avenues to do it. So what's the best way to efficiently make that movement happen? And we catalyzed that first with the investment bank, and then we started a lending business, which is UC Inclusive Credit. It's an NBFC, which today has given out more than 250 loans to companies, small enterprises, helping them build their businesses out. So working capital loans to startups. And the newest initiative is this equity fund that I'm a part of. It's called UC Empower. We're focused on two sectors, financial services and climate. And the way we come about our thesis is to really look at impact as a lens, and impact for us really means affordability, inclusivity, access, and environment. And we have a gender lens on what we do. So they're all very big words that a lot of people talk about and do little. hopefully we're trying to make a difference in doing a little bit more. So we use this lens before we make any investments into companies. So a company needs to fit what we call our impact criteria, which is then mapped to the SDGs. And only after they fit that, we evaluate them from an equity investment perspective. And as Carol was talking about, measurement is an important aspect. That's something we work with companies on. So before we invest in a company, we spend time in understanding what is the kind of impact that they want to create, where are they today, and where can we help them get. So with our capital, with additional rounds of funding, but also just understanding the DNA of founders, because there are some out there who really want to do this to make a difference, because it results not just in good decisions from an impact perspective, but really good decisions from a business perspective. And we help them see that through a lot of the monitoring activities that we work with them on. And founders we've seen have seen that to be quite beneficial. So I'll stop there and can add more.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Richa, for that overview. But if you could take us through one of your investments related to environment, I mean, you don't have to name, but how did this whole process, so that the people here who are toying with chucking their jobs and doing something meaningful, how do they go about it in terms of environment, if you could specifically tell us?
Yeah, happy to do that. And I'll take you an example of a company in the climate financing space. So a nice intersection of both financial services and climate. Really looking at financing companies, really looking at financing individuals that are driving auto rickshaws and really three-wheeler vehicles in tier 3, tier 4 towns, rural India. This is not the auto rickshaw you see on the roads in Bangalore, but really what's called L3 in legal terminology, but a vehicle that's put together with some nuts and bolts and an engine that works using a lithium battery. Makes a huge difference in the life of that customer, because today that individual was probably riding a cycle rickshaw. You're uplifting him and bringing him into this society where he's riding a formal vehicle in his world, trying to create a livelihood out of that. So deep impact that can be created from a livelihood perspective, but also from an environment perspective. Now we can sit here and debate on whether electric vehicles are green or not green, and that's something that we spend time debating a lot internally as well. But we do believe it's a step forward. And so if you can find a way in which you're empowering individuals with vehicles that are better for the environment today, and hopefully during the life of our investment will only get better. It's one way to move forward and create both the awareness in the minds of consumers, not just in the cities where we're sitting, but in rural markets as well, that you can do that. And there are avenues that are out there to make for better climate investments.
Thank you, Kathy. I hope you have been, thank you, Richa, you have been able to satisfy some curious eyes who are looking at it, that how can we access? Because venture capital is something which has the potential to give freedom, because that becomes from day one. But anyway, Kathy, how do you manage to serve the SDGs by lending money to your clients? If you could expand on that for our listeners.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So Mr. Ratnesh had very kindly warned us, we're getting the post-lunch crowd. So I just want to see a show of hands. How many of you are familiar with the MSME sector? Oh, pretty good, pretty good. And just if somebody can throw a number out there, how many MSMEs are there in India today? Yeah. Yeah, I think, good one, Dr. Lavresh. Yeah, so exactly. So let me just, before I get to the SDGs in a second, I'll just give you a quick overview and why I'm bringing that up first, because it's important. So we at Kinara Capital are focused solely on financial inclusion of MSMEs. And MSMEs in India, there are 63 million of them. They hire over 120 million people. That's an enormous impact they make on lives and livelihoods. But what's even more impressive is that they consistently contribute 30% of the GDP of India, as well as 40 to 50% of exports. Now this, when you combine with the fact that India is going through an enormous economic growth trajectory, world's fastest major economy, right? With 7% growth expected in the last year and this year, the MSMEs are also experiencing that. Despite all that, there is a significant gap when it comes to accessing credit, especially formal credit. This is a challenge because majority of the MSMEs tend not to be registered. This is an initiative through Udyam and other initiatives that people are trying to promote formalization of MSMEs because for them to access credit, which is a $500 billion gap in India, it has to happen first through formalization. So now coming to the work that we do, from early on, we were set up as a social impact organization. What that means is financial inclusion is our number one focus, which feeds right into the SDG in terms of changing existing infrastructure. As in you're making a systemic change to provide easy access to credit to an underserved audience. Right? You're talking about a $500 billion credit gap. There is a huge need for many other organizations to do the work that we are trying to do. And to do this, one of the things we adopted early on is to follow international guidelines on which sectors would be environmentally sound to loan to. We wanted to focus on the ones that were sort of not creating a very high environmental damage to begin with. Now, majority of our customers tend to be in the micro MSME sector, but still, it adds up, right? So there's an opportunity here to build that into your system so that you are encouraging good practices up front as well. I think the onus needs to be on the organization driving financial inclusion. When you're talking about especially micro MSMEs, you're talking about a lot of aspirational entrepreneurs who will not necessarily know or need to know what even an SDG is, to be honest. But for us, the onus is on us to take that on and build that into our system. So the 2-3 ways we've done that, I'll share that, is first is by adopting technology up front and digitizing. This lending inherently is a very paper-intensive process. By digitizing every aspect of it, down to from our loan officer, what they do, the access we have, what our call center does, what we do internally, the practices that we have incorporated, that means we have saved over at least 1,000 to 1,200 trees worth of paper usage till date. Second is around actually finding ways to make it I would say like a guidance where you are guiding the MSMEs to think a little bit more broadly, but without it being something that becomes an operational or financial challenge for them. So for example, we have a requirement that we must seek out a pollution no objection certificate or a forest department clearance if it's from a certain sector, subsectors that affect that. This is some guidance we can give. They can go seek it out. The loan will not be dispersed at all until that requirement is met. But this is also kind of coaching MSMEs to think a little bit ahead and think more formally about what their business is doing, what are the practices they are following. We also do an on-site check before and after loan disbursement. This is a huge aspect that's important for us operationally that we invest time in. This is also how we track the job creation metric and sort of what was the overall impact of the financial inclusion that we have done on the business that they're running. How are they able to improve the business? How are they able to improve their take-home income and so on? So in many such ways and aspects of it, we've been, I would say till date, about 8 or 9 SDGs that we are supporting, and we are doing our best to measure it, because I think that's the second piece of it, is you can generically say you're, you are sort of reaching certain SDGs, but trying to find ways to support that from a quantifiable standpoint is something that we have been also focusing on from early on. Now, going back to that credit gap mention that I had just said, I'll add to it one more perspective, which is of this $400-500 billion credit gap, 40% of that is from women-owned MSMEs. And yet, women-owned MSMEs, women entrepreneurs in the MSME sector are only 20% of the businesses. It automatically indicates a huge systemic issue, right? Women are facing a higher challenge when it comes to accessing credit. They often get a loan that is of a lower amount, shorter tenor, making it harder for them to scale their business, to grow their business. So when you're talking about SDGs or financial inclusion, it's very, very important to bring in the gender lens perspective, which Richa also touched upon. And this is something that I think is critical, regardless of the work you're doing, to find ways to think about how we can work towards parity. Because when we don't have that, you're losing out on a significant portion, I would say, or more than half of the population that you're sort of not serving in a way. Right? So what we have done with Kinara is from early on, from day one, we have tackled this in 2-3 different ways. First is by the use of technology. Our credit decisioning is entirely without human bias. This is the biggest hurdle that we've removed when it comes to women-owned MSMEs. That it's no one single person making a decision on what should be the loan amount or tenor. By using data analytics, AI, ML usage, that's all incorporated in our tech, end-to-end, and automatic decisioning is given based on pure facts of the business. This is a game changer when it comes to financial inclusion. Second is removing the need for property collateral. Less than 16% of women own property or land in India. Most of it is usually co-owned. This tends to be the second biggest hurdle. This ownership of property collateral or pledging it to get a loan is a hurdle regardless in the MSME sector, but it's even more heightened when it comes to women. And third is in terms of how we have trained our loan officers and how they interact. A lot of our women customers have come back and talked about, this is the first time somebody treated me as an owner in my own right without asking me very personal targeted questions or asking about children or anything like that, right? So this is a very key distinction we've made. And this feeds into this sort of the gender equality piece. I'm also happy, in fact, today is a good day because I just found out this morning about it, is actually during COVID time, we had announced a new program called Har Vikas, which is a discounted business loans program for women entrepreneurs. And till date, we have publicly pledged 700 crores only for this program. And we have exceeded 90% of that goal as of today. So by end of this financial year, we'll be exceeding the goal that we had set for our own, and the pledge that we had made to support women-owned MSMEs. So this is a critical aspect for us as well. So I think all in all, I'll just pause and I'll end with the fact that when we think ahead and when we think from an environmental or a social impact standpoint, we cannot have that conversation in India with so much going on without including the MSME sector. Given the opportunity is so ripe to make a big shift in specifically when you're talking about a sector that's providing livelihood to millions of people across the nation, as well as has honestly, the opportunity to even contribute even a lot more to the GDP. It's 30% today. My goal is it can be 50 or 60% in a few years' time. So with that, I'll pause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Khyati, for see the instant applause. I don't have any follow-up questions because your thing was very comprehensive. And I especially liked the realization that women, MFI, the whole clientele is largely women. She also, so I sincerely feel that these conscious efforts are going to result in a paradigmatic shift in the favor of women. Otherwise, it's very difficult. You're always given, the title is not in your name, loan you can't access. So all these policy-related as well as allocation-related questions need to be taken head-on. And I'm so happy that these three panelists have really shared their perspectives on this issue. And now we come to Lavnish ji. Dr. Lavnish, please enlighten us on the role of technology that can play in furthering the finance for SDGs, because that is a huge ask and everyone is looking for data, data, data. So data is the new oil, as they say. So how do we leverage data and your expertise to achieve the SDGs faster? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, and very good afternoon to all of you. And thank you to my fellow panelists for setting the tone for what I'm going to speak on. That's the enabling role of technology in sustainable green inclusive finance. And I'm going to cover both sides, from the investor as well as from the users and business, in terms of the importance of technology, the data, and the digital solutions that can help ensure the sustainable finance remains sustainable across the value chain. That's something, and you have heard since the morning that the sustainability and digital today need to be intertwined. And you heard that the companies actually today are going through three stages. The first stage is what Ratneshji mentioned, is the whole need for data transparency. I don't even know where I am. I don't even know what I'm utilizing and how am I utilizing. That is the first stage. Having achieved that, then comes the opportunity to convert this whole narrative into a business opportunity by creating insights. Insights from the transparent data that I get. And finally, as the third, is when I extend my insights into my value chain partners, and that becomes all the more important to ensure that what I'm doing, and in the morning you heard the kind of opportunity that we have coming in on, in terms of the $4.3 trillion plus the millions of jobs that we are. So that part is, I think, well established now. Coming to the sustainable finance part, I think the why part is pretty clear. Today, investors are seeking transparency. Investors are realizing the opportunity that investing in sustainable products and services is likely to give a higher return. And if I refer to some of the studies by Oxford University, 90% of their studies show that the ESG standards and all actually lead to a lower cost of capital. That's one. 88% of their studies actually show that the good ESG compliance actually leads to a better performance of shares. Talking about millennials, McKinsey estimates that millennials will be inheriting something like $30 trillion of wealth, and they are a group which is twice as likely to invest in sustainable products and services as many of us. So the benefit of sustainable investment, sustainable finance are all clear to us: the improved access to capital, the opportunity to actually have the improved efficiency and all. Now, coming to what exactly are we talking when we are talking about the sustainable financing? I think there are three dimensions. One, the whole sustainable financing, whether it's the green financing, green loans, the green lending, or today even tackling to some extent the green crimes, right? So, and second angle is the investment reorientation to stimulate sustainability, that is investing in more sustainable products. And third to me is sustainable insurance, so wherein the ensuring different kinds of the new risk models and fair and inclusive insurance. I mean, if I remember a few years back, Deutsche Bank CEO said that ESG ratings would be more or less same as credit ratings in very near future. And we are already seeing the trends. We are seeing a decline in insurance for coal-fired furnace. We are already seeing the logistics companies going to EV. We are already seeing a move away from funding some of the fossil fuel projects. So that's happening. Most important point that I wanted to highlight is how am I enabling all this digitally? That will help me, one, access to finance that each one of the panelists sitting here is offering, plus the reporting ask that they will have. I think the first use that the digital technologies can give you is we can inventorize our scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions using digital technology. That's one. The second use that we have is we can inventorize my carbon footprint of my product. That is the second use. And the third and the most important point is I can actually have two views of financial as well as the green line, as we call it, the sustainability. I can develop using digital technologies and solutions embedded in my business process, internal carbon pricing mechanisms, and also looking at how simulation models to look at how I'm going to make it more, my business model, more and more sustainable. What percentage of CapEx, what percentage of OpEx is being used to mitigate and used for carbon mitigation and avoidance. Now, I'm not saying, so these are all very fanciful statements that I made. There are challenges. There are still the expectation gap of climate scalability of climate tech financing that you heard just now. Still, the overall overarching ecosystem of the regulatory ecosystem and the policy ecosystem still needs to go. So there are a number of ways I think in which all of us can create an ecosystem collaboratively. I think the first and the foremost is the sharing, and whenever we have done work across SMEs that you just now heard, the only thing that has worked is the horizontal replication, the knowledge sharing, the word of mouth, and peer learning. So that has always worked. The knowledge sharing, the collaboration, improving innovation through an ecosystem, that is something that can be enabled, and we are sitting on a huge opportunity in terms of creating, using the fintech that you heard as a horizontal in terms of the business that each one of us runs. So the opportunities are huge. The answer lies in two, three small things to do. One, embed this into the day-to-day business processes, whether it's access to finance, the availability of finance, use of finance, embed that and then measure it digitally. And that's where companies like us realizing this, and for us, 400,000 companies, more than 400,000 global companies actually run on SAP. Within India, 15,000 companies run on SAP. So there is a big responsibility that we actually carry. And from that perspective, the importance of creating products and solutions. So all like technology companies like us have come out with products like Sustainability Control Tower, helping you create the dashboard on what could be done, and then providing the solutions in terms of what has happened, why has that happened, and how can it be improved, offering the support to the cycle of finance as we get in and we use and then we refinance. That to me is going to be the way forward. The initial steps have been taken. Very exciting times ahead. Let's see how quickly this marriage actually proceeds, and how do we take it forward when we talk about digital for sustainable and inclusive finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. In fact, technology forms the backbone for many of the innovative, young, smart entrepreneurs in edtech, fintech, agtech. So if the technology is there to support, I think people can and do want to measure their contribution, positive or negative, towards climate finance. One disturbing trend, though, while we are on the issue, is the diversion of funds from the health, etc., which to climate. I mean, so health is also equally important, and the infrastructure that we have will require that funding. So, I mean, that in the previous session also it was mentioned that climate is important, but then we should find new ways of funding it or economizing on wasteful expenditure to contribute. But we can't take away from one to feed the other. That would be really disastrous. So, and especially after we have come out from this epidemic. So we have saved 10 minutes. So I would like to give the offer to people who have some questions. The protocol is, please identify yourself. Please ask questions, and questions only. Opinions we can have on bilateral basis later after we get down from the stage. And third is, to whom you are directing that question, so that it becomes easier for us to respond. So, any hands? Sirat, please reach out. There are some mics on the stage also.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. A.V. Rao. I'm from NSB, Electronic City, Bangalore. I represent a B school where we have a lot of students who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs. These initiatives of GCNI is really helping the education institution, academic institutions in building future entrepreneurs. So in this direction, I specifically require the fintech companies to come and guide, act as a panel members to encourage these young minds to come out without fear and contribute to GCNI as well as to the national prosperity. I seek the panel members to volunteer to steer this activity by becoming a panel members to the incubation centers or to the accelerator programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Many of us are already contributing it. If we get specific invitation, we'll definitely come. I think, because we also like to interact with the youth, because they are our future. I mean, they only have to carry it forward, the message. Yeah. Next question, please. Whoever has the mic will ask the question.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Ganesh Reddy. Can the fintech companies give some incentives to the organization who is doing good in SDGs? They are moving forward to the sustainability. If the parameters are good, they are inching towards the achieving the goal of the SDG. Maybe you may charge less interest to them. This kind of incentives can be given. So how can you encourage them? Or you can discourage them also, whoever is not.
Okay, thank you for that. Of course, it would be nice to have that for sure. As we have been able to do from a gender lens perspective for women-owned businesses by providing discounted business loans, it goes back to how we can also raise that kind of a capital. I think the more funding that comes from a VC perspective that is earmarked specifically for climate initiatives, it helps us then create those kind of programs or products where in the end, both us and the investor is also looking for a certain number. But within that, where is the latitude to make that shift, to encourage more, to do subsidized or a lower interest loan, this sort of a thing definitely would be of interest for a lot of organizations. It would just come down to how we can also get that kind of a support as somewhere in the when we are in the middle NBFC stage, yeah, right? So, but yeah, it's good and a worthwhile thought for sure.
Just to add to that, when we lend based on a risk-based scorecard. And of course, I mean, some of these parameters can be considered in the framework when we take it forward. So of course, yeah, we can do that.
I think from an investor's perspective, as she was saying, for us, both impact, which is climate impact, as well as financial returns are actually equally important. So we see financial returns as something that's very, very critical in companies that we're investing in, because only if Kinara, for instance, is generating the kind of returns will they attract capital from us, and they'll be sustainable on their own in future. But there definitely is a lens that we employ to make sure that companies that we are funding are making that impact. So if you're not making a company, I know a beauty company out there, that's fantastic. It might be doing great work, but that's not for us. So there is a group of investors like ourselves that are really focused on companies that are looking to develop sustainable solutions. But at the same time, it's equally important that you generate the kind of returns as any other company would, because that's the only way, honestly, for you to grow sustainably as well.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Arun. My question is there anything to learn from app-based loan companies since you are focusing on MSMEs and women? Or is it that their business model is totally screwed, so we don't have to even think about them?
So, it's good that you asked that, because one of our channels in which we, get customers and maybe give a better service to customers is through apps. And we have developed a very unique app called the Hello Ujjivan app, which is a video, voice, and vernacular-based app. And for this segment of our customers, it's a lot to do with visual, it is a lot to do with voice. And having apps based on voice helps the customers, because they just ask whatever they want in the language that they are familiar with. They ask the app and the app responds to them. So we are in the phase of developing that app. We've already put it out there in the Play stores. And our customers now use the app for financial transactions, for looking at their bank statements, understanding their bank statements, applying for loans, acknowledging their loans. So this is right now for the existing customers. We will also be doing it for new customers when we onboard customers. So apps, yes, definitely yes.
But you should do your due diligence. Not all apps are Ujjivan apps. So that parentage, you have to check. And we ourselves are responsible for our actions, so we can't even blame others. But we have heard tragic stories around these apps. And another, while we are at it, on these jobs, immediately you have been selected, kind of. So there's a lot of phishing going on, so we have to be very careful. Yes, lady, you are waiting for a long time.
Just before, one point that I wanted to make to your point on, I think one important use of data is the standardization of the social impact frameworks also. Unfortunately, for different sectors, we currently have different measures of social impact, and that is also a challenge in your wish list becoming a reality of reducing the cost of financing or reducing the rate of financing. I think we are coming there in terms of the transparency that we are, and very soon, all of them will have this kind of visualization as to where are you vis-a-vis the benchmark in terms of the social impact framework.
Yeah, hello. So this is Preshita Pandey. I represent the sustainability team at IDFC First Bank. So my question is, since RBI and SEBI is coming out with various regulation, which is kind of, forming, they want a collaborative platform where all the financial institutions, including the banks and the NBFCs, work together for increasing the sustainable finance in India. So I wanted to know that how and in which areas NBFC like yours are seeking partnership or seeing opportunities where they can collaborate with bank and work towards increasing its financing. For example, we are seeing that NBFCs are partnering with banks for increasing the EV financing in India. So is there other sector where we can see a nearby, kind of more traction, more role where NBFC and bank are going to play? Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So I'll add from an MSME standpoint. MSME as a sector got priority sector lending, PSL qualified. And what this means is banks have a mandate to set aside certain funds specifically for PSL activities. Since that has occurred with MSMEs, there has been an increased collaboration that we see, because banks typically don't do collateral-free loans for this, especially smaller amounts, sort of this last mile financial inclusion that we are able to drive. So this is something that is happening increasingly. And then other type of co-lending relationships that are also emerging, especially with the use of technology that's making it easier now for everybody to quickly assess KYC information, bank statements, even credit scores, and so on. So even NBFCs are partnering with NBFCs, other type of private companies are partnering to create new solutions. And this is definitely an area that will continue to emerge. So it's not just limited to banks and NBFCs. We're seeing a lot of interesting ways of financing and access to credit taking shape now.
Thank you, Khyati. We will stop here. Sorry, because we have to give space to the living wage debate. But I assure you that 4 of us will be here, 5 of us, to answer your questions one-on-one. So please don't go without asking that question, because it is important for us to learn what we have been able to kindle. So thank you so much, all the panelists, and I think I'll have to do the honors. So big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the moderator and the panelists. May I request Mr. Bhaskar Anand Rao, CFO, Bangalore International Airport, to kindly present mementos to the speakers. To all the speakers, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So we proceed with plenary session 4 right away. Economic empowerment, paving the way for living wages for Forward Faster 2030. The session is themed around empowering living wages for building a path to sustainable livelihoods. I'd like to request the moderator and the speakers to kindly come on stage in just a moment. That's the theme around which the moderator and the panel members will be discussing over the next half an hour. I invite the moderator for the session, Ms. Sunita Sule, Vice President, Western Region, UN GCNI and Director, Country Development and Government Relations, BASF India Limited. Kindly put your hands together as I invite all the members of the panel onto the dais. Dr. Rahul Suresh Sapkal, Assistant Professor, Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Gopal Das M, Senior Sustainability Specialist, Quality and Sustainability Compliance Team, Supply Area South Asia, IKEA Services India Private Limited. A warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Ranjit Prakash, National Coordinator, Setting Adequate Wages Project, International Labour Organization, Decent Work Team for South Asia and Country Office India. A very warm welcome to each one of you. And now over to the moderator.
Can you all hear me? Okay, great. So warm welcome to this session on living wages towards sustainable livelihoods. As I mean, the moderator has already introduced me. So, this topic of living wages is a very, very nascent topic, extremely at the initial stage. And you know that this is the decade of action. Yeah, you know that the fact that we're reaching the midway of the decade of action. And it couldn't have come at in the worst environment. So you know that we're facing impact of the climate crisis. We have lingering effects of COVID still prevalent. We have the Ukraine war, the Israel-Gaza conflict. So in this environment, we really want to achieve the SDGs by 2030. And the real fact is also the fact that I don't think we are progressing well. We, in fact, may have retraced our steps on our goals. Yeah? And living wages as a topic is such an impactful, critical topic because 12 of the SDGs can be impacted, or we can work on 12 of the SDGs through living wages out of the 17 SDGs. So it becomes a very, very important topic. Like just for example, if you think beyond your roti, kapda, makan, you know, if a worker gets some more money in hand, you will think of educating your kids. You will think of healthcare. You will think of even contributing towards climate action because you go beyond just the roti, kapda, makan. So it's a very, very important topic, but unfortunately, still at its nascent stage. And we wouldn't have had a better panel right now that we have here. We have the academia reflected or represented by Rahul. We have the labor setting, the agenda setting organization in Ranjit. And we have IKEA as a practicing organization. Yeah? So let's hear from the different perspectives of our wonderful, amazing panel. We had some very interesting discussions before we kind of came here. So I'm sure this would be interesting for you all. And we as a collective, yeah, hopefully go back with a little more awareness on this topic of living wages. Yeah? So let's start. Maybe I throw it open first to Rahul. Would you like to kind of start off your opening?
Okay. Thank you, moderator. At the outset, I would like to thank UN GCI network and Ratnesh ji for actually inviting me for this very interesting conference. And UN play a very important role in popularizing the idea of, you know, like a living wage through the sustainability model, getting on a board to all the major corporates and, you know, to getting them on a board and also advocating that, okay, how living wage is very important. So in these brief presentations, I would like to, because some of you may be hearing this concept first time, and this is also one way in which we are moving towards, you know, like achieving our sustainable development goal and also our other sustainable priorities, business priorities. So let's understand, okay, what is the sustainable development, what is the living wage stands for at India and globally, then what is the labor market situation is right now, what is the wage situation is right now, where is the precarity of the wages are here, and then we will take these discussions to with my other fellow panelists. Okay, so let's move. So being an academics, you know, like we have a habit of, you know, using a data graphs to tell you about, you know, like insights about how to torture the data. So I will try to torture the data and to give you some meaningful insight about, okay, how to read the data also. So typically in economics, we talked about that why the living wage is important, because 3/4 of the India's working population is drawing the livelihood through the wages. So that's why the wages are very important. Majority of the income is generated through the wages. And that's why it is very important for the Indians to understand, because the livelihood depends upon the wage income earning rather than the other sources of earning. Then what is a living wage? Why not only wage? Why the living wage is so important? And who provides the living wages? And who are these workers? So that's important. So in economics, we say that, okay, living wage is not the new concept over here. Ever since the many philosophers or theoreticians started defining the wages, so they started, okay, why wages are required? Because every worker needed to reproduce the labor power. Means whatever you earn today, you go to the grocery store, you take the nutritious food, and you reproduce your labor power the next day. And that's how the cycle continues. So idea of wages is to maintain the nutrition balance so that you can maintain your family and you survive. So idea of wages is to survival. But is this the meaning of the life? That's why the living wage is important. The meaning of life is not only the survival, to have a decent life, to have a fairer life, to have a share prosperity. So wherever the business will grow, prosperity has to be shared with all the stakeholder, not with the shareholder. That's important. All with the stakeholder. That's why it is very important. And why it is important? When your workers are happy, they are more productive, so your organization is happy. So whole supply chain is happy. So worker will work at their maximum marginal productivity, their optimum level. And that's why the living wage is important. So ILO in the 1997, they gave the first working definitions that the level of wages has to be sufficient enough so that average family side needs to be taken care of. And where they use the word, okay, the basic need of the family. But the basic need has never been defined. In India, we had so far 4 wage commission has been given. National 4 wages. The last commission in 2019 gave the national floor wage by the Anup Satya committee report said that, okay, the wages should be 376 rupees, national floor wage. So that's the wages they have given. So basic living wage they have given for us so far. Now here look into how the wages are being fair. Why we have to talk about the wages. Just forget about the text. Just read the table over here. Now look into the blue one. The share of a profit. In the last 20 years, the share of a profit has gone 50%. It means if the India is earning 100 rupees, the 50% goes in the pocket of as a profit. It means entrepreneur business are earning decent profit. 50% goes as a form of a profit. Whereas the worker share is only 10%. Means 2/3 population earns only 10% of the India's income, whereas 1/3 of the entrepreneur earns 50% of the profit. So it means there is a huge wealth and income disparity, and that's why minimum wage is the only way in which you can transfer the wealth from those who have to those who do not have. That's the way in which we can actually create an equitable society, a just society. Now look into the productivity. Has the Indian labor actually degraded its productivity? No. The productivity, it means per hour value produced by the worker has actually increased tremendously. But that productivity has not commensurated with his earning. You can see the blue graph, the productivity has increased, but the wages are stagnant. So what does it show? It shows that the workers are actually getting more and more vulnerable, more and more precarious, and is exposed to the more and more financial and social risk. And in order to protect that worker, you require a protection, a social safety net, which has been provided by the living wages or minimum wages, which is guaranteed by the law. Now looking into the productivity trend also, not only the worker is also impacting, but also you will see the manager compensation is also increasing. But manager productivity is not increasing as compared with the manager's compensation. As you can see, the workers' production rate has actually started declining. Productivity is increasing. So what does it mean? We are creating a wage, a divide within our industry, creating different classes of the worker, and hence the industry is getting the distorting effect within the industry. Now, the living wage has 4 facets. One, which talks about the sustainability. In order to have industry to survive, you require the living wages to have a sustainable business model. Without that, the industry can't survive. Then, living wage will ensure the capability of each and every stakeholder, including workers. That will ensure. Then, living wage will protect from the externality. Externality for the unforeseen expenses, externality for unforeseen eventuality that will come because of the accident, death, or any other things, And then living wage is the only way through which you can protect workers' representations, collective dialogue, and social cohesion within the industry, which will ensure undisrupted production activity within your supply chain. Now, why living wage is required? Though the Constitution of India under the Article 39 talked about the living wage, not the minimum wage, it means in India we have an architect, we have an ecosystem that is created for the living wages. But Indian government or maybe the Indian entrepreneurs are reluctant to engage with the living wage for the one reason is that are they really viable? Will that not affect their profitability? Yes, it will affect their profitability. But then if you really want to have a shared prosperity, if you really want to grow as together, if you really want to have a sustainable business model, we have to have a principle-based wage structure. And that has been given by the Indian Constitution. So here there are three ways in which you can have the wage structures. The minimum wage talks about subsistence that will have your minimum needs. Then you have a fair wages, which will have the social reproduction of the labor. And the last one is called the sustainable living wages, sustainable and the decent wage conditions. If the workers are ensured the sustainable and the decent wage conditions, sure that, okay, the industry will prosper and it will have. Now, the first time in India, I calculated the living wage for the tea plantation worker in the state of Assam. As you can see, because of that, the living wage of the workers was high. Because of that, there was an upward pressure for the minimum wages. So minimum wages of the state tea plantation of workers in Assam has increased a lot. So it created upward pressure for the minimum wages also. So you can see, if you have a 4 family members, so minimum living wages will be 844 rupees. And if you have a 6 family member, you will have a 1351 rupees. What is the idea of minimum living wages? Living wage take family as a unit, whereas minimum wage take individual working member as a unit. That's the difference. So living wage encompasses family as a unit and minimum wage takes working population and dependent member as a unit. So that's the difference. And then living wage takes into account unforeseen expenses, children's expenses, and then future externalities, that kind of a thing. And then you can actually calculate the wage deficit. This methodology is available, and anybody wants, we can discuss this more also. Now, what is the wage rate right now over here? On your extreme left, you can see the living wage that has been calculated in today's price. You can see the living wage for the skilled work, unskilled work, and semi-skilled work. You can see 966 for the skilled work per day. But what actually we are paying? 280 rupees per day. Huge gap, almost like 600 rupees gap we are actually, the worker is facing. So this is the wage deficit, means welfare loss for the worker. It means that cannot be compensated at any cost. Now, who will take the responsibility? I think the Indian corporate, the state should come forward and they should actually take this responsibility forward. So what we have done? So we have started the initiative at IIT Bombay. This is our lab. So in there, we are actually doing industry specific which are the export incentive. We are calculating the minimum wages, living wages for the 16 industries. And there we are actually sharing this information with these trade unions, workers, and the concerned industry with that that particular states, and we are giving them information, live on information, so that working conditions of the workers should be improved. Now, let me give the fact. Is it really a fact? Yes. There are 10 global companies which has already implemented the living wage. Unfortunately, there is none from India. Aldi North, Aldi South from the Germany, Isota from Spain, Fairphone from Sweden, Harrod from Germany, L'Oreal, Unilever, not Indian one, but they have a one web page which talks about that, and Super Uni from Thailand. These are the 10 companies which has the living wage model. So these are the way in which this is required. So why living wage matters a lot? We have 40 million people working as a wage employment. Out of that, 63% are the casual worker who is drawing the wages 143 rupees per day. Now, if we really want that they should not slip into the trap of poverty, we require the living wage. With this, I would like to stop here and thank you.
So thanks a lot, Rahul. Really interesting. And it's really the data that actually is the starting point, right? To kind of change and transition when industries would like to transition in future. Yeah? So thanks a lot for your opening. May I now invite Ranjit, if you could kind of give us some insights and your perspective from ILO.
Thank you, Sunita. And we have to be mindful of the time also, I understand. Good afternoon, everyone. My thanks to organizers, especially Mr. Ratnesh, who invited ILO to be a partner to this journey. In fact, I welcome you all on behalf of International Labour Organization, New Delhi. And this is a very timely discussion on living wage. Though it's a global discourse at the moment, but we as ILO are very keen to promote this concept in India as well. Most of you may be aware of International Labour Organization, but for the sake of all the audience, I would like to introduce briefly who we are. So International Labour Organization is the specialized agency of United Nations and the only agency in the world to set the labor standards. We work in 187 member countries of the world, and we are the only UN agency which is tripartite. We are mandated to work with the government, workers' representative, that is trade unions, and employers' organizations, to which many of you might have some kind of associations. And then followed by different kind of partners. Having said so, I would also like to emphasize that we promote two things: decent work and social justice. And this living wage concept is very key to promote social justice. When we say social justice, what do we mean? We essentially mean equitable, inclusive society. And laws, as mentioned by my co-panelists, a number of workforce you can imagine, if we take care of the dimensions, their needs, etc., it will be very critical to ensure social justice in the world and also in this country. Finally, as far as living wage is concerned, we as ILO, we treat this as under the labor protection framework, and we are guided by ILO conventions, international conventions, or you can call it legal standards. However, unfortunately, we have not been able to develop any international standard on living wage till date, but I take this opportunity to announce in this hall that very recently in November 2023, our governing body, which is the highest body of this organization, has taken a call to and authorized office of ILO to take the discourse globally and also at the national level on living wage, and to promote the concept, to understand the definition, and to define the methodology, indicators, etc. So as ILO, we are in this journey, we have just begun. We have not agreed to any definition or methodology which are into practice, though we are aware of several methodologies which are being used by different businesses of the world. I had requested my colleague in Geneva, our headquarters, to be present for this conference, but due to his busy schedule, he could not make it. However, he has sent a presentation which I would request organizers to play the video, which will certainly talk about living wage globally, what does it mean and what is the ILO's position on living wage? And certainly I'll contribute thereafter. Thanks. Can we play the video?
Good morning or good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to this conversation on living wages. My name is Patrick Belser. I'm a senior economist and wage specialist in the ILO headquarters in Geneva. And it is my pleasure to kick off this meeting with a brief introduction on living wages. And to do this, I am going to share my screen with you. And I'm going to start by emphasizing the fact that the terminology of living wages is not a new terminology. It appears twice in the ILO Constitution. The preamble of the ILO Constitution, which was adopted in 1919, considered that universal and lasting peace can be established only if it is based upon social justice, and therefore it called for the provision of an adequate living wage. After World War II, the ILO adopted the Declaration of Philadelphia, which was annexed to the ILO Constitution, and which calls for policies in regards to wages and earnings to ensure a just share of the fruits of progress to all, and a minimum living wage to all employed and in need of such protection. Now, what exactly is the definition of a living wage? This is an important question because living wages is a complex concept and is also sometimes controversial. And it is important to keep in mind that there are no ILO standards on the subject of living wages, nor has there been any definition agreed by governments, employers, and workers at the ILO. This being said, there exist a number of definitions that have been produced in different places, and in those definitions, a living wage is generally related to the needs of workers and their families. So, for example, the Global Living Wage Coalition defines a living wage as the remuneration received for a standard work week by a worker in a particular place, sufficient to afford a decent standard of living for the worker and her or his family. Now, what is the difference between living wages, minimum wages, adequate wages, all these different concepts? So a minimum wage is defined in the ILO as the minimum amount of remuneration which is guaranteed by law. And in determining the level, ILO Convention number 131 calls for taking into account two sets of factors. On the one hand, the need of workers and their families. On the other hand, economic factors. In recent years, ILO documents and declarations have called for adequate minimum wages, statutory or negotiated, and more generally for the setting of adequate wages that take into account both workers' needs and economic factors. Indeed, it makes no sense to set wages above the capacity of enterprises to pay, and therefore economic factors are very important elements to take into account in setting wages. Now, why do living wage initiatives exist? Well, I think it's quite clear. Across the world, millions of workers and families continue to live on extremely low wages, including in global supply chains. And there are different reasons for this. I think we can distinguish two sets of reasons. Firstly, some countries have no or very low minimum wages and very little collective bargaining. So we can say that in those countries, institutions fail to deliver adequate wages or to actually enforce them. In some other countries, the general level of productivity, the capacity to pay of local enterprises is very low, and they act as constraints, economic constraints, which do not allow for higher minimum wages. So living wage initiatives can help to improve this situation and ensure that workers in supply chains can have decent living standards. However, at the same time, a recent ILO brief called Setting Adequate Wages, the Question of Living Wages, sets out some principles agreed with workers and employers that you may wish to take into account when discussing and promoting living wages. First of all, in moving towards living wages, take into account both evidence on the needs of workers and their families, as well as information on economic factors and the overall capacity to pay of sustainable enterprises in those countries. Related to this first point, in closing the living wage gap, it may be required to take a different set of measures that go beyond the sphere of wage setting alone, which may include measures to improve productivity, to enhance the skills of workers and entrepreneurs, and to encourage the formalization of enterprises and the workers that they employ. Thirdly, there is a need to strengthen and involve national institutions and to place social dialogue at the heart of global living wage initiatives. This is very important in order to ensure the relevance of these global living wage initiatives and to connect the global debate with the national conversation that governments, employers' organizations, and trade unions are having on wages in particular countries. Fourthly, it is very important also to keep promoting minimum living incomes for all, including because there are millions of workers who are not wage employees, but who are self-employed workers. This includes, for example, smallholder farmers, and these workers as well deserve a decent standard of living. And finally, remember that living wages are a very important objective, a very key aspiration, but at the same time, the ILO promotes mechanisms such as collective bargaining to ensure a just share of the fruits of progress to all and wages that are above the bare minimum and above living wages if economic factors allow. With that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very fruitful conversation, and I'm looking very much forward to hear about the conclusions of this conversation. Have a great day, and goodbye to all.
So, so you can see now I don't need to talk about living wage because very clearly stated the ILO's position. But as mentioned, I would like to add that 24th February, we are going to have a global tripartite conference, or you can say consultation in Geneva for the first time ever on living wage. And there we will decide the course of action globally, including India. So very soon we will be working very hard. And last point which I would like to conclude, that since we are talking of living wage, already as ILO we have initiated a program in India. It's called Setting Adequate Wage, and I'm heading that program in this country, where we are talking of setting wages adequately, which also includes living wage. So two things we are talking about is minimum wage and also living wage. But I'm quite hopeful that Government of India and state governments will agree to the set standards ILO Convention on Minimum Wage, because never ever in the history of independent India the minimum wage has been set as per the ILO standard. But I am very pleased to announce you, share with you that 4 states of this country, Assam, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and Jharkhand, have requested us formally for technical support in promoting minimum wage as per the ILO's standard. And when we say ILO standard, it is not just the need of the workers and the families. We are also adding the second factor which has never ever been taken into account, that is economic factor. We have to see the sustainability of the businesses as well, because we believe that when we talk of minimum wage, fair wage or living wage, we have to maintain balance between businesses and the workers' needs and the business's sustainability. So I'll end up at least this part of the discussion by requesting you all for collaboration with ILO and UN Global Compact in this journey, and let us see what kind of results we can produce.
Thank you very much, Ranjit. Just with a show of hands, how many people actually know or knew about the concept of living wages and the difference between minimum and the living wages? Just would like to, yeah. So as expected, I think it's a fairly new concept, but glad that GCNI, Global Compact Network India, has really, taken this, the initiative of really talking about this. And it's not easy, let me tell you. It's not easy for companies to even talk about this right now. And in that context, we have a company here, IKEA, and Gopal from IKEA. May I invite you to give your opening? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Thanks to UN Global Compact in India for inviting us and giving me a platform to be here to talk about living wage. This is an interesting topic for me because I come from an HR background, and for me, when I connect with people, yes, my people need to earn better. And how does it go and where from it go? Yes, it's $1 million question, and we have to work out how this can happen in future. I represent IKEA, and most of you would be knowing what is IKEA because we have IKEA in Bangalore. IKEA is a home furnishing retailer, leading organization. It is based out of Sweden. We have around 500 plus stores across the globe in about 60 countries, 60 plus countries. And we are about 2 lakh co-workers working for IKEA. And apart from that, we have suppliers who are working for us, and our vision, the vision from our founder, what we follow in our daily routine is that to create a better everyday life for the many people. And when we talk about many people, it is including everyone sitting in here and who are customers and who are people who are involved in manufacturing products for us. And we value them, and we wanted to see that they are also treated fairly and properly. Now, connecting to our vision, we also have a sustainability strategy, which is inclusive of health and safety of everyone. Then we talk about climate, which we already had a session today. And then we talk about fair and equal. When it comes to fair and equal, still this living wage is part of our component, what we wanted to work. What at IKEA, what we wanted to see is that by 2030 at least, we wanted to see that all our workers in the supply chain, all employees in the supply chain are able to live a decent life. So how this can happen? Of course, you would have heard from both Dr. Rahul and Ranjit that living wage is talking about how can we ensure a decent life for the people. There is no formula defined as of now. How do we get it to there? We have to work upon, and there are so many areas where you need to come up because still we don't have a formula. Yeah, and it depends on what is your family size. Is it your nuclear family, or you have an extended family, you have your parents, plus. So it depends upon how comfortable you are living, how happy you are. Now the next step when we talk about what is the advantage of having a living wage in the future, a thought around is that you will have happy co-workers who are getting earned, who don't have a problem because their life is number one settled with their insurance and taking care of medical expenses, which is most commonly today. You do not know what is my medical expenses going to be tomorrow. It's an uncertainty. So how do we secure that? How can we secure good education for my children? Maybe 2 children, 3 children. How do we secure that part? And that cost for it today is also like you can't predict, you can't assume. So this will all get be done once the living wage come into the part. And that's what the expectation is. And in that situation, you will have happy co-workers who work and give you more productivity at your facilities because they are tension-free. 50% of the tensions are taken away. And they can contribute more towards working environment. Now, how do we reach there? Yes, we have questions and we need support from the government of the country as well as ILO, because we need to find out how we reach there. Because today we know, I don't know how many of you know that, we have states in India where we do not have set minimum wages for certain industries. And we are working with a national floor level minimum wages, which is the bare minimum, and you won't get to work up for that today. We have countries where, we heard from the video, we have countries where you don't have set minimum wages. Of course, here the collective bargaining and negotiation power plays a role in making things better and better. And that is how we can build and move forward. When I started about fair and equal, and I was talking about being fair on the part of money or the wages part. Now equal, we don't want to stop here. We wanted to see of the inclusive approach. We wanted equal rights for women. We wanted equal rights for the third gender. And we also wanted to see that today's vulnerability is that once you are plus 40, you don't get a job. The moment the CV is seen as plus 40 or 45, that is kept aside. Let me try somebody like 20, 25 because they are smart and they are active. So that's what the thought process is. How can we make their life also better? We need 40s and 45s because they also contribute. They come with experiences. They can be of more ideas into your work environment. So we wanted to go with an inclusive approach. We wanted to have more people and live a decent life by 2030. And we wanted to eliminate this barrier which is coming as age factor. We have an opportunity of hiring young workers, provided we are not putting them on a hazardous operation. And how many employers are doing it? Minimal. Some of things are based on the understanding that, okay, I should not hire anybody less than 18. Yes, of course, if you have a dangerous operation or a hazardous operation, you are not allowed to. But otherwise, you can always hire them at a lower risk level work with the limitations as per the law. So law is allowing us, ILO is allowing us, so we can take that opportunity. Because when we hire anybody, now any ad comes with like minimum 2 to 3 years experience. How will a person without working get an experience? So let us set that and make that fair and equal part. Then here I also wanted to add that we need to ensure that a safe working environment for the people. And IKEA's idea is that to ensure these things by 2030. How are we doing today? We have our code of conduct for all our suppliers. And we have 63 suppliers in South Asia. When I say South Asia, it is India, Bangladesh, and Dubai. We were also working for Sri Lanka, but now due to the situations, we are not working for Sri Lanka, but India and Bangladesh is part of it, and Dubai also. So what we see is that we share them our code of conduct, and on a random basis, we go and verify how they are securing compliances. And by that we ensure that the right wages and right working hours are being captured and everybody are treated fair and equal. And we try to keep this moving forward and we try to do our best from our end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gopal. Really good insights about why and how IKEA is looking at achieving your vision of living wages by 2030, I think, right? So let's move on, and just wanted to ask maybe Rahul, you talked about some work that you did on the tea estates in Assam, yeah? So let's say living wages, what would be the impact on sustainable livelihoods? You did some research there, so would like to hear about that. And also, what were the challenges? What are the challenges that you feel to implement living wages?
Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting question.
Living wage, I think since last 3 years only it started, getting traction from the policy makers that we need to define the living wages. Why? Because there is a pressure is coming from the international cooperations and the bilateral investment treaties that the Indian labor standard is being compromised, and then they're working in a very precarious conditions. The labor law has been flaunted, and the pays are very, very bad. So the pressure is coming from the international brands, and that's why because of that pressures they wanted to have. Tea estate was been selected because India is a tea exporter countries, and we have a huge international market for that. So like a Tetley and these companies started pressurizing the government of India. Tea is a heavy regulated industry, scheduled industry. Tea plantation workers are not getting paid. And there was a report that, okay, they were getting paid 92 rupees per day. Women were getting 45 rupees per day. They were working 42 rupees, like they were working 12 hours in a day. So the Oxfam took the initiative that, okay, let's first do the experiment with them. And then we designed the questionnaire, but there was no methodology. The only methodology was available, which is a global, like a global, like a living wage coalition methodology was there. The methodology has a one flaw because they standardize all the workers, irrespective of which country, which place, which industry, because it's a place-based method. So they do not take within country heterogeneity. The methodology has a flaw. And when you try to convince the government of India authority, they will not get convinced. So what we did, so we went back to the Indian legal history, looked into the labor laws, and looked into already the Indian labor jurisprudence is so rich. So we took the Indian Supreme Court judgment and we took their references and we convinced the Supreme Court and the Guwahati High Court, this is our methodology. They approved it, we calculated, and we collected the data during the COVID time only. So during the COVID time, using the tablet, we went to the tea plantation area, 5,000 samples collected, and we estimated the data. So if you see our methodology, 58 items has been collected. 58 item: food, non-food, educations, travel, even they are taking tobacco, non-tobacco, all these items. Insurance, medical insurance, frequency, everything. So all these items we have collected, and then we use the triangulation method, what the consumption reported by the household, then we have matched that prices with the local kirana shop. The triangulation method allows us to calculate the middle price. And on that basis, we did for the 4 family member, then 6 family member, then 8 family member. And then we came up with the 3 different living wages. And then we proposed this idea to the Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Assam CM. He accepted it, but then the Labor Department rejected this idea. Then Assam Chai Bagan Union, because the trade union was important, they put the litigation in the Guwahati High Court. Within 2 months, they increased the minimum wage. So now minimum wage is 280. Earlier it was 196. So that was the, you could say, immediate impact that can have been seen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting, really, because in a way, this can be used for collective bargaining also, the data that you collect, yeah? So, great. Ranjit, you talked about, you're going to work with a few governments, yeah? State governments, on setting adequate wages. So how did it come about? And because, living wages also has a role of a strong role of policy making and advocacy. Yeah. So unless and until that happens, you cannot see a change in regulations. So if you can give us some insight about how this came about with the state governments that you talked about.
Living wage. Yeah. Thanks, Sunita, for this question. I can honestly share with the audience that living wage is also a new concept for policymakers, not the audience. When you ask the question, how many of them are aware, I could see just 4 or 5 hands raised, right? So when I was interacting with all principal secretaries of states, which I mentioned 4 states, and none of them were aware of this concept. But very interesting thing that they looked to be very positive. They tried to understand what ILO was trying to convey them? What was the message? But, as ILO, what we believe, I reiterate, that living wage, as we assume that it should be higher than the minimum wage. Whether we call it living wage, fair wage, better wage, that again to be decided, but even living wage, if it has to be higher or better than minimum wage, then the house has to be set in order. What does minimum wage mean? That itself is not in order in this country. So what I am doing with the policymakers, that they should first agree that minimum wage should be fixed at the national and state level as per the international standard, where the needs of the workers and the families and also the productivity level of the businesses, unemployment, employment, etc., economic factors, both these need to be taken into account. And then we have to see whatever wages are fixed as minimum wage, what is the level of that wage? Whether we should call it better wage or fair wage or near to living wage, but at least that will be the scientific base. And when we are saying that, okay, these two indicators to be included, this has to be evidence-based, based on certain data of the Government of India and state governments. And as ILO, this is not our job to say that X amount is the minimum wage or Y amount is the living wage. What we are saying that based on the data, evidences, and follow the ILO methodology, fix the wages, and government should provide the opportunity to workers' representatives and businesses' representatives, both, to have the dialogue and decide the wage. And this is what we call negotiation. So whatever wage has to be decided on negotiation, based on negotiation, especially living wage. It has to be bipartite between businesses and the workers and to be based on negotiation. So the ecosystem which is lacking in most of the workplaces, that has to be addressed first. So we are discussing with the policymakers, and I just for information of this house, since you all belong to businesses and most of you must be dealing with the minimum wage, at least minimum wage, if not living wage or better wage. In this country, as my co-panelists mentioned about missing wages and all, there are more than 2,000 minimum wages in this country. So can you imagine? How can you as a business or how can an official enforce it? More than 2,000 minimum wages. So what we are trying to tell the policymakers, that make it more inclusive. No one should be left behind, especially women, including women who are working as domestic workers, etc. They should also be part of the minimum wage statutory notification. And also make it universal. Don't make so many minimum wages which is difficult to enforceable. So it's not about enforcement. We are also telling the policymakers that if you ensure this minimum wage adequately, it will address different kind of vulnerabilities at the workplaces. For example, child labor, forced labor. Many of you who belong to sustainability department of your business must be dealing with all these social compliance issues. So wage or living wage does not need to be seen from the perspective of just enhancing income. It has to be seen from the perspective of addressing different vulnerabilities of the family members, of the workers, as well as existing vulnerabilities at the workplaces. It will also address child labor, forced labor to a large extent. And that is why there is a greater buy-in of setting minimum wage as per the ILO standard, and also in promoting the concept of living wage as we progress in our journey.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ranjit. Thanks for the clarification. Also, I think, Gopal, I'll kind of come to you. We've talked about really IKEA setting a sort of a benchmark and a best practice where you've already started talking about living wages. And of course, you're kind of targeting it to the economically weaker sections to a certain extent also, because that will be your focus. What about gender equity? I mean, you know that you have gender pay gap. That's already very well discussed in forums. So are you also addressing gender equity through your discussions?
Yes, definitely. And we always believe in lead by example. So we started working in IKEA itself. Even in our team, we balanced like 50-50. And of course, there are turnouts at some point of time. Somebody gets a better opportunity or they get elevated to our head office, then they move on. Then there is a replacement happening which takes time, or at that point of time, we are like not equal. But again, our goal is to have 50-50 always. And we are also paving way for the third genders. And this is not only, see, whatever we do at IKEA, it is not only for us, we are also percolating it down to our supply chain so that it is everywhere. So we all talk one language that we wanted to be fair and equal.
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot. So unfortunately, I don't think we have enough time. Yeah, we don't have enough time for questions from the audience. I think yet we have just one hand to... quick, just we'll have to close in 5 minutes, max. 5 minutes, okay? Okay. Can't hear you. I don't think we can hear you.
Since we work in the development sector, the term BPL and APL, people may be knowing, the below poverty level and above poverty level. In urban areas, what is the poverty level? If you earn 6,400 rupees per month, more than that, you are APL. And if you earn below than that, you are BPL in rural areas. Urban areas is 11,850. Okay. So why I'm talking about this APL, BPL? If somebody comes under APL, you're not going to get the government benefits. A lot of the subsidies program, state government and central government are providing to different schemes. He may not eligible for the that programs. I think you have to work on BPL and APL also. Yeah. Apart from that, somebody is getting X money. And EPF and ESIC is get deducted. Yeah. And in hand, what they are getting, you have to work on that also. You may be saving for future, but in hand, what is getting, that is important. Yeah. And most important is that we have to work on APL, BPL definition also. Right. Okay. Right. Need not to tell that Suresh Tendulkar committees. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot, Mr. Reddy. I think it's a good input, and I guess for ILO and for businesses like ours, and from your academia, we take that input. I'm sure there is some discussion on that also, but we may not have time to answer.
No, I don't want to answer, but just explanation. You were right, APL and BPL, it's for everybody. But when we talk about wages, it has to have some kind of employee-employer relationship. And that doesn't mean that APL, BPL limit is adequate. That again has to be seen into because of discrepancies. But I just wanted to clarify that when we are talking of wages, it has to have this dimension, that employer-employee relationship. You have to be in working age group and working hours, etc. has to be there, but not necessarily for people who are in APL or BPL category. There may be people who are not into work because of some reason. So just clarification from my side. Yeah. And that's all. Thank you.
I think we can take this outside. Even the gentleman there who wanted to ask a question, if we can connect outside, that would be great. I'm really sorry about that. So just to conclude, I think was a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much for the panel, Ranjit, Gopal, Rahul. For all of us here as a collective, we are here on behalf of UN Global Compact, which is a business body. Yeah, so clearly, I think we as part of India, India has huge goals, yeah, ambitious goals. We want to be a $5 trillion economy. We have a strong demographic dividend. We want to kind of be maybe, and we will by 2028, the third largest economy in the world. Now, considering all that, it's really the human factor that's key, that's most important. And today, most of us have been introduced to this concept of living wages, and I hope you sort of take this back to whichever organization or academia that you all come from, and hopefully we can kind of at least start this discussion in our circles, because it's really key. And I repeat that, really living wages actually impact 12 of the 17 SDG goals. So you know how critical this is. And really, let's start this discussion in our own circles. So thank you very much. Yeah.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this session. I request Ms. Sunita Sule, Vice President, Western Region, GCNI and Director, Country Development and Government Relations, BASF India, to kindly present tokens of our gratitude to the members of the panel. May I request Mr. Sanil C. Nambudripad, Managing Director, ONGC Tripura Power Company, to do the honors to the moderator, Ms. Sunita Sule. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The concluding session for the day, the valedictory session, will begin in the next 2 minutes. Professor Rajiv Gowda, Vice Chairman, Karnataka Policy and Planning Commission, former Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, former Professor at IIM Bangalore, and also former Director on Central Board of RBI. So I request you to address the audience.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here with the Global Compact and the whole mission of Forward Faster. I, in my new capacity as head of the Policy and Planning Commission in Karnataka, am also responsible for taking the Sustainable Development Goals agenda forward. And so that's a platform that allows us to all work together in the days to come. In the 2-3 months that I've already been in office, we've been able to make some impact in this broad sense. Those of you who are from Bengaluru would know that some months ago, a couple of months ago, we saw the purple line of the metro, the sort of the missing link there, getting completed. Now, I had just entered the government, and of course the government itself is had just been in office for a few months earlier. And so we said, let's not just open up Whitefield, which has a huge commuter traffic, and again, where many of your Global Compact companies are located. Let's also use this opportunity to introduce what are called metro feeder buses. Not rocket science, just hadn't been done. What we need, you can have all the metros you want, but if you don't have first and last mile connectivity, there's going to be a bit of a challenge, right? You won't get vehicles off the road. So we reached out to civil society, of course, but also to the Outer Ring Road Companies Association. So I'm just giving you an example of multiple entities coming together, multiple sectors, corporate, civil society, and government coming together to solve a real-world problem that impacts actually the environment of Bengaluru and Karnataka and the globe, I suppose. So basically, we had a series of meetings. I brought multiple agencies together, and then we decided we'll launch a metro feeder bus from KR Puram to Silk Board on the Outer Ring Road every 5 minutes, right? And company said we will provide incentives to our people to switch from private transport to public transport, okay? And as far as I was concerned, I mentioned to them that this is a no-brainer. Imagine, even if you're standing on a crowded metro, it's air-conditioned, you know that in 25 minutes you're going to get where you were supposed to get, and there's going to be a bus waiting to take you to work, and your commute is going to be reduced by half, and you would not have the stress of fighting with everyone on the street, trying to make that, inch forward, right? So basically you'll be happier, productive knowledge workers, right? And there are about 9.5 lakh knowledge workers who work on that stretch, right? So since then, the government has launched feeder buses in JP Nagar and a few other places, so we're really moving forward. But the magic of the first initiative was the fact that all sectors came together in a very constructive manner. So that's a success story from Bengaluru, and we need more, because this city is also a city which has achieved infamy for a couple of major factors, right? One, of course, is we have just where that Outer Ring Road goes, there's one of our largest lakes is called Belandur Lake. And Belandur Lake is famous or infamous for, anyone? Catching fire, right? Okay, lakes don't just catch fire, right? There's something in there that is flammable. And where did that something in there come from? It came from our friends and colleagues in the in the same sector, in the world of industry, right? So that's not just the only one. We have a river, this is a city which also, this region gives birth to multiple rivers. And there's a river called the Rishabhavati, which starts in Baswangudi and flows towards Mysore Road and then eventually into the Kaveri. Now this river, again, when you see it, it's foaming and, it's just, filled with heavy metal contaminants and various other things. How did that happen? Right? So when you start thinking along these lines, there are numerous real-world solutions that we need that can come only if we are able to go beyond not just the mega corporates, but to the MSMEs and everyone to make, and for that matter, to households that are not utilizing the sewage system, to make sure that all of this can be, turned around. And I think it can be done. And I'm essentially issuing a call here to everyone to step forward and to help make a difference on this front. The other major initiative that our Siddaramaiah Shiv Kumar-led government has taken is that we've embraced the idea of a climate action plan for Bengaluru city. So we are actually going to put in place a multifaceted, multidimensional set of agendas, working with corporates, working with everyone else to make sure that we become part of that net zero mission way ahead of the national targets. Because certainly we don't want to have air similar to Delhi, or for that matter, nowadays even Mumbai. So we have multiple agendas going on. I, unfortunately, am making a very quick cameo because I'm on my way to the airport and I have to rush. But basically, we are looking for, as the government of Karnataka, more partners, more cooperation, more opportunities to work together. And we are eager to facilitate in whatever way possible. So I'm reaching out. I'm basically commending you all for the initiatives that you are already taking. And I've been talking on the dimension of environment, but the Global Compact also looks at human rights and labor issues and gender issues, etc., all of which are very dear to our heart. For us, a Karnataka model of development is something that involves not just growth, but also equity and inclusion, and also that growth itself needs to be sustainable, and of course, social and communal harmony. So that's the broad agenda with which we are going forward, and I thank you for inviting me, chance to sort of express these ideas and share them with you, and I look forward to really taking things forward, working together across the state. Thank you. Ratnesh wanted me to be ready to address one or two questions. He said that's the democratic thing to do, and is our democracy alive and well? Any questions? Okay, there you go. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm Ateep from Superhuman Race. So you mentioned the climate action plan for Bangalore, right? What are some of the challenges you would primarily want to address in the plan of that?
Oh, okay. There's a detailed plan that we can discuss offline, and or probably if you give me your email ID, we'll send it to you. The basic point is that, just think about the major challenges, right? I mean, the emissions from transport, right? And that's one. Then, we get enough and more water through rainfall, but we don't harvest it. So what do we do on those fronts so that we don't have to pump water 50 miles from the Kaveri uphill, those sorts of situations. Yeah, the standard major challenges, but there is so much more about changing urban design and focusing on a more livable, walkable, non-motorized transport kind of a city where everything's closer. The city itself needs to be, we need to focus on a blue-green city, like a sponge, which helps to absorb water, lots and lots of issues. And then, of course, there's waste-related issues as well. These are just some broad headings, but there's no shortage of what I talked about, industrial, waste management, pollution, things of that sort as well. Thanks. One at the back.
Sir, good afternoon. My name is Senthil Kumar. My question is, what is that the government is specifically doing with respect to the urban pollution, specifically?
I just mentioned, see, urban pollution is air pollution, water pollution, industrial groundwater pollution, all kinds of dimensions are there. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's there's a lot of work that's already being done, right? But when we want to reduce air pollution, right? So it's not just about not having too many crackers on Deepavali. It's also about your daily transport emissions and how you can reduce them. It's about providing incentives for shifting from fossil fuel-based transport to EVs and things of that sort. It's about moving people from private to public. So if you think about a metro feeder bus service, that's an example of a modern creative solution. A bus lane, right now in the Outer Ring Road again, there used to be something that we had fought for called a bus priority lane. Right? And then the metro construction kicked in, and so that had to be dismantled. But the basic idea is that if people get used to the idea that the bus is going to get you from point to point much faster than all the cars that are jammed on the side, then it is a visual incentive for people to make that switch. Right? Okay. So those sorts of things. And there's much more. If we are able to, for example, provide you information at the bus stop, or on an app for that matter, Where is the next bus coming from? How long will it take? Where is it going? Where does it connect to? How long will it take to get you to the nearest metro? All this information, I mean, we write software for the world. This is not, as I said, rocket science. I mean, this is the city of ISRO. We do rocket science as well. But fundamentally, the point is that all of these actions are coming together to address, in some ways, the air pollution problem. Just giving you one example, right? Okay. Any others? Yes, madam.
Yeah.
Oh, one second. I am the lady in the white at the back there.
Good evening, sir. I'm Nisha. I want to ask if there will be any initiatives under the Climate Action Plan to promote afforestation and waste segregation at source. Because now that's a big, big challenge and people are not, there's no real motivation to segregate at source and do like recycling and all those things. So will there be anything under that?
Actually, there are rules right now which mandate that even households segregate its source between wet waste and dry waste, etc. There are some incentive problems where garbage contractors who are paid by weight will mix it all up again and things of that sort. So we have to fix these counterproductive problems. I haven't gone deep enough into that, but segregation at source is the solution. Get everyone involved. This is not something that's only for the government. You can't externalize this to the government. You need to all play a role and to be conscious of what impact you're having on the, or directly. Just when you see the amount of packaging waste that each of us generate, then you get a sense of this is my impact on the planet, right? So those are all good to have people make that, make that effort, right, at source. In terms of the first part of what you talked about, what was it? Afforestation, yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned this concept of a blue-green city. We're talking about, greening the city in whatever way is possible, as well as paying attention to water flows and, our ability to absorb more and hold it, etc. We will try and get hold of a copy, and you'll see that it's. We worked with WRI India, and they have a very detailed agenda for us. Okay. Thanks. Are we done? Oh, last question. Go ahead, sir.
So, my name is Ram Anna. I would like to hear from you what is our preparedness for avoiding urban flooding. What happened a few years ago in Bangalore, now a few days ago in Chennai. Any plans of action in a strong footing?
So, urban footing should not happen in a city like Bengaluru. We are situated about 3,000 feet above sea level. We are drained by 4 major valleys, Rishabhavati on this side, Hebal, Koramangala Chalagata Valley, the KC Valley on the eastern side. Okay, all of these are designed to take away water from the city. If you have come across a part of Bangalore called High Grounds, right? That's the highest point of the city. There are lots of, what have we done to the pathways of water's pathways? That is the challenge, right? We've blocked the stormwater drains that connect one tank to another. They were not stormwater drains, they were overflow canals, kalways as we call them, Raj kalways. Okay, because this whole system was an integrated water management, water harvesting system that had been put in place by our ancestors. Then, we started disregarding what water flows mean. And for example, in Koramangala, we decided that we will put in a residential layout called ST bed. ST bed, anyone knows what it stands for? It's Sinivagalu tank bed. There's a village called Sinivagalu. They took the tank and put houses there. Now, what was that tank? That's where the water flowed when there was a lot of rain, right? It was the depressed area in the low-lying area. So every time it rains, you see the problem out there. We took a whole bunch of these tanks and repurposed them. Dharmamudi Kere became Kempegowda bus stand, and across us, Sempangi Ramnagar Kere, literally across where we are today, cross the street and you'll see it. That whole thing was a tank. Now there's a Kantirwa Stadium, there's some other stuff. There is a remnant of a tank for memory's sake, okay, and for ritual festivals and things like that. But in the process, we've destroyed the water pathways, and then we've paved over the city. So now the modern water pathways are very different, right? And so if each person, each builder builds and says, I'm going to build, I'm going to sell and move on, and some of them have not paid attention to protecting water flows or have built in ways that expose their neighborhoods and their rich, fancy cars to, excess water, then you have the kind of craziness that we saw maybe year and a half ago. And the craziest part is when people actually die as a result, other people's stupidity causing some innocent person's death. Nothing is more tragic than that. Anyway, so we are paying attention to all these issues. We are trying to figure out, okay, the 1904 or whatever waterways and lake map is one thing, but what are the water flows today? We have techniques like satellite mapping and everything else. And so we can, even now, find solutions to these sorts of problems and make sure that at least Chennai is not, is practically at sea level, right? We are not. We can find ways to get water out of the city without submerging anything or anyone. Anyway, no one holds planes for me, so if you don't mind, I will have to make a quick departure. Thank you very much for inviting me. All the very best in this noble mission.
Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN GCNI, will present a memento of our gratitude to Professor Rajiv Gowda, who's taken time out of his busy schedule to spend a few minutes with us. Many thanks to you, sir, for making it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Sanil C. Nambudripad, Managing Director, ONGC Tripura Power Company, to kindly come on stage. Mr. Sridhar L., Head, Sustainability, Bangalore International Airport Limited, and Member Governing Council, UN GCNI. I request you to come on stage, sir. And Mr. Ganesh Reddy, Joint Secretary, UN GCNI, and Founder, Citizens Foundation, sir. Please do come on stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome the dignitaries onto the stage. Before we proceed with the valedictory session, we have two students from Jain University, Anushka Barsagade and Ananya Kulkarni, who will be talking about the key takeaways of today's very interesting discussions. So these students are from Jain University. Ananya and Anushka.
Hello everybody, good evening. I am Ananya Kulkarni.
And I'm Anushka Barsagade.
We are youth volunteers from Jain University here to present the key takeaways from today's session to you. Before we start, we would like to extend our gratitude to UNGCNI and our registrar, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra and Dr. Suyog, for giving us the opportunity to participate as youth representatives in such a big conference. I would also take a moment to thank all the youth volunteers present here today. Your hard work is appreciated. So let's start. Sustainability is no longer an option, but a necessity in our progressing world. The urgency to act swiftly, collaborate, and seamlessly integrate sustainability into all aspects of our endeavors is evident, especially from the insights shared by the esteemed panelists here. The first session extensively covered various areas, including e-waste, water management, biomedical processes, energy equity, gender pay parity, public transportation, and personal energy efficiency, all aimed at making business processes sustainable. The common thread emphasized the importance of collaboration to influence positive change in individuals and organizations alike. UNGCNI is a pivotal platform harmonizing prosperity and responsibility, fostering collaboration for sustainable growth, crucial in today's context. It transcends mere community building to foster genuine community bonding, as exemplified by Mr. Hari K. Marar's reference to Kempegowda International Airport. At IIT Madras, Dr. Mahalingam emphasized the need for a multidisciplinary approach to amplify the impact of sustainability efforts.
UNGC and the country-level network India facilitates a synergy between economy and sustainability, making it accessible to the general public. The imperative lies in instilling sustainability from grassroots, including women, children, and communities, transcending theory to practical application. The session, enriched with examples like Bindusar Lake cleanup and traditional water harvesting, propels everyone to embrace sustainability, epitomized by the mantra, sustainability is everything. We learned about the importance of ESG integration and prioritization of environmental, social, and governance factors in investments. Also had a coherent understanding on the use of sustainable finance for long-term risk management. We, of course, emphasized on the need of innovation for sustainability and exploration of green bonds and impact investing. The alignment of strategies with socially responsible practices, and last but not the least, the focus on the big role of collaboration and transparency to advocate for regulations and promote transparent reporting. Thank you everyone for your amazing participation, and special thanks to all the panelists for sharing their insights. Let us forward faster for 2030 goals together. Together we can and together we will. Thank you so much everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anushka. Thank you, Ananya, for so beautifully summarizing all your takeaways for today. Proceeding forward, I request Mr. Sanil C. Nambudripad, Managing Director, ONGC Tripura Power Company, to kindly present the valedictory address.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Sustainability is not a new word for Indians. In fact, our ancient texts and ancient Vedas told us always to live in harmony with nature. And we did it at those times. But somewhere along the way, when the industrialization happened, we got westernized, and then we lost it. So now we are again trying to redefine sustainability, and maybe purana paap jitna hai wo mitana chahte hain hum log aaj ke today. We want to erase those things and move forward in a sustainable manner. And institutions like GCNI has been doing a wonderful job in doing this. First to redefine what sustainability, and then take along all the stakeholders to see that the actions are implemented. And no doubt, as discussed today, everyone's involvement is absolutely necessary to have results, and that's an important factor to bring about these people together, and that's where the GCNI has been doing a wonderful job. It's a great privilege to stand here today before you as a MD of OTPC and NETC. OTPC is a power generating company in the northeastern region. We supply almost 25% of the electricity requirement of the 7 northeastern states. So OTPC itself is an example of how it helped the region to grow, how it helped in the socio-economic improvements in that region. Initially, the region was short of electricity, it was short of development. So OTPC was formed to generate electricity from the abundant gas reserves available in the northeastern region, in Tripura basically. And along with the power plant, we have a transmission line also spreading the power into the different states of Northeast. OTPC's journey with GCNI has been a transformative one, marked by continuous learning, collaboration in pursuit of excellence in corporate sustainability. Over the years, OTPC has actively participated in various initiatives and programs facilitated by UNGCNI. We also took support from GCNI for conducting various socio-economic studies in the Northeast. I don't know how many of you are using GCNI for that, but that's another capability that GCNI is having, carrying out studies to support your social cause. Our association with GCNI has provided us a platform to share our experiences and learn from the diverse perspectives of other organizations committed to the principles of the Global Compact. The regular dialogues and interactions have fostered a culture of openness, collaboration, innovation within OTPC, reinforcing our dedication. Today, we saw the different four panel discussions discussing the four different aspects, plus the fifth one, which Ratnesh has promised us we'll have, and one more on the gender equality. So these are very important aspects which support the SDGs to fructify, and I'm sure that all of you have gathered some information and knowledge out of these sessions today. Thanks to GCNI for inviting us over here, and thanks for GCNI for allowing us to be a partner of this event also. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Sridhar L., Head Sustainability, Bangalore International Airport Limited, and Member Governing Council, UNGCNI, to kindly make the closing remarks.
Hi friends, good evening. I know some of you must be thinking or trying to ask me like, we are beautifully closing this very good session, and what is the closing remarks going to be? We know it is getting closed. But the objective of this closing remarks is to echo some of the views what many of you have expressed during the day to us, especially when I had interactions with many of you, the people, delegates who have come across the country. The type of, the perceptions and your views, what you have said, it was very exciting to see there was a pattern emerging in that. So majority of the people what have said is, this is a type of an event where all parts of sustainability is taken into account. It was not been, focusing on one particular expertise or, the particular area or a particular sector. So this is something which is lived up to the true spirits of UNGCNI's objectives. Why this particular institution is driving this, collectively the organizations who are the voluntary signatories, for a common purpose to collectively drive this sustainability agenda in the country and to contribute to the mother nation. So the people, planet and profit, everything is contributed in this. So few people have very well expressed that the type of reinforcement which came out of this entire thing is a very solid fact which has got reinforced time and again is sustainability of 2030 or beyond is not going to be one sector, one individual, one team, one expertise, one focus area. It has to be a collective area. We have to work on every particular focus areas to drive these UN SDGs, 17 SDGs, and also the 10 principles of UNGC. So with all these things, on behalf of all of you, just to a reinforcement we thought we will have in the point of closing remarks what these particular delegates have felt. Now, I also started believing that after seeing the reasonable, the quorum available in this room, even for a, the thanking address, thank you note is going to happen next. That shows the commitment and the collective contribution. I'm sure this is a testament, the proof for grand success of this particular event. And this motivates the entire team who have tirelessly worked for this event to bring people together to create this value. I'm sure this is going to make many more events like this and actions across the country, and which will resonate the belief across the world. Thank you very much. This is a great event. Let's also take all those things into actions. Next time when we meet, we will share more actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Ganesh Reddy, Joint Secretary, UN GCNI and founder, Citizens Foundation, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, all of you. I know what all of you may be thinking about. The forward faster. Maybe thinking that as soon as this session concludes, you may have to rush. But you have came here, I have to thank you. Thank you, all of you, the torchbearers of the sustainability and the practitioners of the sustainability. Thank you very much. If you talk about the sustainability, sustainability is all about 3 P's: people, planet, and profit. But you can negotiate with profit. You can't negotiate with planet and people. If you are making loss in this financial year, you can recover it in the next financial year. If you lost people, you can't recover it in the next financial year. If you lost planet, you are not going to recover in the next financial year. For this, whatever the deliberation we had today, whatever the issues we have discussed, we have to take forward. So another PPP is important. You may be having the good people. You may be having the good policies. But no use of it unless you practice it. We have to practice it, whatever the deliberation we had did today. So, I like to thank our well-wishers, title partner BIAL, platinum partner SAP India, diamond partner BMW, gold partners IDFC Bank, OTPC, Brilio, Carlsberg, Hari Krishna Exports Private Limited, MRPL, and the knowledge partner IIT Madras, the session partner ILO, the Memento partner Gifting India. Your commitment to sustainability is evident in your support for the initiatives that drives positive change, and we look forward to continuing this journey together. UN Global Compact Network is committed to take the sustainability agenda across the length and breadth of our nation. With our projects and initiatives like Regional Convention South, we have already opened up the ways for the same. And I hope when we gather next time, we can count on whatever we are taking today. And next time when we meet, we may have some achievements, we may have, we have made something difference from here. And thank you very much once again to all of you. And I hope in near future also, we'll be getting the support from you. And thank you to especially the GCNI team under the able leadership of Ratnesh ji, Mr. Deep, Sirat, Neeta, Srishti, and all the volunteers from the Jain University and XIME. All of them, and to all of the service providers who had made services, given the services to the event, and thank you very much once again. See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we wind up, I request Mr. Deep Chandra, Deputy Director, UN GCNI, to kindly present tokens of gratitude to all the distinguished members here on stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
May I now request Mr. Deep to also present the memento to our incredibly amazing MC, Ms. Shubha Shrikant. She has been very versatile and amazing, and she has been very supportive. Thank you so much, ma'am. You ran the show. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Please pardon me for any slips that I may have made inadvertently. And thank you for being here. You have been an incredibly wonderful audience. I hope you've had great takeaways today. Thank you so much.